Hey everyone. Welcome back for the second part of Escape to Kumo. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the rest of the story is already out over there for you guys, along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 8. A request from Wave. 2 weeks after the squad's return from Kirigakure, Naruto, Samui and Mabui were called to the Raikage's office by Kushina. Kushina was not their sensei, so they wondered why they were being summoned by her. Naruto led the girls into the Raikage's office, where he saw his mother and another woman with long blue hair and a heart-shaped face. She held a child in her arms, and she was clearly exhausted from their long trip to Kumo. I set down the barbell he was using to complete a set of bicep curls and looked up at his favorite Jinan team as they entered. "'Bout time you made it here, Ruto. Sure took you sweet time, eh kid?" Naruto adopted an exaggeratedly offended face and clutched his hand over his heart. "Why, Raikage-sama, I would never delay answering your call. You wound me so." The room giggled at the interaction before I's smile fell and the room fell into a serious mode. Like a switch was flipped, all members of Team 12, Naruto's favorite and requested number, snapped to parade rest and awaited their mission orders. "Alright, Team 12, Lady Shina will be leading you on a mission to the Land of Waves, an island chain off the coast of Hai no Kuni. Evidently, the shipping magnate Gato has forced the island under his thumb by forcibly acquiring a monopoly of their ports and shipping lanes. Tsunami's father is building a bridge to disrupt the monopoly, but Gato has put a hit out on him and his family. Your mission is to protect Tsunami and her family first and foremost. Your secondary mission is the assassination of Gato and his army of thugs. Tsunami states that he has well over 100 thugs under his employ. It is likely that he also has a couple of ninjas too, so keep your eyes up. This is a B, likely to turn A-ranked mission. Do you accept this mission?" Squad 12 all bowed and saluted their Raikage, a gesture they wouldn't normally do, but it was important when in the presence of clients and foreign shinobi. "Hi, Raikage-sama." Tsunami inspected the young shinobi. We won't focus on how her eyes lingered on Naruto for a bit longer than the girls, before she turned to the Raikage. "Raikage Dono, I do not mean to offend, but they look like they are just children. Are you sure that they will be able to handle it?" Shina stepped up to answer that. "Tsunami-san, I assure you they can handle it. In front of you are 3 of the 6 divine bolts of Kumo. They returned less than a month ago from Kirigakure after helping to end the civil war there." Tsunami looked most impressed and hopeful, but the brat in her arms just scoffed at that. "It doesn't matter, I don't even know why we are here. If they fight Gato, they are just going to die." All Kumo shinobi cocked an eyebrow at the boy but maintained their professionalism. They looked at Tsunami, who suddenly had a weary look fill her eyes. "My apologies, Raikage Dono, please forgive my son, Inari. Gato killed his father in a public execution and made my son watch." She and Inari broke down in tears at the memory. Naruto sympathized with the brat, so he got down on a knee in front of him and raised his chin to look him in the eye. "Look kid, your father was a hero and Gato sounds like a rotten, evil bastard. Sorry for cursing Tsunami-san." He looked apologetically up to Tsunami. "I promise you, Inari, that we will rid Wave of Gato. Some punk businessmen can't stop the might of Kumo." Naruto held his fist up to the kid as fresh tears fell from the brat's eyes. Inari wiped his tears and his snot on his fist before looking at Ruto. After seeing the serious look in Ruto's eyes, the boy knocked fists with Ruto. Naruto stood up and retook his place in the squad after wiping his hand on his pants. Tsunami looked like she had something else to say but was hesitant to do so. Kushina prompted her. "Tsunami-san, it looks like you may have something to add. Please don't be afraid to share with us. If it is important to completion of our mission, we would like to know. If it raises the difficulty of the mission, we can still rework our payment plan." Tsunami let out a deep breath. "Well, Lady Shina, I know ninja villages don't really like working together, so I thought I should be forthright. My father left at the same time we did to secure a protection detail from Konoha." Kushina and Naruto exchanged looks at this. "Squad 12, this mission will be masks on. No exceptions. Until you know the identity of the Konoha squad, you are to stay masks up at all times. Shina, that goes for you as well." "Hi, Raikage-sama." Shina then stepped forward. "Tsunami-san, it looks like you are exhausted from your long trip. Please rest at our family compound for the night and we will set out tomorrow. We should be able to reach your home in the land of waves by tomorrow afternoon. Tsunami looked stunned at the kind offer and then again at hearing they could reach Wave in one day. I humbly accept your hospitality, but pardon me for asking. How could we possibly reach my homeland in one day? Naruto answered with his tone full of pride. Tsunami-san, I have a summon that will allow us to fly to your homeland. So long as you are willing to pay her in fish. Tsunami looked confused but nodded at the answer. I dismissed them from the office and the group led their clients to the Maki compound. Kushina noticed how underfed they looked and wanted to provide a good meal for them. Samui and Mabui stopped by their homes to let their parents know about their new mission before they rejoined the group for the night at the Maki compound. Over dinner, Shina heard how destitute the people of Wave were. She ordered Naruto to prepare some care packages to provide relief to the people while they were on the island. Naruto created 10 clones that began sealing away extra food and medical supplies. Tsunami's eyes were full of tears at the godsends the Kumo shinobi turned out to be. She was determined to pay them back for their kindness in any way she could. Tsunami and Inari took the guest room at the Maki compound and relished in the opportunity of relaxing in a private onsen. Then, they were able to bathe for the first time in their 2-week journey to Kumo, and they then slept on a supremely comfortable bed. A well-rested Tsunami and Inari joined Squad 12 and the Maki family for breakfast the next day. They looked replenished as they ate breakfast, and Ruto could tell that he had almost completely removed the chip off of Inari's shoulder. The kid was actually smiling, which filled Tsunami with tears of gratitude. Shina noticed that Tsunami kept sneaking glances at her Sochi and knew that this was going to be a fun mission with plenty of opportunities to push her son's buttons. The group packed everything up and Ruto summoned Virginia. Inari was terrified of the massive eagle until he saw the bird snuggle into Ruto. He marveled at how Naruto controlled the massive bird of prey that was many times his size. Ruto gave Virginia a bucket of fish as a form of payment for the journey and promised her more when they got to Wave. He then helped everyone mount Virginia and get settled in. Kushina held Inari in her lap and Ruto secured Tsunami in front of him. The older woman blushed heavily as Ruto snaked an arm around her waist and pulled her to him. Mabui and Samui rolled their eyes at how oblivious their boyfriend was to the affections of other women, while Hikari snickered in his mind. PSH, this is your captain, Ruto Maki, speaking. Alright everyone, we welcome you aboard Air Virginia today. Please keep your hand and feet secured at all times. Friendly reminder to our shinobi passengers to please deactivate all weight seals. Our journey to the land of waves is estimated to take 8 hours due to the greatness of Virginia. Please enjoy your flight on Air Virginia today. Naruto made a show of hooking a fake mic back on his utility belt as the others cackled in laughter. Virginia took off at a relatively slow speed since she had passengers that were not used to flying. That lasted until the happily screaming child challenged her to go faster. The whole group was forced to lean back as the acceleration forced them to do so. Inari wore a massive smile on his face the whole flight home. Tsunami thanked Kami for the millionth time in the past day for her blessings in life. After 7 hours of flying, the group saw Wave Country appear on the horizon. Ruto wanted to get a look at this super bridge that Inari was spouting on and on about, so he had Virginia descend and the Kumo team looked out over the edge of Virginia's wings to truly appreciate the massive man-made construct that was challenging Mother Nature's greatness. It was a truly impressive feat of human engineering. It was during this flyby that the group heard the sound of metal clashing and other sounds of battle. After a brief discussion, Virginia swooped low and let Shina, Ruto and Samui down while Mabui stayed with Tsunami and Inari. Virginia then took off to take the clients to the safety of their home. Shina, Ruto and Samui masked up and approached the edge of the battlefield that was covered in mist layered with chakra. At Shina's signal, Ruto blew out a futon, great breakthrough that tore across the battlefield and dispersed the mist with ease. There was a temporary lull in the battle as the Konoha teams and the missing ninjas observed the newcomers to the battle, wondering if they were friend or foe. Kakashi looked from his water prison at 2 masked shinobi that wore dark blue masks with yellow lightning bolts streaking down each cheek. The 2 shinobi walked forward without a care in the world. One was a massive and extremely ripped man that carried a large sword on his back. The other was a woman about 5 foot 7 inches that seemed familiar to the trapped copy ninja. Both newcomers had long, sun-kissed blonde hair and projected auras of absolute power. Ruto and Shina walked casually onto the battlefield and noticed that 2 Konoha Jinan squads were currently getting their butts whooped by a man they recognized from the bingo books and a masked ninja. It looked like one of the jonin was a beautiful female with a sizable sword wound on her left side. 2 girls, one with pink hair and one with pale lavender eyes, were tending to the downed jonin sensei. The other jonin seemed to be trapped in a water prison with 2 male Jinan in a standoff with the missing ninja. There were also remains of an igloo-looking construct that seemed to be made of ice. Inside the remains of the ice construct were two dark-haired shinobi, one male and the other female. The male was full of senbon, and the female was on guard. The masked shinobi had returned to his master's side when the wind jutsu ripped across the clearing. The whole battlefield was in a temporary stunned silence as the newcomers casually strode up. Shina recognized Kakashi and Kurenai and signaled to Naruto that they should be saved. Shina let her son do the talking since he had such an intimidating presence and aura. Zabuza Momochi, I am honored to meet you on the field of battle. I would like to request that you let Mr. Hatake go, and I will let you and your partner leave the battlefield. Naruto's voice was deep, and he laced some ki in it for added emphasis. Oh? Zabuza cocked a non-existent eyebrow while his sidekick shuffled nervously. And who might you be to make such demands of me? Oh, you haven't heard of me? I am Rudo Maki, one of the divine bolts of Kumo, and I was one of the ones responsible for liberating your old homeland. Zabuza was so stunned he nearly released the water prison and his assistant gasped and clutched her hands over her mouth. Zabuza growled before he spoke. You better not be fucking with me, Mr. Maki. He then adopted a full-blown smirk that shone from beneath his bandages. Surely, if you did what you claimed then you wouldn't be scared of a clash of blades to prove your words to me. Ruto shrugged his shoulders then unslung his greatsword. He looked at the Konoha teams and spoke in a firm tone. Do not get involved, Konoha Nin. Just protect Tazuna-san and we will call it even. Kurenai spoke through her pain. Why are you helping us? The old man's daughter hired us to protect her family and kill Gato. So, that's what we are going to do, Naruto said in a nonplussed tone. Ruto then continued to walk toward Zabuza as he released all resistance and weight seals. Zabuza saw multiple seals on his challenger's body glow a bright blue before fading out. He gulped because he knew what those seals meant. Then his bloodlust overtook him as he released Kakashi from the water prison. The two swordsmen walked further out onto the ocean passage so that they had room to conduct their battle without interruption. You got balls, kid. I can respect that. Now show me if your blade work measures up. Ruto nodded and pulled a coin out of his pocket. He flicked the coin with his thumb into the air and both swordsmen waited for it to hit the water's surface. Before the first water droplet even left the surface of the water, both men disappeared in a blur of motion. Several heavy clashes of blades produced heavy metallic echoes across the battlefield. For every Genin watching, they were simply blurs of motion and Kurenai was too injured to pay attention to the battle. Shina decided not to watch, knowing that she had trained her son well enough that he would be able to handle himself. Shina walked up with her hands up toward the injured Kurenai. The girls tensed and the dog boy and a boy in a trench coat stepped in front of their down sensei. Shina just kept walking forward with her hands in the air. Relax, kiddos. I know Kurenai from way back. I am going to help her. Kushina's tone was friendly and disarming. It worked immediately on Kiba, who began to ogle her shamelessly. Shino remained guarded but let her pass. Shina knelt down next to the injured Kurenai and pulled her big blue scroll off of her back. She began writing out a seal as she spoke to her old student. Long time no see, Nai-chan. How are you holding up? Kurenai's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates before she responded. She had gotten letters from Kushina over the years, and she knew of her alias. Indeed, Lady Shina. It has been too long, and I have been better. Kurenai bit back a grimace as Shina cleared away the remains of slashed bandages to inspect the wound. Shina then began creating a seal that would be able to convert her chakra into healing chakra before she placed the seal over the gash in Kurenai's side. Shina placed her hand over the seal and a green light encompassed the paper. After 30 seconds, the light dimmed and Shina removed the seal from Kurenai's side. Hinata gasped as the whole wound was healed without even leaving a scar. Kurenai subsequently passed out because the seal used her chakra to assist in mending the wound. Shina looked up through her mask at Hinata. Look after her, will you? I need to check on my son. Hinata simply nodded at the nonchalance this kunoichi exuded. She appeared as a goddess of battlefield to the Hyuga girl, or a goddess of death for anyone that dared defy her orders. The pink-haired kunoichi was reduced to a sniveling mess in the presence of such a woman. Shina walked slowly and confidently up to the water's edge to observe the conclusion of the battle. She could tell Rudo was having too much fun with this sword fight, but she could also see the face-splitting grin showing through Zabuza's bandages. She decided that this would be enough for now. In a commanding tone, she called out. That's enough, boys, sheath your swords and stand down. Zabuza couldn't explain why he followed the woman's orders without questioning them, but he did. He stopped his giant cleaver in mid-swing, as did Naruto with his greatsword. The two men slung their weapons and then Naruto held out a fist, which Zabuza bumped. Not bad, Ruto, not bad at all. Tell me, who taught you the art of the sword? Zabuza asked. Naruto gestured with his head over to Shina. My mother, and let me tell you, she is a taskmaster. Mother? How old are you, Gaki? Zabuza sounded incredulous at this. 14, but age is just a number, Zabuza-san. Your assistant seems pretty skilled, and they must be around my age. Yeah, I trained Haku from the ground up. So, tell me, brat. Zabuza paused as Naruto's katana point tickled his Adam's apple, making Zabuza hold his hands up disarmingly and gulp. Okay, tell me, Ruto, did the civil war really end? Yeah, me and the divine bolts left Mizu no Kuni 3 weeks ago after Mei became the god. I'm Mizukage. Maika-chan, B-sensei, Mei and I stopped Yagura and ended him. That was one scary turtle man. Zabuza's jaw hit the ocean floor and dragged his bandages down off of his face to expose pointed teeth that gave the so-called demon of the mist an imposing visage. Naruto waved his hand in front of Zabuza's face to snap him out of it. Why you're kidding me, right? Zabuza pivoted his head and looked at Kushina with more than a little exasperation in his voice, right? Naruto laughed and slapped Zabuza on the back. Afraid not, Zabuza, I'm afraid not. So, how do you want to go from here? The two walked back towards the land and the remaining shinobi, which were still frozen in a standoff. They casually conversed as they walked, and when they reached the land, Zabuza called Haku over and Shina joined them. Well, Ruto, and Shina, I guess I should thank you for finishing off that bastard, Yagura. Kinda beats the whole reason we are here. Zabuza sounded like a man who had lost his reason for living. Shina spoke up, look, Zabuza, why don't you tell us what's going on and we can go from there? We have been missing ninjas for 6 or so years now. I picked up Haku on my way out of Kiri before the purges got truly bad. She has been with me ever since. I accepted this job from Gato in order to fund a rebellion and take another crack at him. So, could we convince you to roll over on Gato and give you your cut from his loot? Naruto asked. Haku looked hopefully at Zabuza from behind her mask, and Zabuza hung his head while he thought about it. Sure, why not? That dwarf pisses me off. Give me a couple days to scout out his base so we know exactly what we will be dealing with, and Haku can find out where the loot is. Naruto nodded before a shadow clone popped into existence next to him. The clone transformed into a pretty ice blue katana, which Naruto grabbed and threw to Haku. That is a shadow clone of mine. One of my abilities allows for complete transformation, so until you tell him to transform, he will stay like that. Tell him to dispel once you have the intel and are ready to meet. That's pretty fucking impressive, Gaki. Haku nodded in affirmation of her master's words while she accepted the katana and sheathed it in the obi of her yukata. Mei, it has its uses. I have a whole bag of tricks from the rakeage and Maika-chan. Shina pushed her son's shoulder playfully. Alright, Sochi, that is enough playing around. We will wait for your call, Zabuza-san. Zabuza and Haku disappeared in water sunshines while Ruto and Shina turned to the group. Shina made a hand sign and Samui appeared next to Ruto in a fizzle of lightning. The trio walked up to the Konoha teams and Shina took point. Kakashi-san, are your teams able to move? Tsunami said their house is only 10 minutes away, Shina said in a firm and professional tone. Kakashi smiled at the trio before nodding and slinging kunai over his shoulder. Sure thing, Lady Shina. I am pleased to be working with you on this mission. Squads 7 and 8, load up and prepare to move out. Sazumi, is Sasuke awake yet? Yes, Kakashi-sensei, my idiot brother is awake. He will require assistance moving though. She replied with a hint of exasperation in her tone. Before the group could react, a shrill scream made everyone cover their ears. Shut up, Sazumi Baka. How dare you talk about Sasuke-kun like that? Shina nodded at the pink-haired girl and asked Kakashi. Is there an off button for the Banshee? Kakashi shook his head sadly while looking at the ground in disappointment. Sazumi snickered and Sakura looked enraged. A reluctant dog boy helped Sasuke walk and a very confused bridge builder looked lost until Shina asked for directions. That seemed to break him out of his stupor, and he led the group to his house. Tsunami, Inari and Mabui were waiting on the porch of their house for the incoming group. Naruto could tell by Mabui's posture that she was worried about him, so he accepted the running hug and squeezed her warmly. Samui looked a little jealous until Ruto pulled her in with a toned arm. They snickered as they heard audible moans of jealousy from Sazumi and Sakura. The injured were led into the house and laid down in guest rooms. Naruto unsealed a tent for his squad and began setting it up before he added a protective barrier, privacy seal and genjutsu barrier around the tent. He then proceeded to trap the edge of the woods around Tazuna's home with alarm seals. Kakashi and Team 7 watched him work while Sasuke was recovering in a guest room. He walked up to them with his mask still on and cocked his head in inquiry. "Oh, nothing, just wanted these two to see how a campsite is properly set up." "So, Divine Bolt of Kumo, eh?" Ruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, which gave Sakura and Sazumi an armful of panty wetting material to save in their spank banks. It didn't help that the two females were completely helpless under the effects of his passive Hanyu pheromone release. "May, I didn't ask for the title, just kinda happened." "So, I know you're Kakashi Hatake, but who are these two young ladies?" The girl with dark black hair blushed profusely before bowing awkwardly and introducing herself. I am Samumi Uchiha. 14 years old and single." Ruto cocked an eyebrow under his face mask and then looked to Sakura. "Sakura Haruno, heir to the Haruno clan and fiancé to Sasuke Uchiha, heir of the Uchiha clan." The girl raised her nose in the air in pride, which rubbed Ruto the wrong way. "Cool, I am Ruto Maki. 14, Janan of Kumo. Pleased to meet. Ruto replied coolly. Sazumi blanched. "You're a Janan and only 14? Then how did you fight Zabuza evenly?" Ruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly again and Sazumi drooled at his toned biceps. "Well, my Kachan is a swords mistress and trained me from a young age. Kinda helps that I grew fast too. Well, I'm going to go see if Tsunami-san needs any help preparing dinner. It was nice to meet you all." The girls remained in a frozen daze as they watched the hunk of a man walk into the house. It was Sazumi that broke the silence. "Kakashi-sensei, are all foreign Janan that crazy?" Kakashi rubbed her head in an irritating, fatherly way. "No, Sazumi, I assure you that is probably the strongest Janan you will ever see. Could you sense his chakra?" Sazumi nodded. "I am still working on this whole sensor thing, but he was like a beacon glowing in the dark, even when he stood next to you. No offense, sensei, but he absolutely dwarfed you in terms of chakra reserves." Kakashi nodded. "None taken, but you are right. He is on cage level when it comes to chakra alone. I wonder how good he is at controlling it?" Sakura blanched a pale white. If he can control it, wouldn't that make him cage level?" "Not necessarily. One thing that sets the cage apart is battlefield experience. If he is only 14 then it is likely he doesn't have much experience. He is undoubtedly a powerhouse though." Internally Kakashi was smiling at the thought of his little brother getting that strong. He would have to take advantage of this opportunity to get to know him in private. Later that night, everyone was gathered around the tables set up in the dining room. The Kumo detail along with Kakashi and Kurenai sat at the main table while the Konoha Janan sat at the extra table. This seemed to rub Sasuke the wrong way and he wasn't scared to show it. This caused Shina to shake her head. Mikado had sent her letters expressing concern about Sasuke's attitude and Fugaku's influence. Naruto clones brought out the dinner composed of fish, rice and squash for everyone. Tsunami was very grateful for the extra help and marveled at the use of shadow clones. Unfortunately, this was one point of contention for the Konoha teams. Ruto-san, how do you know the shadow clone jutsu? I thought that it was a Konoha exclusive technique. Sazumi asked politely. Shina scoffed at that. This jutsu has been in my clan since the Warring Clan era. Leave it to Konoha to claim something is theirs when it is most definitely not. Do you know anyone in Konoha that can create 1,000 shadow clones? Cosmai Sochi can. Kachan, that is enough. Remember who we are talking to. Ruto's tone was firm, and it came out as more of an order than a friendly reminder. Shina paled under her mask, she just assumed she would be safe around Kakashi and Kurenai. Naruto made a good point though, two Uchiha would definitely report everything to their father. An awkward silence pervaded the dining table before Sazumi spoke up again. So, Ruto-san, you said you are 14 and from Kumo, right? Ruto simply nodded and finished chewing some fish. His face still hidden by a genjutsu. Well, I just don't see how you got so strong then. My father trains Sasuke and I nearly every day and you were just a blur to me. Ruto finished another bite of food before responding. It is not how long you train, or how hard you believe you train or even if you are trained by legendary shinobi. What matters is being trained right, diversifying the training and making use of downtime. When your legs are so tired and cramped that you can't force them to do another lunge, what do? Sazumi seemed to think, slightly embarrassed that she had never really reached that point of exhaustion before. Lay down and rest my muscles, I guess. Ruto smiled wryly at her as everyone else listened in. So, I take it you don't reach that point of physical exhaustion often. By the look of you and your brother, I would say you do more chakra-intensive exercises, and when you get tired from that you call it a workout. Sasuke snarled and didn't let Naruto complete his thought. Shut up, you no-name bastard, I am an Uchiha. Uchihas are the elite of the elite. Some clanless fool like. Ruto was holding his mother back and trying to calm her down. Sakura had laid herself in front of Sasuke to protect him, and Kakashi remained kicked back and relaxed. If his stupid Uchiha student didn't know what was best for his health, then maybe a beating from the Red Death would set him straight or kill him. It didn't matter to Kakashi either, was as long as he wouldn't have to put up with the stuck-up Uchiha any longer. Naruto turned to Sasuke after calming Shina down. Well, you are one stuck-up fatherfucker. I wouldn't want to insult the Lady Mikoto by calling you a mofo. Snickers from Tazana's family and the Kumo squad made this comment hit home for Sasuke. Stay in your seat, Uchiha, before I take your legs and shove them up your ass. Oh, my bad, they wouldn't fit with that giant spiked rod you currently have lodged up there. Kiba fell out of his seat laughing. Akamaru was prostrating himself to the true alpha in the room. Shino's insects seemed to be chirping in a pleased and rhythmic fashion. Hinata was giggling into her sleeve, and the sensais had turned their heads away from the genon and their shoulders were bouncing. Sasuke was seething and Sakura was so stunned it even shut down her banshee mode. Naruto smirked under his mask before continuing. I tell you what, baby Uchiha, I will give you the spar you want to prove your strength tomorrow. That is if you can complete my warm-up. Shina, Samui and Mabui all got evil grins on their faces while Sasuke smirked. A loser like you could never outdo an Uchiha. The dinner continued in an awkward fashion until it was over and the Kumo group helped Tsunami pick up the dishware. Sasuke called it peasant work and the Konoha team just played a game of cards rather than helping. Tsunami was grateful for the assistance and muttered a comment under her breath that she wished the Kumo team would be the one staying in the house. Naruto rubbed her back in a comforting fashion and said they are just right outside if she needs anything. He had already keyed her chakra signature into the seals protecting the tents. The Kumo squad retired to the tent that was enhanced with space-manipulating Fuinjutsu. In the center was a king-sized bed that Naruto liked to travel with. His mother didn't mind sharing the bed with her son and girlfriends. She said it reminded her of old times when Naruto would jump into her bed. They fell asleep, Samui on the left and Mabui on the right, with Kushina sleeping cuddled up next to Mabui. That is how Tsunami found them when she entered the tent and told the group that breakfast was ready. Naruto got dressed and left the tent to notice the sun peeking over the sea and casting its morning glory down upon the world. He then glanced down and noticed another morning glory that was getting ever more annoying to deal with. He tucked it into his waistband and walked into the house, reminding himself that he was Ruto. He noticed he was the first one up, so he helped Tsunami set the table and made light conversation with her. Ruto was sad that such an amazing woman and mother was forced to be alone due to the shitty state that Wave was in. After breakfast, the Kumo team got ready for a morning workout. Kakashi and Kurenai encouraged their teams to partake in the workout as well. Ruto led them through 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, 500 air squats, 150 pull-ups, 150 burpees. He completed these exercises 20 minutes ahead of any Konoha Jinan. Rather than wait, he jumped into the ocean for a swim, followed by Kushina, Samui, and Mabui. The Kumo squad swam laps and encouraged/taunted the Konoha Jinan each time they swam past. Eventually, a panting team of Jinan was on their backs before Ruto forced them up for a run. Ruto set a point about 2 miles down on the beach and everyone started running. Ruto made it down and nearly halfway back when he waved to Sasuke, who was sucking air and nearly collapsing. 5 minutes later, Ruto tapped him on the back and laughed as he lapped him. The Konoha Jinan stopped after 4 miles while Ruto ran 12 and the girls stopped at 8 miles. After the warm-up, Ruto pulled the Konoha Jinan to a clearing near Tazana's house. They were partially recovered, but he looked at Sasuke and asked if he wanted that spar now. A smirk appeared on the Uchiha's face as he flared his 2 Tomoe Sharingan to life. Ruto looked at the red eyes with disdain before he moved to the center of the clearing. Okay, little Uchiha, you may come at me with the intent to kill. I will limit myself to no hands and will only defend for the first minute. I warn you, if you don't finish this so-called spar in 1 minute, you will lose, Ruto said in a cheerful and clearly taunting fashion. The Uchiha looked incensed that this no-name, at least to him, was looking down on him. He didn't take the hint from the morning warm-up. Thus, everyone watched as Ruto held his hands behind his back and dodged around Sasuke's strikes. Some of the punches Ruto deflected with his shoulders, the kicks he blocked with his legs, and one straight cross that Sasuke threw led Ruto to headbutt the Uchiha's fist with the crown of his head. Sasuke cried out in pain after that and jumped back, not realizing that his minute was up. Sasuke began to flash through hand seals for his signature jutsu when a knee planted itself in his solar plexus. One hit and the Uchiha crumpled to the ground like a leaf in the hands of a petulant toddler. Okay, so can I assume we are done, and you will not bother me or my team again for the rest of this mission? Ruto's tone was unfamiliar and frigid. Sasuke was coughing up spittle on the ground and he glared up at Ruto with his Sharingan blazing. If you look at me like that with those monkey marbles active, I will take great joy in removing them from your eye sockets before handing them to your sister. Wah, how, cough cough, how are you, cough, so strong? Heech, cough, me. Even through his coughing fit with spit hanging from his chin, Sasuke still somehow managed to sound demanding. Ruto smirked underneath his mask and held his hands out wide. 10 seals flared to life before dulling out. There you go, team. That's how, now you figure out the rest. Ruto playfully jumped nearly 40 feet in the air and giggled about how light he felt. Sasuke glared at Ruto before looking to Kakashi and demanding that he get whatever Ruto just showed him. Kakashi shrugged, maybe the kid would shut up if he gave him some chakra weights. I don't have any chakra weights on me, but those weren't the only seals that Ruto-san was using. Were those gravity seals, Ruto-san? Kakashi's tone actually carried a hint of curiosity. Nope. Oh, and by the way, team. I did that morning warm-up with those seals on. Think about that when you think about trying to catch up with me. Shino asked, genuinely curious, Ruto-san, how much weight do you have total on your seals? Ruto shrugged casually. Dunno. Lost count after each limb exceeded 200 pounds. Math was never my strong suit, tee-hee. Ruto ended by cocking his head to the side in a playful gesture. It would have been funnier if he weren't masked. Sazumi decided to throw the next question out. Ruto, I hope you don't mind me asking, but how are you still a Genin? Ruto shrugged again and pointed to his team. Well, I mean we only graduated from the academy less than 3 months ago. Just waiting for a Chunin exam. Hey, the next one is in Konoha, right Kakashi-san? Kakashi looked up from his orange book and I smiled. Yes, indeed it is. In about 2 months' time. Ruto snapped his fingers. I knew it was close. Well, I guess we will see you there. Now, enjoy your tree climbing exercise while we go off and scope out the town. Jana. Naruto, Samui, Mabui and Shina shunshin to a nearby clearing and they immediately broke out in laughter upon their arrival. They couldn't hold it in any longer. They held a conversation through fits of laughter. Samui opened up. Oh, Naruto-kun, that was so mean it was cool. Yeah, Sochi, did you see the looks on all of their faces? Oh, Kami, that was funny, Dada Bane. Kushina was holding her side while rolling on her back. Mabui was giggling melodically, Ruto-kun, you just destroyed them. I think that Sakura girl nearly pissed herself when you dropped your seals. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I am more worried about the Hyuga girl trying to rape me. Did you see the way she looked at me? Play. Naruto exaggerated, shaking out his body. Shina bonked him on the head. Be nice, Ruto-kun. That was one of Hitomi's girls. She is one of the okay ones even though she is slightly stuck up. I will brief you all on our plan for the Chunin exams when we get back to Kumo. Naruto cocked his head to the side. There's a plan? Not just go in and fuck shit up? More to follow on that, Sochi. For now, let's go check out the town and try to help out some people. His mother responded playfully. The group walked toward the town chatting amicably. They were enjoying each other's company, but the mood crashed when they got to the edge of the town. What once must have been a vibrant place now looked like a shanty town. There were people on nearly every street corner, filthy and in torn clothes, looking completely destitute. The worst part was when Ruto made eye contact with them through his mask and complete hopelessness peered back at him. An endless abyss devoid of the love and joy that makes humanity special. Then Ruto realized he was wrong. The absolute worst part was seeing that look on the faces of children. Children should be able to enjoy their childhood without being weighed down by the crushing weight of the real world. A fire lit in Ruto's chest, a fire that would not go out until Gato was dead and these people were free. The Kumo squad continued walking along the path toward the center of town when they heard a commotion. They split up and blurred to the rooftops that surrounded the town square. In a shop on the edge of the town square, a man and his daughter were being dragged out of the shop by their hair. There was a total of 4 thugs that wore shoddy gear that were getting great enjoyment out of torturing the poor souls. Thug 1, who was snacking on some bread, could be heard saying, "Now look here Minnow, we told you to make breakfast for us. We are protecting you filthy people and you have the audacity to ask us, your protectors, for money?" The man continued to chew the bread with an open mouth before he spit the chewed bread on the old man. His daughter cried next to him only to be backhanded by Thug 2. Ruto had seen enough. He made meaningful eye contact with his mother, who issued hand signals to the squad. Before the public torture and humiliation could continue, 4 heads rolled, and blood spurted. Ruto shielded the girl from the ghastly sight and the spray of blood. He looked to his mother, got a nod, before he made an announcement. As he spoke, he created 20 shadow clones to scout the city and kill any thugs in the vicinity. "People of Wave, we are here on the behalf of Kumo to liberate you from your oppressor. Please gather your friends and family here in 2 hours for a community meal. If anyone has cookware, we would appreciate the extra help. Do not fear Gato's petty tyranny any further, we will protect you." A stunned silence answered Ruto when he saw 3 guys begin running to the east side of the island. He made a signal to his mother before he disappeared alongside Samui and Mabui. They dragged the runaway thugs back completely tied up and tossed them at the feet of the villagers. Surprisingly, it was Samui that spoke up this time. "We will be here to protect you while my man here gathers food. In the meantime, I believe you could have fun playing with the tough little men here, if you so wish. Remember, Wave need not fear Gato any further." This time, cheers erupted, and a mob began closing in around the 3. The civilians threw them in the stocks that Gato had erected in the public square. What followed was rather disturbing, but will suffice to say that the thugs were covered in more than one kind of bodily fluid by the time lunch was ready. The girls took up protective positions around the town square while Ruto created 300 clones to hunt, fish and scour the island. Within the 2-hour time limit, Ruto had prepared enough food for 500 people. Sadly, it was still not enough. The villagers of Wave brought silverware and cookware from their houses to take food. Orphaned children were crying openly and thanking Ruto for the food. Life seemed to stir in the eyes of the villagers, a weak ember for now, but it would grow into a fire before too long. Ruto created clones that would watch the village around the clock. Now that Gato's ego took a hit, it was only a matter of time before he lashed out in petty revenge. After Ruto prepared dinner once again for the villagers, this one mainly composed of fish, Ruto felt a string of memories from the shadow clone he had given Haku. He let his mother know before he took off for the bridge, the designated meeting spot. He showed up to a waiting Zabuza and a maskless Haku. Ruto admitted to himself that she was genuinely pretty. She had snow-white skin with nearly perfect complexion, her brown hair was tied in a bun with 2 bangs that framed her face and the pink yukata she wore suited her perfectly. Ruto walked up to them casually and gave a wave. "Alright, Gaki, that stunt you pulled has Gato going crazy. He is going to lash out in some underhanded way, and he is trying to make me do it. I believe we should hit him tonight and ransack his place." Ruto nodded. "Okay, Zabuza-san, what are we up against? And it is nice to see you again, Haku-chan." Haku blushed furiously before Zabuza broke up the moment. "Look, Gaki, somewhere between 180 to 200 guys. They have at least 30 or so girls that are being held prisoner. You don't want to know what they do with them. Their discipline is shitty, and I have half the mind to raid the place myself, but too many would get away. Then I would have that hanging over my head." Ruto nodded along. "Gotcha, any special security measures?" Haku spoke up. Just the privacy wall and some basic patrols. His money is locked in a safe, but I am fairly certain that he keeps the code somewhere in his office. The girls are held in the basement, which they converted to a dungeon. They are locked up with chains and they are used almost every night." Ruto's face wrinkled in disgust at that. "Okay, well, let's put an end to all that. What time do you want to strike? Don't worry about a perimeter force, my clones will handle it." Zabuza whistled. "Damn, Gaki, how many of those clones can you make? I heard they require a shitload of chakra. Let's hit 'em at 10 p.m., meet up at our bunker at 9 p.m. so we can go scout." Ruto shrugged, "Dunno, upper limit's over 1,000. Never really need more than that. Here Haku." He threw another transformed katana at the girl. "Okay, so meet you in 2 hours, southeastern side of the island, I will pop my clone when we get close." Haku frowned at that. "Ha, Haku-chan, if Zabuza is too stingy to get you a new katana, I will gift you one." Zabuza looked from Ruto to Haku and back again. "You never told me you wanted a katana." Haku looked down at the ground. "You never asked, and I didn't wish to bother you. The black-haired girl murmured. Zabuza scowled while Ruto laughed. Ruto unclipped his katana, which was a premium piece, and gave it to Haku. Consider it a nice to know you present. It may be a little long for you, but you should get used to it pretty quickly. The length will just slow your draw a little bit, so I would recommend an unsheathed kenjutsu style. Zabuza smirked. Damn, Gaki, you know your swords. We will have to continue our little spar later. For now, we are going back to our bunker. Get your little ladies and meet us in 2 hours. 2 hours later, Ruto led Shina, Mabui and Samui to the bunker. Ruto threw a kunai at the door to the bunker to grab Zabuza's attention, and Haku waved them in. Zabuza went over a rough layout of the mansion and his ideas for a mission plan, which Shina not so politely stomped on. Look, Zabuza-san, you are used to working alone. Let me show you how a team does this. I will send Mabui with Haku to the bottom levels. They will deal with the thugs and free the girls. They will immediately evacuate to this rendezvous point here. She pointed to a hilltop to the north of the mansion. Ruto will surround all exits with shadow clones and neutralize any escapees. Zabuza, you and I will take floors 1 and 2, we will move and clear together. Ruto and Samui, you force entry on 3rd floor, clear it and then take Gato. Me, Zabuza, Samui and Ruto will meet to confirm all clear before we seal up the place. After securing all valuables, we will join Mabui and Haku at the rendezvous. Haku looked down and sounded nervous. Ah no, Zabuza-sama, I like Lady Shina's plan better. After Zabuza pouted for a bit at Haku's supposed betrayal, the group did final gear checks. Shina tossed a couple enhanced storage scrolls to Zabuza and gave one to Haku. Shina noticed the katana in Haku's obi, but Ruto waved her off, which earned him a growl from his mother. The group set out at 9:30 p.m. and creeped up on Gato's mansion. The mansion was a 4-story house that backed into the cliffside and overlooked the ocean. It made it so the only approach was from a 180-degree angle from the front. Fortunately, they were up against thugs and ronin, not well-trained shinobi. Zabuza set out a light mist to cover their movements up to the walls. Haku took out the sentries with well-placed senbone needles, and the group divided up to complete their tasks. On Zabuza and Kushina's signal, the group breached the building. Naruto and Samui used the commotion to break a window and jump into the 3rd floor. Haku and Mabui took the cellar entrance to sneak down to the hostages. Floors 1 and 2 soon looked like an old-school slaughterhouse. Blood flowed down the hallways, following the whims of gravity. Blood splattered the walls, carpets and ceiling indiscriminately. The sounds of the fighting on the main floors roused bandits to reinforce that area, many of which were cut down en route by Haku, Samui, Mabui, and Ruto. The sounds of battle raged for nearly 20 minutes before bandits started fleeing from the mansion. Clones cut them down at the doors and ensured that there were no survivors. Haku and Mabui silently disposed of 2 guards and 4 rapists before they began freeing the girls. Haku used an ice wall to seal the staircase that led into the dungeon cellar. They worked slowly and methodically, providing as much comfort as they could to the mentally destroyed women. They evacuated them after a total of 15 minutes, and it took them almost an hour to get the group to the rendezvous point. Samui and Naruto darted down the hallway, one person clearing each room on their designated side of the hallway. Some of the bandits were so drunk that they didn't even wake up from the racket down below. Those that did perished due to vastly inferior speed and fighting capability. The whole 3rd floor was cleared in less than 10 minutes, and then Naruto breached the trap door to the 4th floor. He punched the door off its hinges and threw up a bundle of flash tags. Screams of bandits let Naruto know that the tags achieved their purpose before he jumped to the ceiling of the 4th floor. Naruto felled 2 of the guards before Samui joined him and helped clean up the rest. Naruto saw a sealed door that went into Gato's bedroom/study. He placed 4 unidirectional explosive tags on the door and used the door as an instrument of blunt destruction as it crashed into the far wall. Naruto froze when he entered the room, and so did Samui. Gato was holding a naked redhead with a knife to her throat. He panicked when he saw the blood dripping off of Naruto's greatsword, and he drew a trickle of blood from the girl's throat. Naruto didn't wait for anything further. He substituted with the girl using Kawarimi. The height disparity earned him a knife to his right pectoral. He spun around and grabbed Gato by the throat before slamming him into the wall. He lifted him up until his arm was at a 45-degree angle, which meant that the midget businessman's feet were flailing nearly 2 feet above the ground. Gato's hands clawed at Naruto's gloved hands before Naruto snarled and unceremoniously tossed the businessman into the wall with the safe. The midget lay in a crumpled heap in front of the wall. Samui covered the naked girl in a cloak and walked her out of the room. Now, Gato, here is how this is going to go. As of today, you are broke, you are penniless, you are the most worthless scum on this earth. The only, and I mean only, thing that will stop me from removing your head from your neck is you signing over everything. Including what is in this safe. Am I clear? Naruto laced an unhealthy amount of killing intent into his threat, which earned a fresh puddle of piss on the floor. Gato nodded, doing anything to save his worthless life. He was running on unbridled fear and a desperation to cling to life. He started by opening the safe and removing the deeds to his companies. After he did this, Ruto inspected the documents. He then had Gato open a smaller sealed safe within the safe. He cocked an eyebrow when it was protected by a blood seal. He pulled a folder out of that and handed it to Ruto. He then stepped out of the way, which Ruto ignored and gave him a powerful chop to the back of his neck before placing a paralysis seal on him. Samui entered with a now clothed red head, quite a familiar shade of red if Ruto were being honest. He removed his mask, pulled down the black face mask and smiled at the girl. "Hey there, I am Ruto, what's your name?" Ruto's smile was kind and disarming. Rias, she stuttered out. Rias, huh? That's a pretty name. Well, Rias, we have some business to finish before we get you out of here. Are you going to be okay? She simply nodded and stood there. When she saw the down Gato, she kicked him in the balls and then pulled her foot back, completely disgusted due to the wetness that clung to her foot. Ruto shot her an apologetic look before resecuring his face mask. He then proceeded to seal up the whole safe into a master scroll. Ruto and Samui took their time going through the third floor and sealing anything of value. Sadly, none of the thugs had any weapons worth mentioning, but Ruto was hoping he struck big with the safe. An hour and 15 minutes after mission start, roughly 11:15 p.m., Ruto and Samui walked up the hill with Rias in tow on Ruto's back. The girl was blushing furiously as she laid her head into the chiseled muscle. Sheena cocked her head when she saw the girl and Ruto flashed her the signals for family maybe. Sheena simply nodded before leading the girls and her team back to the town center. Just after midnight, Ruto and company, which included Rias, returned to Tazana's house after dropping off the other captives in town. Rias took the opportunity to bathe in the ocean and wash off Gato's stink before she entered the Maki's tent. She saw a sleeping bag laid out next to a king-sized bed. It was then that she noticed the tent was much bigger than it looked from outside. She was too tired to care, so she simply collapsed on the sleeping mat after offering her thanks. The next day Rias woke up and thought that she was trapped in a fever dream. The sunlight illuminated the tent and created a golden glow as she sat up off of the bedroll. She looked down and noticed that she was in a plain white tee that wasn't big enough for her burgeoning chest. She was missing her bra and the fabric of the plain t-shirt pulled her breasts against her and created more cleavage than she was used to. The sweats were baggy but seemed to fit her fairly well, that is when she heard moaning. Rias peeked her head up over the edge of the bed to see the most Kami-blessed man she had ever seen. Sun-kissed blonde locks flickered to and fro and led to a chiseled face with 6 whisker marks and a defined chin. As if in a trance, Rias continued to slowly look down the godlike body in front of her. She licked her lips at the defined pectoral muscles with a whirlpool tattoo over his heart. Below the pecs she saw 8, well-defined abdominal muscle and obliques that were so defined she could see each ripple of muscle. He wore baggy sweatpants that did very little to hide his morning bulge. She gulped audibly and started feeling hot all over. Then her trance broke, and she noticed the 3 women draped over his arms and chest. She found it odd that 4 of the shinobi that saved her last night were right here, completely relaxed and splayed out in front of her. Why did they trust her so much? Why didn't they drop her off in town with the other girls? Before she could ponder further, the blonde's eyes cracked open to reveal the most entrancing azure blue eyes she had ever seen. When he made eye contact with her, it was like the last month as Gato's slave washed away. Naruto noticed tears forming in the girl's eyes and sat up slowly so as not to wake the others. He nodded to the tent flap, and he walked outside with Rias while he threw on a black beater-style shirt. She noticed every ripple of his arm muscles as he put the shirt on, and she couldn't stop her tongue from moisturizing her lips. His deep voice reached through the haze of her mind. "Good morning, it was Rias, right?" The girl nodded her head, still lost in her fever dream. "Okay, well, you can call me Ruto. You are probably wondering why we brought you here instead of leaving you with the others, aren't you?" Again, the redhead nodded dumbly but she processed his shining smile. "Well, it was on more of a hunch than anything. Tell me, Rias, if there were a test that could prove if we are family or not, would you take it?" Rias' whole world froze as she processed the question, before she nodded weakly at this Adonis of a man. "Kami, please don't let him be my long-lost brother. Even if we are cousins, I should be able to win him over." Her whole mind was focused on the feelings that Ruto was eliciting from her, and she couldn't stop the warmth that was filling her body. Ruto appeared from the tent flap holding a scroll, which he summarily opened. He pointed to some writing on the scroll and told her that she would need to cut herself, put blood on her fingertips and palm, and then place her hand in the seal. She could recall vague memories of her mother and grandmother doing something with writing and blood. Rias complied without much resistance and placed her bloodied hand against the seal. The seal glowed blue and absorbed the blood before a couple symbols flashed at the bottom of the seal. She cocked her head and looked to Naruto, who was rolling the scroll up. "Well, Rias-chan, let's just say we are extended family, and you are 50% Uzumaki. I don't want you to use that clan name while we are here, just call it the Maki clan. It is important that you don't mention it to the Konoha ninjas that are staying in that house. They might be working to protect the bridge builder, but you are not safe around them if they figure out your heritage." Naruto leaned closer and whispered in her ear, which made her blush cherry red. "My real name is Naruto Uzumaki, I am also 50% Uzumaki. My mom was in the tent, and she is probably the last pure-blooded Uzumaki that there is." Rias simply closed the minimal distance and hugged her cousin or whatever he was family. She rested her head on his chest and began crying as she realized she was safe and that she had endured months of torture that she wouldn't wish on her greatest enemy. Naruto scooped her up and took her to sit on the small dock, which allowed them to put their feet in the water. Rias soaked up the morning sunrise like it was a metaphor for her life. She just made it out of the darkness, and a new day was dawning. A new chance to start over with family. Eventually, everyone returned to the land of the living and Tsunami insisted on having breakfast with the villagers. Ruto created a horde of clones that spread out along the coast and caught more fish. He took his catch to the village center and handed it off to a group of women that were running the community kitchen. He also gave them a scroll with some of the food and ingredients that they confiscated from Gato's mansion. The villagers began working together to prepare a massive breakfast to feed the whole town, which served as proof that life was coming back to Wave. As the villagers gathered and enjoyed their breakfast, Ruto went to the stocks, which were raised above the rest of the town. He took out a scroll, unfurled it and unsealed a man that immediately began crying, sniveling and begging for mercy. "I signed everything over to you. You said that you would let me live. You can't do this to me. This isn't fair." Gato was silenced by a dirty rag that was shoved into his mouth. "I told you that if you did what I said, my sword would not part your head from your shoulders. I never promised you freedom. I never promised you anything because you don't deserve anything." Ruto replied in an enraged tone that garnered attention. The people of Wave stirred uneasily as they noticed who the man was. Fiery rage began to fill the eyes of the villagers and it didn't take long for numerous conversations to turn into screams of anger. Shina, Samui and Mabui stood behind Ruto, who rose his arms in a plea for silence. Ruto noticed that Zabuza and Haku were standing on the edge of the crowd and gave them a quick nod. "People of Wave, yesterday, I told you that you would no longer have to fear Gato's tyranny. With the help of Haku and Zabuza Momochi, we raided Gato's base last night and killed his forces." A massive cheer rang out over those assembled and Ruto saw Tsunami and Inari step to the front of the crowd. He ushered them up, and Tsunami grabbed Tazuna as she walked up. "This family, the family of a simple bridge, okay, Tazuna-san, a super bridge builder," this switched the audience from rage to mildly entertained. "Anyway, this family stood up to Gato's tyranny and risked everything to enlist our help. Kumo, Konoha and unlikely allies from the mist have fought to earn back your freedom." Once again, another round of deafening cheers filled the air. "It is great to see your fire and will be reignited. Hold on to it, stoke it, nurture it and the next time thugs try to put you down, fight for it. On behalf of Kumo, I will tell you that you will always have allies there. If you need us, call us and we will come to your aid." This round of cheers lasted for minutes as chants of praise rang out. Ruto waited patiently for it to die down. "Good news, what I have to share with you is good news. I have confiscated all of the midget tyrant's possessions and I will be working with Tazuna-san and Tsunami-san to get your rightful possessions back to you." The crowd threatened to close on Ruto and smother him in praise, but he waved them down for another speech. "Two more things. 1. I need everyone here to report to the bridge tomorrow at 10 a.m. 2nd, I need you to elect a new daimyo, since Gato killed the previous daimyo of Wave. Finally, I'm sorry I know this makes 3 things, I was never really good at counting. Anyway, I recommend we hold a celebration tonight before we get our butts to work tomorrow." Ruto could no longer hold back the crowd as the people attempted to lift him up. He laughed at their failed attempts before the seals on his body glowed blue before he nodded at them. The crowd then swept Ruto up and crowd surfed him around for a bit. The Kumo team and Haku joined him in the crowd surfing. Unfortunately for Zabuza, he was too imposing for people to attempt to lift him. The party commenced immediately after Ruto was set down as he unsealed scrolls from Gato's mansion and unsealed booze, liquor and sake. He let people come up and grab once they got in line, and a wild party raged through the day and well into the night. As Ruto was speaking, Shina was crying tears of pride in her mask. She offered prayers to Minato, wishing that he could see the man their son had become. Samui and Mabui thought along similar lines, and their masks nearly cracked from stretching so much to fit their smiles. Haku looked at the hero of the mist and the new hero of wave. She marveled at the boy's strength and wondered if she could get that strong or find something that she loved that much. Zabuza cracked a grin at his newfound rival. It didn't matter that he was only a gaki, this kid was going places and he enjoyed the swordplay. Hikari sipped on tea within the seal as she watched the view through Naruto's eyes. She knew, with zero shades of a doubt, that she chose the right mate. She was simply waiting for the time he became strong enough for her to leave the seal without hurting him. She made a mental note to pull him into the seal that night and ravage him, just a little bit. Kakashi and Kurenai looked on with pride, and they were happy that their sensei's son found a home where he could grow up strong and happy. They also wondered if they would be happier if they left Konoha to join Ruto. Sasuke scowled and emitted a jealous aura that poisoned the joy of others around him, which is probably why he was alone as he brooded over the love and affection that should have been his. Sakura watched Sasuke, and since Sasuke hated Ruto, so did she. Sazumi and Hinata looked with stars in their eyes like love-struck puppies, wondering why nobody in their village could measure up to Ruto. Hinata was upset because she had a wet dream that was ruined when she couldn't properly envision Ruto's face last night, which frustrated her greatly. Ruto and company, along with Kakashi and Kurenai, meandered back to the house late at night, drunk on the effects of sake, and saw Sasuke passed out in front of the Maki's tent. He looked meaningfully at Kakashi, who sighed and scooped Sasuke up before taking him inside. He apologized to the Kumo team before he joined the Konoha teams inside. That night, Rias decided to join the growing clusterfuck on the bed as she curled up behind Samui. Morning came again and Ruto was woken with a start as soft lips pressed against his. He didn't even open his eyes, he simply pulled whoever down and began kissing them passionately. When the woman passed out in his arms, he opened his eyes to see Tsunami passed out on his chest with a massive blush and smile on her face. Hikari giggled for nearly an hour after that one. Eventually, the group woke up, ate breakfast and then joined the rest of the town at the bridge. With everyone working together, it took 5 days to finish the remainder of the bridge. The day after the bridge completion party, Tsunami pulled Ruto aside while she was preparing breakfast again. The woman looked abashed as Ruto cradled her cheek in his hand and stroked softly with his thumb. The silent encouragement helped her work up the courage to make her request. Ruto, I don't know what the future is going to hold with me as the daimyo of Wave, but I thought about something a lot over the past week, and I wanted to make a request. Ruto simply smiled at her, passively telling her to continue. I want a baby, with you. I am not foolish enough to expect marriage, but I want Inari to be an older brother. I want another one. She put a soft finger over his lips before he could respond. I don't need an answer now or even this year. Unless I find another man to love, I want you. It is only right that the offspring of the hero of Wave should take over for me when the time comes. Think about it. For me. She smiled cutely before pulling him down and placing a soft kiss on his lips. He would have to talk to his mother and girls about this. The Kumo team was assembled in the town square in front of the whole of Wave Country's population. They were there to see them off after the Konoha team left the day prior. The crowd cheered wildly as Ruto summoned Virginia, who cocked her head at Ruto for the craziness of the crowd. He simply shrugged and mounted his squad as well as Rias onto the giant bird of prey. Shouts of hero echoed out of the land of waves that had a brand new attraction, the Bridge of Divine Bolts. The team returned to Kumo 2 days after they left Wave. Kushina wanted to stop by Uzushio and show it off to Rias. Naruto didn't even attempt to protest before he passed the order to Virginia. They spent a day on Uzu checking in on the farms, builders and the slowly growing citizenship. Rias decided that she wanted to go to Kumo for the time being and spend time with her Uzumaki family. The heroic group walked into Ai's office talking like the family they were. Kushina let Naruto take the lead and Naruto opened the report to Ai. Good afternoon, Igi-san. Team 12 reporting back in from successful A-ranked mission to Wave. We protected the family, turned Zabuza into a good guy and sent him back to Kiri, defeated Gato, stole what he stole, fed the people of Wave, restored their hope, finished their bridge, elected a new daimyo of Wave, who wants to have a kid with me, and found a lost Uzumaki. Yeah, I think that's it. The whole room seemed to freeze as Samui and Mabui's feminine fury converted directly into reducing the room's temperature. Naruto turned around and held his hands up defensively. Hey now, I didn't accept. She told me to think about it and I haven't really given it much thought, but I would never do anything without get approval from my girls. I promise, I love you both too much. The freezing pressure disappeared instantly and both girls blushed furiously. Kushina wore a highly amused smile on her face while Ria sat there confused. I looked simply stunned at the developments that occurred from a simple assassination mission. Oh yeah, Reikage-gi-san, we ran into two teams of Konoha ninjas led by Hatake Kakashi and Kurenai Yuhi. Let me tell you about our conversation. Flashback, the night before Konoha teams left. Kakashi and Kurenai snuck out of the house to speak with Kushina and Naruto. The group took a walk on the moonlit beach to enjoy the beauty of wave and get some toes in the sand. The conversation started lighthearted until Kurenai spoke up. Sensei, it is getting harder and harder to remain in Konoha. The men of the village see me as some conquest and have gone as far as invoking clan powers. Fugaku is very close to forcing me to marry since I am of birthing age according to him. I like my Jinan team. Kiba is rough around the edges and a damned pervert, but he is loyal. Shino is ever dependable, and I think I trust the kid, but it is hard to know with an Aburame. Hinata started nice, but since she is older than her twin sister, Hanabi, her father is going to use the Chunin exams as a test to see which one will become clan heir and which one will get the caged bird seal. Everyone stayed relaxed as Kurenai kept ranting. I feel something dark, something rotten in the village, and the feeling has only grown since Fugaku became Hokage. If we are going to pull off this great escape, I would like to know when so I could at least see the light at the end of the tunnel. Kushina pulled her previous student into a motherly hug as she rubbed her back. Kakashi and Naruto stopped, and each put a hand on her shoulder as a show of support. There, Nai-chan. I would never let any of those filthy men lay their hands on you. You want to know when? The finals of the Chunin exams. You want to know how? Orochimaru approached I for support on the invasion of Konoha. I said he would not take sides, but he was rooting for Orochimaru. I simply could never trust the snake. It seems like the snake has Tsunagakure on his side though. During this invasion, we will fake your deaths and get you out of that hellhole. Kurenai cried happy tears hearing that her suffering would soon be ending, so she firmed her resolve for this last bit, the last stretch. Kakashi looked up and locked eyes with Kushina. What do you need from us, Kasama? Kushina looked to Naruto before looking back at the two. For the last 9 years you guys have found people worth saving. I trust your discretion. You may use my name to recruit them, and you will make them 2 offers. They may either come to live in Kumo or they can choose to be part of the new Uzu. There is not much of a difference since new Uzu will be eternally allied to Kumo seeing as Naruto is in line to be the next Reikage. Kakashi and Kurenai's eyes widened at this, but they let Kushina continue. As for what needs to be done, Kakashi, have they found a way into the Namikaze or Uzumaki estates yet? No, Kasama. They have tried everything they can. On that note, you should be on high alert. They are actively looking for you, Miss Seal, Mistress of Kumo. Since the Uchihas saw you use that healing seal on Nai-chan, I will have to report it. I will play it off as a standard issue seal you guys have. Furthermore, if you guys are sending Naruto to the exams, expect an uphill battle. Fugaku does not believe in the concept of the will of fire, and he will play dirty every chance he gets. Noted, Kakashi-ni-san. They can bring it on, if your Jinan are any indication. Have fun getting the team as weight seals by the way. Oh, I add resistance seals and weight seals together. Been doing it since I was 8. Do you guys want to see something cool? They both nodded before their chins hit the sand. Naruto had undone his transformation and they were looking at his Hanyu form. Wah, what is that? Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Well, dear old dad made a deal with the Kyuubi that marked me as her future mate. I turned into a Hanyu, a sort of half-demon, even though the word demon doesn't really fit. When I earn my 3rd tail, I will become an eligible mate. She is absolutely beautiful, Kaka-ni. You are totally going to be jealous of me. Wow, Ruto, that is unreal. Well, needless to say, keep that under wraps in Konoha. That brings up a rumor that Shisui and Itachi have told us about. Evidently, Danzo and Fugaku are going after the biju. They won't try to get Kumo yet, but they have recruited some nasty S-ranked missing nins. Reportedly, Kisame Hoshigaki, Deidara the Mad Bomber, Hidan the Jashinist, Kakuza the Immortal and Sasori of the Red Sands have joined thus far. I believe they will begin moving on the biju soon. Don't know how, don't know why, but I do know that it is bad news. Hikari growled from deep in Naruto's mind. Kushina looked seriously pissed off and Naruto was scowling. Thanks for the heads up, Kaka-ni. S-ranked ninjas, huh? That's crazy. Kushina slapped Naruto on the shoulder. What am I, chopped liver? No, Kachan. You are awesome, I was just trying to measure how much stronger I need to get. I mean, they don't even know that I still have the Kyuubi. Flashback end. Those were the important parts, Raikage Gizen. I nodded along and couldn't help but shake his head. Naruto, could you ever make anything easy for your uncle I? Nope, not really. Not my fault you keep sending me into hellholes and I turn them into allies. You should be praising me for that. Everybody laughed before I dismissed them. He would get a full report from Kushina, and they had more than earned their break. He created 4 shadow clones and plowed into his paperwork with renewed vigor, hoping to finish early enough to visit the Maki compound that night. Chapter 9. Konoha Council Room, 3 days after Teams 7 and 8 left Wave. Fugaku really hated the headache that council meetings caused him. Unfortunately, this was a really important one and it had to do with Kiri, Wave, and Kumo. Fugaku called the chamber to order before asking Kakashi and Kurenai to recount the mission to Wave. The council interrupted multiple times and multiple times they were told to hold all questions to the end. It was as if they didn't know how to write questions down or something. Finally, Kakashi made it to the end of the story and the room was in an uproar. How dare the Jonin attack our Uchiha clan heir? If he comes for the Chunin exams, we should have him executed. Screamed out the Banshee's mother, Mibuki Haruno. Shikaku Nara, shut that down. Could you ever use your inside voice, Counselor Haruno? Do you always have to be so damn troublesome? Anyway, Kakashi-san, you said the Kumo Jonin were significantly stronger than our own? Could you evaluate them for us please? Kakashi was ready for this and prepared a milquetoast answer. Physically they dwarfed our Jonin. Probably 3 to 4 times stronger. I would put their skills at mid to high Chunin. They did confirm that there were educational reforms in Kumo, but they wouldn't divulge any more information than that. Well then why should we even let them take the Chunin exams in our village? Asked some nameless civilian. Hyashi Hyuga spoke. We have signed a non-aggression pact with Kumo. According to international law, we must allow them representatives. To turn them away would bring massive shame upon Konoha. Fugaku spoke. Hyashi-san is right. We cannot turn them away. We will try to get in their way a little bit, but there is really nothing that we can do without risking severe international scandal. Inoiki Yamanaka spoke. Do our kids stand a chance against them? Kakashi sighed, but Kurenai decided to take this question. If we devote the rest of the time before exams to training, there is a chance. The one that we must watch out for is Ruto. The Jonin that fought against Zabuza Momochi as an equal, somehow turned the tide of the Kiri civil war, took down Gato and bested Sasuke Uchiha with no hands? Yeah, I would say we need to watch out for him. How is he even a Jonin? Asked Kuza Akimichi while chuckling wryly. According to Ruto, who was pleasant to talk to by the way, a highly intelligent kid, the Raikage wants all of his Jonin to gain field experience under leadership of Jonin. The kid only graduated from Kumo's academy 3 months ago. As strong as the Jonin are, they are still Jonin, Kakashi said, easily downplaying Ruto's threat level. Danzo's scowl echoed across the council chamber. It is these divine bolts of Kumo that I am worried about. They are 6 apprentices under the strongest ninjas of Kumo and they will be coming here. What's worse is that they were in Kiri. Why does that make it worse, Danzo-sama? Asked Shikaku with analytical eyes. Because we were supporting the bloodline purges to weaken our enemies. If they have proof of that, or the new Mizukage knows about it, things will get bad for Konoha. Have they responded to any envoys or the invitation to the exams? No and yes, they requested time alone in peace to focus on rebuilding. Replied Fugaku. Danzo and the elders seemed pensive before Hiruzen spoke up. So, you are telling me that we were meddling in a foreign civil war, picked the wrong side, picked the side widely considered to be evil and then to top it all off, the current Mizukage may or may not have proof that we were supporting the toppled regime? Bravo Danzo, and you wondered why I limited your darker urges. There were a couple muffled snorts of laughter from the clan heads, specifically the Ino Shika Cho squad and Tsume. Danzo scowled deeply and the tension rebuilt in the council room. That is enough, Sarutobi-san. This is no longer your reign as Hokage. We are flexing our power throughout the elemental nations and will establish the Leaf as the #1 hidden village. Respectfully, Hokage, that had been our position since the creation of the village. I would like to point out that our civilian economy has dropped by nearly 2% annually, our border skirmishes are up 40% since you took over. Enough, bellowed Fugaku and Hiruzen stood up and walked out of the room. Fugaku fumed at the previous Hokage. Stupid weak-willed, one-armed fool. Fugaku raged in his mind. The rest of the council meeting devolved into chaos and nothing productive happened. Itachi watched the whole debacle from the shadowed corner of the room and knew that time was running out on the Konoha she once loved. Back in Kumo, 1 week after returning from Wave. Teams 12 and 13, better known as the Divine Bolts, reported into Ai's office early in the morning to see all of their masters waiting. The Bolt guards cleared the room at a simple twitch of the finger from the rakeage and Kushina set up a privacy seal. I started the meeting off. Okay everyone, I wanted to let you kids know how proud I am of you. Between the two squads, you have all set a new bar for elite Genin fresh out of the academy. A brief recap: you blew away academy standards, you stood above your peers and demonstrated the excellence expected of future leadership in Kumo. You fought against 2 unjust tyrants and liberated 2 lands, both of which will become valuable allies in the future. Team 13 recently completed a mission in the land of rice paddies and made such a good impression that the daimyo will be scoping us out at the upcoming Chunin exams. In short, we and the people of Kumo are proud of you. They all bowed to the rakeage and thanked him for investing so much into them. The senseis looked on proudly at their apprentices, but they knew the hard part was yet to come. I continued. In a little over 1 month's time, you will all be going to Konoha for the Chunin exams. To be straightforward, I believe each of you is ready for your Chunin promotions, but I need you all to show up Konoha in these exams and make a statement. Make no mistake, they will do everything they can to put extra obstacles in your way while clearing the way for their own Genin. Your status as Divine Bolts paints a sizable target on your backs, so you will watch each other's backs while in Konoha. In addition to the Chunin exams, your extra S-ranked mission is to infiltrate the Uzumaki and Namikaze compounds and recover all things of value and import. Naruto and Kushina were denied their proper inheritance by that corrupt village and we will get it back for them. The following is an A-ranked secret that you will not let leave this room. Orochimaru and the Sand will be launching a punitive invasion of Konoha during the finals. Your extra mission is to use the chaos of this time to infiltrate the Hokage vault located in the Hokage mansion. You will wear special uniforms that will erase your chakra signatures and they will not tie you to Kumo. If you are compromised during this part of the mission, a failsafe seal will activate and destroy your body. This is an S-ranked mission and I believe you will be able to handle it. Your senseis will accompany hinged shadow clones to the safety bunkers, except for Kushina who will be there to assist you with any advanced seals that get in your way. You have the next month mission free to train to your heart's content before you set out for Konoha. Naruto, you will be spending 5 days a week with me while the blood clone holds down the paperwork. Questions? No, good. Dismissed. The training throughout the month was even more intense than usual. Naruto spent most days with Ai working on enhancing his lightning armor. He could activate stages 1 and 2, but the final stage still eluded him. I told him that it is all about practice. Naruto started each day climbing Dead Man's Climb up and down twice with nearly 400 pounds in a rucksack, on top of his current weight and resistance seals. He worked with the Eagle clan during the evenings to master his wind nature chakra and was to the point where he could part the water in his pool with just 2 hands using wind or water chakra natures. He adapted the B-ranked jutsu Raiten, Thunderclap into the Storm Release variant, which was easily an A-ranked ranged jutsu. He was working 1 day a week with Daru to master the 2-element Storm Release, Laser Circus. Due to the destructive nature of these chakra exercises, Naruto had to use B's training ground. He would leave 200 clones there every morning and clones would perform the jutsu one at a time and provide real-time feedback to each other to improve the jutsu without wasting so much chakra. Naruto mastered his chakra reinforcement exercises and he was working on developing new control exercise to maintain his rate of improvement. There were 2 primary reinforcement jutsu that Naruto was working on, his storm chains and his lightning armor. Both exercises were so chakra intensive that he couldn't use shadow clones to speed up training on them. I monitored his use of the lightning armor while Kushina provided feedback on his storm chains. Naruto's kenjutsu style was wild. He worked on mastering the style he created with Kushina for his greatsword, dubbed Barbarian's Tide since incorporated elements of the Whirlpool two-handed style, but it focused more on raw strength than finesse, which suited the 6'2" Hanyu. His mother gave him a new katana from the Uzu Armory after she admonished him for giving an Uzumaki blade to a total stranger. She helped him master the unseen blade style with the katana, which focused on bursts of speed that led into a series of strikes. This style was unique because each sequence began and ended with unsheathing, striking and then sheathing the blade. It was an extremely unpredictable style that capitalized on Naruto's extreme speed. Naruto could easily switch between lightning, wind and water chakra channeling on his blades as well for added versatility. That's enough of the training talk, because our boy became a man during this 1-month training intermission. Internally, His bond with Hikari had deepened to the point that he spent every other night with her in the seal after their nightly kitsune training. Both were becoming attached, but they intended to honor the promise of waiting until Naruto got his third tail to enjoy their first time outside of the seal. Hikari maintained the mental link almost constantly to watch her mate at work, which got her all hot and bothered for when he came into the seal at night. Naruto told the magnanimous kitsune beauty that he loved her a week before he was supposed to leave for Konoha. The kitsune blushed furiously, waited for Naruto to fall asleep and then reciprocated his feelings in a whisper. Naruto took Mabui and Samui on several one-on-one and trio dates throughout the month in order to strengthen his bond with the two. The girls agreed to share equally in all things Naruto, and it led to a healthy balance between the trio. An added bonus was enhanced results for their training, as they were kunoichi rivals on the training grounds and practically sister wives in the home. The L word had been thrown around freely between the trio, which led to a date night when Mabui's parents were out of town. The trio went to a sushi dinner at an upscale restaurant before watching the newest Princess Gale movie. The dinner was filled with suggestive looks and light touches while they enjoyed the food. A little bit of sake helped to remove some inhibitions, and the lust grew heavier as they sat/cuddled/made out throughout the entire movie. They retired to Mabui's house and drank some sake while hanging out in the hot tub. A simple dare led to the two kunoichi making out in the hot tub before dragging Naruto into the bedroom. The girls took charge for the opening part of the sexual act until Naruto's Hanyu blood took over. The poor girls were left in crumpled heaps on the bed after a long night of lovemaking. Even though they were virgins, the Hanyu blood spurred Naruto into multiple rounds with each girl. The next day, every one of the divine bolts knew exactly what happened the previous night because Samui and Mabui limped their way to the medical clinic to receive some treatment for back and hip pain. Naruto would have carried them there, but he was already at his morning training with Ai by the time they woke up. The sessions became an almost nightly thing, which really got Hikari's demonic blood pumping. Every now and then, Hikari's moans would escape her control and flow through the mental link as the fiery kitsune relieved some of her pent-up frustrations by watching replays. Hikari became intensely more sexual and used innuendos far more frequently when talking to Naruto, which created a unique dynamic between Hanyu and Kitsune Demon. As the training time drew to a close, everyone's nerves stood on high alert. They all knew the importance and risks involved with their upcoming mission. The threat of a sudden death tends to cause people to open up about their feelings. This led to Atsui confessing to Tuya after asking Naruto and Kushina for permission. As a result, Atsui recently started dating Tuya. The fiery puns and innuendos flowed freely between members of the DBs, the shortened name the group came up with for the Divine Bolts. Tuya also let the group know that she walked in on Killer Bee and Anko, which had evidently been a thing for almost the past year. That explained why Bee stopped rapping in front of Anko. Okay, maybe it didn't, but everyone figured that Anko used a liberal number of snakes to threaten the habit out of Bee. Whatever works, the two lovers seemed to be very happy in each other's company. One unforeseen development was Ai confessing his love for Kushina. The two had worked very closely together over the past 9 years and they had become a dynamic duo for the sake of Kumo. Nobody could miss the longing glances that I cast at the sun-kissed blonde kunoichi, or the less frequent parting glances that Kushina gave him. Naruto eventually had enough of it and sat his mother down to talk one night after training. They were relaxing in their onsen while sipping on some sake to spend some quality mother-son bonding time in some place that wasn't the training grounds. The conversation proceeded per the usual status quo until Naruto chucked a wrench in the gears. "Kachan, I don't want to upset you, but could I ask you a personal question?" Kushina responded after sipping some sake. "Of course, Sochi, what is it? Do you love Uncle Ai?" Kushina spit out her current sip of sake before reacting in a clearly flustered manner. What makes you say that, SS Sochi?" Naruto pointed to his nose and then his eyes. "Look, Mom, I am all for it. I realize that it may not be my place, but Dad would want you to be happy. You have honored him, you have been a great mother to me, Tuya, Anko and more recently Rias. He wouldn't want you to be alone. I know it isn't quite the same thing, but I believe you can love more than one person at once. If you listen to your heart and find love in Ioji, then I believe Dad would be proud of you in the next life. Hikari-chan did promise to send us to the demonic realm where we could see Dad again, but I don't think he would hold it against you. I guess what I mean to say is that I want you to be happy, Mom. I love you so much that I want that for you." Kushina would remain quiet and reflective for the rest of the night, but that was the night that would lead to a long and happy relationship. With the idea firmly planted, Kushina would talk to Anko, Tuya and all of her most trusted friends to see what they thought about it. It led to a unanimous decision that eroded her will and in time would become something beautiful. After the month of training was up, All of Kumo gathered at the gates to bid farewell to their divine bolts and wish them luck in the Chunin exams. Massive cheers greeted the summoning of Virginia, which she grew to appreciate. The regal bird of prey strutted around outside the gates and would nestle into the open hands of children. As the DBs mounted Virginia with Daru and Sheena, a deafening roar of cheers chased Virginia as she took off. In a command tower of Omega Corps, Hattori Hanzo, better known by his moniker of Hanzo the Salamander, bid farewell to his granddaughter and her Jinan team. The civil war in Ame ended nearly 20 years ago when he worked with a faction called the Akatsuki to drive Danzo and his route out of Ame. He then worked to secure his nation's borders and bring prosperity to the people of Ame. He was getting old and had planned on handing off the title of Kage of Ame to the man who brought peace to Ame, Yahiko. Hanzo remembered rolling the dice with the Akatsuki faction and taking a leap of faith since both factions wanted to bring peace of Ame and ensure that their nation would no longer be the battlefield for the so-called great nations. It was a sentiment that Hanzo shared, and it was his greatest roll of the dice to bring the young trio into the fold and under his wing. He had taken them all on as apprentices after they confronted him, and it was then that he learned that they had been taught for 3 years by Jiraiya. Before the Jinan teams departed, Hanzo called Yahiko, Konan and Nagato to him. You three will lead the 3 most promising teams of Ame Jinan to the Chunin exams in Konoha. We are all aware that Konoha is stoking the flames of war, and I want you to send a clear message that this will not be tolerated. Ensure there is no foul play and have faith in the training we provided to our teams. There will be teams from Kumo, Sand, Taki, Kuza, Otto and Konoha there. I have heard great things about the Kumo team, and I would like you to attempt to start a positive relationship with them. Provide these instructions to your Jinan teams as well. I believe the time for Konoha to fall rapidly approaches, and it will be Kumo that assumes the leadership mantle. Do not tell your Jinan to pull punches but fight with honor and leave a good impression. Yahiko, my daughter is in your care, and I expect you to look out for her. No mere Jinan will best her, so be on guard for foul play. That is all, you are dismissed, and I will see you in the finals. The 3 shinobi bowed to their leader, knowing that he did not require a response to such simple instructions. They all locked eyes before gathering their teams and beginning the 3-day trek to Konoha. Konoha, 3 days before the start of the Chunin exams. Fugaku called his daughter and nephew Shisui to his desk to assign an important task to the pair. They knelt in front of him, 2 of the most powerful Uchiha and the 2 most powerful Konoha shinobi. Raise your heads, I have a task for you too. You are to shadow the Kumo teams and their Jonin sensei. I want detailed reports of their strengths, dispositions and potential weaknesses by the time the Chunin exams start. These divine bolts threaten Konoha's future supremacy, and I want to look for a way to effectively deal with them. At this point, see if they would be open to the idea of marriage contracts. It seemed like Sazumi was interested in the one named Ruto. I believe you need no further instruction. The 2 disappeared in various shunins and awaited the arrival of the Kumo teams at the front gates. Hawk, better known as Shisui, decided to keep the conversation lively with Itachi as they waited. You think he knows or suspects anything? My father was never good at containing his rage, so no. I will use this opportunity to ensure that my mother and sister can be saved. If we can find a way out, that would be good too. Itachi replied in a feminine monotone. Are you sure you just don't miss your Naruto-kun? Shisui was always good at pushing Itachi's buttons. Funny, Shisui, very funny. Although I will admit that Naruto would be preferable to that stick in the mud Hyuga that I am engaged to marry. Kami, I pray he doesn't make Chunin. Itachi replied. Weren't Hisashi and Neji offered refuge by Kumo? No, it was determined that they were too high risk. Hitomi and Hanabi did receive the offer though, and after Hitomi meets with Kushina I am sure she will join in the exodus. She was infuriated when the elders branded Hanabi. Hinata is up in the air. Itachi answered Shisui's 20 questions with a slow-growing hint of agitation. Who else? I tried talking to the Nara, but they are too lazy to commit since it all hasn't gone to shit yet. Any further conversation was halted by a massive bird that was landing 200 meters outside the front gates of Konoha. Everyone stopped at what they were doing and gawked at the foreign bird. They noticed 8 shinobi dressed in Kumo gear, all wearing face masks denoting them as divine bolts, approached the gates. Izumo and Kotetsu were known around Konoha by 2 titles, the Immortal Chunin or the Eternal Gate Guards. On most days, they bitch and moan about how boring their duty is while they take turns sleeping on duty. Today was not such a day. First they dealt with the Suna convoy that brought in 4 teams from Suna. The bloodthirsty redhead scared the sleepiness 2 chunins and scared them bad enough. Now, a massive bird that looks like it could pick up a small house in each talon lands in front of their gates and the Kumo shinobi showed up. Yeesh. For the flashy entrance, the Kumo contingent was fairly quiet as their Jonin sensei processed their entry into Konoha. The two gate guards notified them that the Hokage wished to speak with them. Daru took point with his mask on because he knew how tense Shina was to be back in Konoha. Even a mediocre sensor could detect the 10 Onbu guards that were tailing them as they walked to the Hokage tower. Shina kept glancing back at Ruto to make sure he was coping with being back in Konoha, and of course Mabui and Samui had the comforting task covered. Ruto was gritting his teeth under his mask as he took in the once familiar sights of Konoha. Sure, he was young when it all happened, but he had a great memory and he clearly remembered his treatment as a child. It was a lively city, and it was touted as the #1 village. Ruto admitted that it had a much more prevalent civilian presence, and it was lively enough. The Uchiha fans everywhere did rub him the wrong way though. His unease was nothing that repeatedly palming the hilt of his katana couldn't diffuse, and his girls really helped to calm him down too. Eventually, the long walk to the Hokage tower was completed and now he had to sit through a conversation with the Hokage. The group was allowed to enter the Hokage office shortly after their arrival and Daru once again took point. Greetings, Hokage Dono, thank you for inviting us into your beautiful city to partake in the Chunin exams. We thank you in advance for your hospitality. I am Daru, Jonin Sensei of Team 12 and this is Lady Shina, Jonin Sensei of Team 13. Fugaku looked over the group. Ah, I finally get to meet the divine bolts of Kumo. I have heard much about you. Tell me, would I be imposing too much to ask you to drop your masks? Daru was ready for this and responded coolly. As you said, we have garnered quite the name for ourselves. The masks are to protect our identities and we are under orders from the Raikage not to remove them in public. We do beg your pardon for this. Fugaku suppressed a snarl and kept his diplomacy face on. Very well, Daru-san, could you tell me if your Raikage would be open to further developing the relationship between our two villages? I have been given limited authority to discuss such things. We intended to maintain the non-aggression pact with Konoha. We have both appreciated the reduced friction on the border. I have been told that any and all treaty talks are welcome for discussion at the Chunin exam finals. Fugaku smiled, which sent a shudder down Shina's spine. Very good, very good. You are that confident that one of your Jinan will make it to the finals? Daru's posture indicated that he was smirking confidently. Only time will tell, Hokage Dono. Fugaku had to respect Kumo's game. A friendly and diplomatic envoy that truly played the game well. Indeed, Daru-san. Do indulge this old man's curiosity, but could you tell me what kind of summon transported you here? It was the Eagle Clan summons that Kumo recently acquired. That is it, Daru, keep it short, sweet and polite. Most interesting. I have never seen a bird of that nature. Okay, well you have been given 3 rooms at Konoha's prestigious Golden Leaf Hotel for the duration of your stay. In hopes of developing diplomatic ties, Konoha's council has footed the bill. Please enjoy your stay in Konoha and be sure to follow the rules laid out for you. The Chunin exams will commence at the academy 3 days from now. The Kumo contingent swallowed their pride and bowed to the Hokage. They left the tower without another word, or so the Onbu thought. Kushina had installed communication seals on the masks that allowed the DBs to communicate with one another. Man, that guy had such a massive stick shoved up his ass that I could see the fucking thing poking out from his shit-stained throat every time the motherfucker talked. Of course, it was Tuya that summarized the meeting with the Hokage. He certainly left me wanting in the communication department. Okay team, we are in mission mode. Remember not to give away any unnecessary information, always stick together and never wander far from public places. We are to remain on the down low for the first part of the exams, so Ruto, for the love of Kami, just don't. Kachan. What's that supposed to mean? Samui's giggles echoed through the masks. It means that trouble loves you, Ruto-kun. So, for now, do everything in your power to avoid finding trouble. Why does everybody pick on me? Ruto's fake dejected tone earned a round of laughter. Because you are you, shithead. That should be all the explanation you need. Amoe chimed in, she is right, Ruto-san. What other Jinan teams get dragged into a war and then immediately follow that up with freeing a nation from a tyrant? That is Ioji's fault. He sent me on those troublesome missions. Somewhere in Konoha, a pineapple-haired boy sneezed on his blonde friend, which earned him a bonk on the head that resulted in him lying on his back and looking at the clouds. The group made their way to the hotel and decided to pack it in for the night. A Fuinjutsu sweep of their hotel suite sent a high-frequency transmission through a total of 9 listening seals and caused 9 root shinobi to suddenly collapse while bleeding from their ears. Protection barriers, privacy barriers and many reinforcement seals were placed upon the hotel rooms. Konoha was not to be trusted, after all. Team 12 and Team 13 decided to bunk with their own teams while the Jonin sensei shared the room in between. Samui and Mabui instantly remodeled the room by pushing the separate queen beds together. Kushina set up a noise barrier around Amoi's bed to ensure that he got decent sleep, and then the whole Kumo contingent passed out after eating a pre-sealed dinner. The next day the Kumo contingent was guided to 2 joint training grounds that they could use for the duration of their stay in Konoha. Once again, Root and Onbu's efforts were foiled by privacy barrier seals that were keyed to only DB members' chakra signatures. Danzo was pulling his hair out at how hard it was to gather intelligence on the Kumo team, but they were entitled by international law to defend their training ground however they saw fit. The squads did a light workout followed by calisthenics and meditation before they walked into Konoha to find a good breakfast spot. The Kumo teams were walking through Konoha after breakfast, and they bumped into Konoha teams 8 and 10. Kiba opened up with a greeting that caused the 4 squads to stop and greet one another. "Hey! It's you guys. Hey, Ino, these are the guys I was telling you about in the wave mission." A pretty, but dainty, looking blonde cast a keen eye over the masked faces of the Kumo shinobi. "That's no fun. I wanted to see Mr. Tall, blonde and handsome's face. So, what's with the masks?" Ruto shrugged, his massive shoulder muscles rippled under his uniform and caused his slick to slide up just enough to give Ino a glimpse of his abdomen. "You get used to them. Plus, they are a great icebreaker. So, what is there to do around here?" Ino threw on her best flirt, which caused posturing from Mabui and Samui. "Oh, this and that. What do you say to joining us for an early lunch?" "Thank you for the offer, Ino-san, but we just ate. I suppose we will see you for the Chunin exams?" Ruto countered. Kiba puffed out his chest. "You bet you will. I have been grinding with Akamaru here and I think I could show you who the true alpha is now. Kiba-san, it is my duty to inform you as your teammate that should you encounter Ruto-san on the field of battle, your best course of action would be to flee. My Kikaiku are extremely wary of him, and pretty much everyone from Kumo." Shino's monotone nailed the delivery and made everyone laugh. The Hyuga girl with white eyes blushed, touched her pointer fingers together repeatedly and then stammered out. "IITW was PP pretty awesome W what you did for W wave." With an inaudible eep the girl receded into her jacket. Ino cocked an eyebrow at Hinata. "Damn, Hinata, it has been years since I heard you stutter like that. So, you like Ruto-kun as well?" The poor Hyuga girl forgot all of her rigorous past family training as her face invented new and more vibrant shades of red. Ruto decided to have mercy on the poor girl and simply said goodbye on behalf of the Kumo contingent. As they walked away, the Konoha teams resumed their conversation. "Troublesome, that big guy is a Jinan? Team, if we encounter him in any fight, we run. It would be far too troublesome to fight somebody like that." "Dude, don't be a pussy. Sure, he beat Sasuke with no hands, but we haven't been training hard for nothing." Kiba's loud voice managed to reach the receding Kumo teams and made them break out into fits of laughter. "Quiet down, dog breath. I don't know about fighting him, but I would love to see more of him. OMG, he was so hot." Ino squealed in a fangirl fashion. "Kami, you are such a troublesome woman, Ino." Meanwhile, the Kumo team was walking back to the Golden Leaf Hotel and laughing at the Jinan. Tuya and Atsui were going back and forth, throwing comical insults around about the Konoha Jinan and giving Ruto shit for being the one the girls always lock on to. Samui and Mabui both defended Ruto, saying that it wasn't his fault that Kami and Hikari gave him such a perfect body. Naruto then took a shot at Amoe, saying that it wouldn't be so bad if the other guys in the group pulled their own weight. Everyone was laughing in their masks, externally only a shaking of their shoulders was seen. That is when they noticed 3 teams from what must have been a Megacorps, since they were wearing thick rain ponchos and rebreather masks, which weren't really needed in Konoha. Nagato was checking his team into the Golden Leaf when he sensed immensely powerful chakra signatures approaching and he felt like he should recognize one of them. He turned around and locked onto the biggest man in the group. Hell, he was by far the biggest man in the room. Before Nagato could extend a proper greeting to Kumo squads, Amy Hattori, Hanzo's daughter, walked right up to the squads. Even though she was wearing a mask and rebreather that slightly distorted her voice, everyone could tell that she carried a potent femininity. "Hey there, I am Amy Hattori and my father told me that I should take some time to get to know you guys. He said that you have left quite the impression on the shinobi world already." Ruto waited for someone to speak, but all 5 of his friends simply looked at him to see how he would address the situation. He sighed internally and bitched to Hikari that it always had to be him. "Amy Hattori, daughter of the salamander, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Ruto Maki, these are Samui, Mabui, Atsui, Tuya, and Amoe. Ruto's gruff voice sent shivers down Amy's spine. Well, these 8 are all members of wandering clans that joined Ame. Hinji, Hachi, Grito, Marika, Toto, Sal, Quivi, and Sam. Would you guys like to join us for lunch? We actually just ate, but since you asked so nicely, how about we meet down here at 5 p.m. to go grab some dinner? Before that, Ruto-san, how about a trade? I take my mask off if you take yours. Haha, well Ms. Amy, my girlfriends don't seem to like that idea. Maybe if you can best me in the tuning exams though. Oh, aren't you a spoilsport? Well, challenge accepted, and we will see you at 5. After the quick back and forth, the Kumo teams made their way back to Team 12's room and sat inside to catch their breaths and remove their masks. Holy fucking shit, everyone is gunning for us. And those Kami damned Onbu won't leave us alone. Their chakra signatures are so fucking obvious that it gives me the chills. Tuya complained as she threw herself on the 3 beds. It is uncomfortable. If we make one mistake, then the Leaf will use it as an excuse to arrest us. If we get arrested, we will be tortured for information and Kumo will declare war on the Leaf. That will lead. 3 fists impacted the top of Amoe's head. He looked up to see Samui, Tuya and Mabui glaring at him. Sorry, I can't help it sometimes. Atsui sat down next to Amoe and threw an arm around his shoulder. It's alright, my fiery little brother. We still love you. Look guys, we knew we would be walking around with bullseyes on our backs. I am sorry that you are all wearing masks to help me cover up my identity, Naruto said sullenly. Samui and Mabui each took a hand apiece and pulled Naruto onto the bed. You are worth it, Naruto-kun. We all love you and would do anything for you. Yeah, my not so little shit-headed brother, what she said. Tuya's smirk covered her entire face. Thanks, Wani-chan. That means a lot coming from my foul-mouthed older sister who happens to be almost a whole foot shorter than me. Naruto countered sarcastically. Tuya balled her fist and shook it at Naruto. The group continued to enjoy the opportunity to let their guards down until it was almost time for dinner. They masked up, collected Kushina and Daru, then went to meet the Ame teams for dinner. When Nagato walked up, Shina recognized the Uzumaki part of his chakra signature almost immediately. She pulled him into a conference room for 10 minutes and came back out and nodded to Ruto and flashed him hand signs for 50. Seemed like the Uzumaki clan would bring Kumo another strong ally, which meant that Ruto really needed to play nice. Ruto noticed that the Ame senseis talked briefly. Ruto saw a widening of the blue-haired female's eyes and a big smile and a slap on the back from the orange-haired one. They walked their squads to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, and the group sat down at a big table in the back. Ruto noticed that something was wrong right away. The waiter was nervous, the restaurant staff were nervous, and too many Konoha shinobi walked in after them and sat down. In his mask, he warned his teammates and senseis. Shina then threw up a privacy barrier and instructed the Ame team not to eat or drink anything. Shina instructed Ruto to drink some of the water, and sure enough it was tainted with some form of slow-acting chakra-suppressing poison. Not enough to be detectable to most people, but enough that it would slow them down for the next week or so. Needless to say, the massive group stood up and left the restaurant without ordering any food. Naruto opened the communication seal in his mask and spoke out loud. Let the games begin. After the poisoning attempt, the Kumo group only ate food that they had prepared. Mabui set up an instant transmission seal in their room and sent a letter to Ai requesting that he should send some more food along. The instant transmission was Mabui's Fuinjutsu idea for sending items over long distances. She did the theory work, and then Naruto and Kushina helped her round out the Fuinjutsu, which became an invaluable asset to Kumo. It allowed for instant transmission between a sending and receiving seal array. Naturally, the receiving seal array was managed by Karua since she was Ai's secretary. When I received the message in his office, he broke his desk and punched out the wall that overlooked Kumo. Karua sighed as she sent a request for urgent repairs, again, to the maintenance crew. The group waited for Ai's reply, joking about how Karua was probably nagging him for breaking his desk again. After 10 minutes, a sealing scroll and a letter materialized on the receiving seal. Naruto opened the letter and read it to his friends. He tossed the sealing scroll onto the table, knowing that it probably contained food and water. Bolts. Gloves off, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Stick it to Konoha and send a message that we will not roll over. I will handle any fallout. If you get the opportunity to, kill Konoha teams quietly. If in sanctioned fight, cripple or kill, whichever hurts Konoha more. It is good to hear about the Ame team with the Uzumaki. Try to make friends with Hanzo's daughter. Say hi to Sheena for me. I. The 6 teenagers lay down next to each other on the 3 bedspread and looked up at the ceiling. Anyone that doesn't want to kill, I understand. This is my grudge, not yours. Naruto's voice sounded way softer than normal. Samui and Mabui snuggled up to him to provide reassurance. Atsui thrust a fire-covered fist into the air. Ruto, you are my brother in all but blood, and it is only a matter of time until you're officially family. He paused here to let his perverted tone agitate his sister. We are with you to the end, brother. You may not be dating my sister, although if I had one, I am sure you would be, but I feel the same as Atsui. Amoi's ribbing drew giggles from the others. You know where I stand, shithead. Thanks guys, you are all family to me, Naruto concluded. The group passed out on the bed. When Kushina came in to say lights out, she smiled and resealed the door. Let the kids be kids for a while. The next day they chose to go straight to their training grounds, do more light workouts, stretching and team formation drills, and they retired to their rooms. They didn't feel like dealing with their Konoha watchers or the troublesome Jinan teams running around the village. They went to bed early after packing up their sealing scrolls in preparation for the exams. That night, Fugaku called Shisui and Itachi to report in. The two appeared kneeling in front of him and Itachi began her report. Kumo teams have remained locked down tight after the incident at the Akimichi restaurant. The big one, Ruto I believe, drank a single sip of the chakra dampening water before the entire group, and the Ame teams, left the restaurant without ordering. They do about 4 hours of morning workouts before spending their remaining time in their rooms. The rooms are sealed up tight with multiple layers of protective seals. They destroyed the bugs on the first night and sent the root shinobi listening into the hospital. All indications point to a high level of proficiency with sealing. The teams never talk to each other in public. Aburame bugs are killed before they can report in, and all attempts to gather further information have been foiled. They are highly trained and extremely dangerous. Ruto is clearly the leader of both teams. I would safely surmise that he is the alpha of the younger generation in Kumo. My Sharingan showed that their uniforms are covered in some sort of chakra suppression seal, which makes it impossible to detect and lock onto his chakra signature. The hair is the only real distinguishing feature aside from his size, which the Jonin sensei and the one named Tuya share. According to their IDs, they belong to the Maki clan. There is no further information at this time. Fugaku sighed loudly, frustrated by the complete lack of information. They knew about the attempts to weaken them and spy on them, but the senseis haven't filed a complaint, so that says they came ready to deal with the adversity. Do you think direct interference during the second exam would be successful? Fugaku asked with a straight face. Shisui shook his head in the negative. I believe it would have an extremely high chance of backfiring. We have not seen what they are capable of, and if you send assassin teams in, I will find out. I believe the best course of action to be accepting them. Play nice with Kumo, who is rising on the world stage. Secure a new ally rather than provoke them further into becoming an enemy. I agree with Shisui, father. They can detect us when we are following them. They use chakra pulses in regular intervals, and I have not found a way to hide from them. Fugaku slammed a hand on his desk. This is our opportunity to demonstrate the might of Konoha, and you two are telling me that I should accept Kumo upstaging us? The two bowed before Itachi spoke up. Father, I simply believe that the risks do not justify the potential gain. We will likely have a preliminary round. We can find unfavorable matchups or other ways to reduce their chances of making it to the finals. I believe if we try underhanded tactics, they are ready to counter them and turn them against us. Leave me. Return to your posts, Fugaku shouted, and the two disappeared from the room. Danzo appeared out of the shadows in the corner of the room. I reluctantly agree with them. My operatives have come to the same conclusion. I suggest we attempt seduction rather than antagonization. We need to get our hands on their training methods and access to their seals. A marriage treaty would help us secure that. It must be the Maki clan that is the might of Kumo. So, couldn't we kidnap the Maki heir and demand those things in order for his safe return? Danzo scoffed. Fugaku, those are not your typical Jinan. They confidently marched into enemy territory, and they were ready for our games. The chakra suppression seals have stopped our best sensor shinobi from gathering more information. I wouldn't be surprised if they are each high tuning to Jonin level. I will say it again, I agree with Itachi's recommendation. Rather than antagonizing them further and risking international backlash, find a way to take advantage of their strength. Very well, your counsel is well received, Danzo. We will monitor them throughout the exams and find a way to one of the three Makis. Now, what about Suna's Jinchuriki being here? The plans to capture him upon his return to Suna are in place. I have squads that will ambush him in the land of rivers, and they will support Deidara. We will have the first biju after the Chunin exams. That is all well and good, Danzo, but why did Suna send their bloodthirsty Jinchuriki to my Chunin Xmas? To make a statement to their daimyo. We have successfully stolen over half of the missions that would typically go to Suna. They are weak right now and want to use the boy to look strong. Very well. He is to remain on watch for the duration of his stay. That boy's chakra is foul, and he is tainted by his biju, Fugaku said sternly. As you wish, Fugaku. It will be done. Chapter 10. Chunin exams start. The morning of the Chunin exams, all of the divine bolts wore serious looks on their faces as they geared up after their morning stretches. The room was silent aside from the shuffling of gear and metallic clicking of weapons being sealed up. Once everyone was ready, they stood in front of Daru and Kushina for inspection. The two Jonin ninjas walked through and double-checked equipment loads, pulling on straps and scroll pouches to make sure they were properly secured. Then, Kushina addressed them. Okay guys, this is it. This is what we pushed you so hard in your training for. For any combat phase, you will fight without your seals active. Naruto, Sochi, you may keep a couple active to prevent displaying too much. Raikage-sama ordered you to display the minimal amount of skill necessary to win. Unless it is a life or death situation, you are not to use your lightning armor, storm chains or storm release. Everyone else, when you are being watched, try to do the same. Do not lose because you are holding back, but do not be show-offs. This is a mission, and it starts now. Mask up. The Genin secured their face masks and tested the communication seals. Once everything checked out, Ruto nodded to Shina. The deadly and intimidating teams of Genin moved out for the academy. They exited the hotel at 1030 and the exams didn't start until noon. They moved as a single unit toward the academy and drew many stares as they walked through the streets. Many civilians pointed at Ruto, saying that there was no way he was a Genin child. To be fair to them, the average fully grown male was slightly taller than 5 feet 7 inches, which Naruto dwarfed by 7 or 8 inches. Shina and Daru left the teams in twin sunshines at the academy gates. Ruto looked at the academy building and the various Genin teams milling about and promptly ignored them. The six walked up the stairs, straight past a miserably easy genjutsu and into the exam room, room 301. They were among the first people to show up, except for a Suna team that was leaning against the far wall. Ruto nodded to the admittedly pretty blonde San Kunoichi before his team took seats in the back of the room. Naruto-kun, that red-headed child holds Shukaku, the one-tailed tanuki. That sand rat was always a bit crazy, but I get the feeling that the seal has either fallen apart or it was poorly made to begin with, Hikari said with a warning tone through the mental link. Thanks for letting me know, Hikari-chan. I was wondering what was up with so much passive bloodlust. Should I say something? Well, the kid hasn't stopped staring at you since you walked in, so might as well see what my crazy little biju brother is up to. Ruto let his team know about Hikari's update before the six of them walked over to the sand team. Gaara's eyes remained fixed on Ruto, but Ruto shook off the glare and focused on Tamari. Hey, Kunoichi-chan, can you tell the little tanuki to reel in the bloodlust? We haven't done anything to offend him, as far as we know. Ruto used a flirtatious tone in his voice. Tamari's eyes widened and obscured the blush that dusted her cheeks. How did you know? Kumo is very familiar with biju and their hosts. Now, Ichibi Jinchuriki, I recommend you stop glaring at me because I have come in peace with an offer for you. Mother wants your blood, but I will hear your offer. Gaara's tone was dead and menacing. How would you like to get some sleep? Based on those rings around your eyes, I am willing to bet that Shukaku keeps you up at night. Ruto held up a hand to halt their responses. I am offering to alter your seal and separate you from Shukaku's direct influence. All I want in return is good relations with Suna, not even an official treaty. Gaara's eyes widened and there was a momentary lull in Gaara's bloodlust. You could let me sleep? Ruto nodded. In return, I don't kill you or Kumo Shinobi? That will be a start. I don't need an answer now, just think about it. I will approach you again later in the exams. Tamari-chan and Kankuro-san, it was an honor to meet the Kazekage's children. Good luck. Ruto turned on his heel and led his group back to their seats. The internal conversation was hilarious as they poked fun at the looks of the Suna team's faces. It became even funnier as Ruto and Atsui provided a play-by-play of each Genin team that walked in. Atsui bet Ruto that he couldn't make a Genin team fall when they walked through the door and Ruto gleefully accepted the challenge. That was when Team 7 walked into the room. Sazumi was extremely agitated after her brother's display. First, He informs weakling Jinan teams that there was a genjutsu. Then, he gets his ass handed to him by a kid with a bowl cut and caterpillar eyebrows, and now he was sulking. Then she had to deal with her perverted sensei and Sakura's shrill voice. She just wanted to sit down. She pushed open the door to room 301 and tripped over her feet as a massive amount of killing intent caught her off guard and forced her, Sasuke and Sakura, to their knees. Then, Sakura passed out and pissed her pants. Every Jinan team looked at them and laughed, and Sazumi just wanted to disappear. The key lit up and the giant-looking Ruto offered her a hand up, which she accepted. Thank you, Ruto-san. It has been a while, how have you been? Her tone was soft and fragile after experiencing that level of ki for the second time. The first time was against Zabuza. Very well, Sazumi-san, thanks for asking. He looked at the down forms of Sasuke and Sakura. Did she bring a change of clothes? She is going to need it. Sazumi buried her face in her hands in embarrassment. I doubt it, Ruto-san. I doubt it. Ruto walked away with his back shaking. The inside comms on the mask were completely filled with laughter. What a fucking joke. If that banshee cunt is a kunoichi, then I am a fucking fairy unicorn. Tuya-chan, why has your cussing habit gotten worse over time instead of better? Mabui asked. Oh, eat my ass, Mabui. Who knows, it might taste better than shitheads. That's enough, Tuya. Don't cross that line again. Ruto's stern tone halted the snickering. Tuya's head dipped slightly before she apologized to Mabui. The group then heard the shrill squeal of Ino as she attempted to glom onto Sasuke's back. This started a fight between the pissy Pinky and Blondie until the dog boy came in and pointed at Sakura's crotch while laughing. The Pinky blushed before becoming enraged, and she chased the laughing Kiba around the room. As a whole, the Jinan of Konoha were complete and unprofessional amateurs. Then something interesting happened after a silver-haired boy approached the group. He bragged about having information on every Jinan in the exams, and that is when Ruto heard his name. I want information on Rock Lee, Gaara of the Sand, and Ruto from Kumo, Sasuke said in a demanding tone. For some reason, the Kabuto guy smiled and began to cough up information on Rock Lee and Gaara. This set flags off in his mind, but Amoe beat him to it when he said spy through the comms channel. He decided that he would like to see what kind of information they were able to get out of Kumo, since he already had a massive target on his back. Eventually, it was his turn. Finally, we have Ruto Maki. Youngest known son of the Maki clan. He is Jonin level in Kenjutsu, Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, Fuinjutsu, and no information on Genjutsu. He is named one of the 6 divine bolts of Kumo. Rumors say his team helped to end the civil war in Kiri and the liberated wave. Those are the only 2 missions I am aware of. At that moment, a massive hand snatched the card out of Kabuto's hand, which greatly surprised him because he didn't sense Ruto coming at all. Ruto held Kabuto's shoulder firmly and leaned into his ear. So, you listened to some rumors. Tell me, Kabuto, who told you that I have Jonin level Kenjutsu, Taijutsu, and Ninjutsu? You see, I was going to let your little show play out, but you have piqued my interest. You want to know what I think, little snake spy, is that if you are going to share my secrets, then I will share yours. Kabuto held his hands up in a disarming gesture. He was panicking and hoping that nobody heard what Ruto said. I didn't mean to offend, Ruto-san. There is no need for threats. Ruto snatched the card and used wind chakra to slice the card up into 100 pieces and then dumped said pieces in Kabuto's hand before patting him on the shoulder. I am glad we came to a mutual understanding. Sasuke screamed. What? The almighty Ruto doesn't want people knowing that he is a fake. What right do you have to deny an Uchiha in our home village? Ruto looked over his shoulder as he walked back to his seat. Shut your mouth, pretty boy. Or should I share the story of our so-called spar with the class? Sasuke shut up, but Sakura didn't. Don't you dare talk to Sasuke-kun like that. He is a noble and your peasant mother. Sakura fell to her knees again and nearly passed out again due to the ki being directed at her from the whole Kumo contingent. The whole room froze and waited for Ruto's response. It didn't take long. The overwhelming killing intent was emphasized by the growl barely hidden under Ruto's tone. Look here, pissy Pinky, say anything about my mother again and I will end your miserable life without a second thought. Multiple puffs of smoke at the front of the classroom drew everyone's attention of a blond man with scars poking out from under his hishiate. Enough of that, maggots. Any non-sanctioned combat will result in expulsion from the exams. Now take your seats. A burst of ki had Jinan scurrying around to find their proper seats. Here are the rules for this exam. You are not allowed to ask me questions. 10 questions apiece, you lose 1 point for each question you miss. If you are caught cheating, you lose 2 points. Any team with a team member that scores 0 will be disqualified. Any team that scores below 6 points total will be disqualified. Are there any questions? Ibiki pointed to an older Jinan with brown hair and cut his question off midway through. You and your team is disqualified. Leave my room this instant. For the rest of you, your time starts now. Ruto and his team breezed through the questions thanks in large part to Mabui. They were able to converse freely in their masks and every Kumo Jinan was finished within the first 10 minutes. Ruto leaned back and kicked his feet up on the desk with his hands resting behind his head. The female population of the room was having a hard time focusing on anything other than his biceps, since Ruto decided to wear a short-sleeve combat shirt under his black slick vest. His pheromones in a sealed room were really starting to have an effect on the female population of the room as Ruto noticed beads of sweat, shuffling, legs squeezing tight together, gasping breaths and other signs of female stimulation. Ibiki was getting immensely frustrated by the Kumo team. Most of them were napping and the Ruto kid had everyone looking at him. Even some of his female chunin were caught ogling the male Jinan. Furthermore, he couldn't determine how the masked Jinan cheated, not even a single hint. He decided to knock the kid down a peg in order to intimidate the class. He walked over to Ruto and slapped one of his boots hard to wake him up. Can I help you, Ibiki-san? He asked calmly. Ibiki scowled and picked up the test. All 9 questions answered perfectly with no calculations or anything to be seen. He slapped the paper down on Ruto's desk and growled. No sleeping in my classroom, brat. Oh, but Ibiki-san, I wasn't sleeping. I was meditating and watching these wannabe shinobi cheat. I mean, mirrors on the ceiling, communicating with pet familiars, dujutsu active without a genjutsu shield and a sand eye? Oh, okay, that one is kinda cool. Ibiki glanced around and noticed all the cheating methods mentioned and stomped back up to the front of the room. That infuriating brat ruined the atmosphere he worked hard to create. Hikari chuckled merrily through the mental link. Well, don't you make fast friends? May, no biggie. He is just mad I am ruining his mental games. Hikari sent a devious smirk through the mental link. Well, why don't we play our own games? Ruto remained in a reclined position with his feet kicked up as the room filled with puffs of smoke. When the smoke cleared, there were hundreds of copies of the Chunin proctors, each one holding a test sheet in their hands. Then another puff of smoke showed 40 copies of Viki Morino screaming at the clone proctors, who proceeded to freak out and throw the test sheets in the air. Before Ibiki could even react, all clones dispelled, leaving a gobsmacked classroom. Ibiki scowled and began shouting orders to the exam proctors, who collected all of the papers and put them back on the assigned desks. Ibiki scowled as he imagined the smirk under Ruto's mask as he somehow knew the Jinan was laughing at him. The rest of the test went without incident, except for the fact that nearly 50 teams remained. Ibiki got ready for his final push. Okay, it is time for the 10th question. Choose not to answer it and your team gets to leave with no further repercussions. Answer it and guess wrong and you and your team will be barred from taking the Chunin exams ever again. Doomed to wander the elemental nation stuck as a Jinan. You have 5 minutes to decide if you want to take the question. Shouts of outrage lanced throughout the room while the Kumo Jinan begged Ruto not to draw any more attention. So, Ruto remained relaxed with his feet kicked up on his desk. A couple Jinan teams chose to leave the room voluntarily and Ibiki's last push was moderately successful. Unfortunately, he had 4 times more teams than usual that would proceed to the second phase. This left Ibiki feeling completely defeated as the proctor for the second phase walked in. An Anbu with beautiful purple hair walked into the exam room and froze before she turned to look at Ibiki. She saw how dejected he looked and decided not to kick a dead horse. She turned to address the Jinan. Alright, I am Yuzuki Yugao and I will be your proctor for the second phase of the Chunin exams. You have 1 hour to prepare for a 5-day camping trip inside Training Ground 44, lovingly referred to by Konoha residents as the Forest of Death. Anybody who is late will be disqualified. The noise of clattering chairs and scuffling feet filled the room until the 6 DBs remained in the room. Before Yugao or Ibiki could say anything to them, they disappeared in various forms of the sunshine. Watch out for that team, Yugao. That Ruto brat is good. He completely ruined my mind game and I have no idea how. Ibiki's voice sounded hollow, completely lacking the menace associated with the #1 interrogator of Konoha. Shake it off, Ibiki. You shouldn't have tried to target the kid. I am sure you understand now how strong he is. Yeah, go have your fun in the forest. Ibiki shooed her off before resting his aching head on his desk. The 1-hour time limit was up and Jinan teams were talking amongst themselves in front of a stage set up at the entrance to the training grounds. Behind the stage, a measly chain-linked fence acted as a barrier between the dense, dangerous forest and the rest of Konoha. Yugao took the stage accompanied by some Chunin proctors. Okay, for those of you that made it here on time. We will be having a scroll battle in the forest for the next 5 days. Your team will turn in these waivers in exchange for one of 2 scrolls. The waivers clear us of any liability in the likely event of your deaths. 1 Heaven Scroll and 1 Earth Scroll will be required to grant you entry into the tower. If you open the scrolls prematurely, you are disqualified. If a teammate dies before you make it to the tower, your team is disqualified. If you do not make it to the tower before 8 AM on the 5th day, you are disqualified. If you leave the Forest of Death for any reason, you are disqualified. Any questions? A plump boy in a red battle outfit with the kanji for food raised his hand. Proctor-san, what will we do for food? Yugao grunted. Scavenge or hunt. Figure it out. You are supposed to be a shinobi. Okay, fill out your waivers and turn them in at the tent over there for your gate assignment, she said dismissively. Ruto and the team were scanning the Jinan participants and getting a feel for which teams they would attack. Ruto had the idea to use his sonar abilities to pick out teams and reduce the competition, specifically the leaf competition. His mother had given him a couple people that she wanted spared, but the rest were fair game. As he was scanning the crowd, he noticed Amy wave to him, and he returned the gesture with a nod. She was interesting to Ruto. He wouldn't go out of his way to flirt or anything, but if Hikari, Samui and Mabui were okay with it, then he wouldn't offer much resistance to the idea. Hey, it's not his fault that his mother is placing the responsibility of restoring his clan on him. Eventually, his team turned in their waivers and noticed that their gate position was on the far side of the forest compared to Team 13's. That cued Ruto in that this was planned, and he gave extra orders before Team 13 took off. Alright guys, they are either splitting us up or it is a coincidence, but I don't believe in coincidences, especially when Konoha is involved. Team 13, you will meet up with us at this point, designated A1, no later than sundown. You will each take a transformed shadow clone in case something goes wrong. No, Tuya, I am not saying you aren't strong enough, it is just a precaution. I will ping my chakra 3 times before we enter the campsite. Any questions? Tuya's voice came through the receiving seals near his ears. Are you sure we can't kill the emo prince? Not even a little bit? Mabui answered. Lady Shina wants us to spare him for the sake of her old friend. Rough him up, but no killing or maiming. Alright, seals down everybody. Any rude or Anbu presence and you go all out to break contact and regroup with us. I love you all, be safe. Ruto's genuine tone earned smiles from all of his friends. Atsui initially found it awkward when Naruto told him he loved him, but it didn't take long for the blonde to add that it was brotherly love. The group split off to Gate 12 and Gate 42. The Forest of Death was a 100 square kilometer forest that had 44 gates that provided entry. According to Anko, Ruto's group got one of the hardest gates to enter through. They would likely be dealing with some of the more dangerous denizens of the forest, so Ruto carried his greatsword in his right hand. He glowed blue as he released his seals and shook out his limbs. The Chunin proctor by their gate eyed their group with a little more interest than was appropriate, so Ruto cocked his head at the man. Proctor-san, if you keep looking at my teammates like that, I will use this sword here to put an end to your lechery. The Chunin looked nervous at the threat and the key that this supposed Jinan was hitting him with. He felt the difference after the kid's seals were released and knew that the forest would never be enough to deal with this team. Why yes, KKK Kumo-san. 5 minutes later a horn sounded and the Chunin proctor opened the gates. The team walked through the entrance and out of sight of the proctor before Ruto conducted 3 full-powered pings. To the sensor shinobi stationed nearby, they all instantly got headaches. To the Root Hyuga branch members, they were temporarily blinded. Their orders were to observe, but they were in so much pain that even their emotional control failed them. Ruto sensed them and immediately dashed to confront them while leaving a clone with his team. Ruto scowled and let the sound escape his mask. It was a deep, terrifying and menacing sound. Root-san, according to international law, interference during the Chunin exams is considered an act of war. So, I will ask this to you once. Do you want war? Ruto escalated his ki and gripped his greatsword menacingly. The Root captain responded. No, Ruto-san. I assure you we were only here to spectate. Oh, okay, my bad then, because it is almost like you just admitted to spying on Jinan of a foreign village, which is interfering in the fucking exam. You have 30 seconds to clear this fucking forest before I take it as an act of war. I can sense all fucking 12 of you, so I suggest you get a move on. The Root shinobi made a hand signal and there were multiple blurs heading for the forest edge. Ruto took 2 minutes to scribble a note to his mother before summoning a smaller eagle and giving the scroll to it. The eagle accepted a piece of jerky and took off to complete its task. Ruto pinged his chakra several times again and knew that at least this part of the forest was clear. He shunshin back down to his team and explained what just happened. Not cool, this village has no sense of honor. Samui's cool voice made Ruto smile. Not surprising considering the leadership. The best thing your mother ever did was removing you from this taint. Mabui added to the charges. Thanks girls, weapons out. My ping seemed to have pissed off some of the 8-legged freaks that Anko told us about. The squad drew their weapons and looked up into the trees to see nearly 50 spiders that were the size of large dogs. They had furry legs and two elongated pincers that were dripping with a greenish-purple venom. Ruto created 20 shadow clones and the bloodbath began. Unfortunately, the blood was the same greenish-purple color of the spiders as venom, and it smelled rancid. After the initial fighting ceased, Ruto darted off toward their rendezvous point with Samui and Mabui on his heels. The clones in diamond formation protected their flanks as they moved. They were forced to deal with another 100 spiders by the time they were out of the spider's domain. Ruto directed the team to a stream to get the spider blood and guts off of their super cool, very nice and new uniforms. The group sustained minimal injuries, but it was a very unpleasant 30 minutes in the forest of death thus far. After using wind jutsu to dry everyone off, Ruto ran to the top of the tallest tree. Samui and Mabui continued to clean off their swords and uniforms as they felt each chakra ping wash over them. It was a truly reassuring feeling to them. A minute later, Ruto dropped to the forest floor and created 30 clones. 2/3 of the clones used transformations to turn into replicas of Samui and Mabui. Ruto pulled out his map and assigned target areas for each clone squad to patrol and conducted ambushes. They were him, so they didn't need to be told which Jinan were protected. The clone squads were to remain active until morning and bring any scrolls collected to the rendezvous point. He then pointed to an area and spoke. Okay, the closest team to us is right here. Don't know who it is, but they shouldn't be much of a problem. We will eliminate them and take their scroll. Love you both. He blew air kisses to each of them before rolling up the map and moving out. The group darted through the trees in blurs of motion. Once they were in the target area, Ruto conducted some weaker pulses to locate the team. There was a Konoha team with Snake Boy talking to a team from Otto. Oh, happy days. Okay, ladies. There is Snake Boy, and I don't really like him. I don't care if he is Orochimaru's subordinate. I will take the Leaf team and you two will take the Otto team. Sound good? You got it, Bo. How will we open up? Samui asked. Mabui answered that excitedly. I want to use the flash tags I made. I cranked up the potency and I want to see how well they work. Ruto chuckled at that. Mabui had a genuine interest in Fuinjutsu, even if she didn't learn as quickly as Ruto did. Very well. Once I get to the far side of the clearing, let them loose. Detonate them high up to cover the most area. Kabuto was meeting with the Otto team to give them their orders. Lord Orochimaru wanted them to test Sasuke and Sazumi. Lord Orochimaru planned on marking them both with the cursed seal of heaven. His main target was Sok, but he wanted Sazumi as a backup. Kabuto had felt the chakra pulses, but he assumed they belonged to some amateur censor, and he was confident in his ability to take on any Jinan in this exam. He was at Jonin level after all. Everything was going well, and the Otto team was ready to move out when the group heard a couple kunai sailing overhead. As they looked up, their whole words turned white. Kabuto focused on healing the damage to his eyes, but he heard the surprised screams of his teammates and the Otto squad. He felt the chakra surges that surrounded him and listened as steel met flesh and blood. It only took him 10 seconds to heal the damage to his eyes, but his whole plan had collapsed in that time. When Kabuto opened his eyes, it took his brain a second to process what he was seeing. The Kumo team was in front of him, his two Konoha teammates were bisected and the big guy, Ruto, was holding his greatsword in one hand while it glowed with lightning chakra. Behind him, Dosu was decapitated and both of Zaku's arms were cut off and a lightning-covered katana was protruding from his back. Kin had crumpled to the ground, frozen in fear. Kabuto tried to shake of the unfamiliar feeling of fear that was welling up inside him and he forcibly calmed his voice before he spoke. Can I help you, Ruto-san? Just wondering if I am dealing with a Konoha shinobi or a spy for Orochimaru. Depending on your answer, I may let you live. A smile appeared on Kabuto's face. Well, aren't you perceptive? Yes, I serve Lord Orochimaru as his second in command. Okay then, Kabuto-san, we will let you live if you tell us what you know of the snake's intentions for Kumo. We have had to deal with a number of incursions from him over the past couple years. Kabuto thought about it for the moment. He wasn't confident in his chances of taking on these three, not anymore. The same as everywhere else, he wants to understand what has led to Kumo's rapid rise in power. He is interested in the Fuinjutsu and training programs mostly. You will deliver a message to the snake for me. Kumo is off limits henceforth. We will not get in your way for the invasion, but we will not help. Out of curiosity, why did you tell that team to attack Team 7? Kabuto was cautious in his answer. Lord Orochimaru is interested in the Sharingan, and he wanted to test Team 7. Ruto thought about that for a bit. Okay, final message, and I do hope you make it in time. Sazumi Uchiha is off limits. If he does not honor that, Lady Shina will get involved. Do warn the snake, Kabuto-san. My mother is a truly terrifying woman when she is wronged. Oh, and leave us your scroll, pretty please? Kabuto stored that bit of information for consideration at a later date. He dropped the scroll and left. He didn't need to be told twice. He needed to find Lord Orochimaru and inform him of these developments. Kabuto shuddered ferociously as he remembered the feeling of the blonde's chakra, the strength of his tone, and the feeling of true fear unlike any he had ever felt. He was elite Jonin level, and he folded like a leaf to a fresh Jinan. What's worse, is he knew that it was the right decision to make. Back with Team 12, Samui and Mabui were standing over a bound Kunoichi. The Kunoichi had broken out of her shock once her vision came back, but panic set in when she realized she was bound with no hope of escape. The aura she felt earlier was gone, and now 3 of the ninjas she was told to steer clear of were looking down on her while having a silent conversation about her fate. After a minute, Mabui knelt down in front of her to begin questioning her. Okay sweetie, here is how this is going to go. I am going to ask a question and you are going to answer it honestly. This here is a lie detection seal. If you lie it will glow red and we kill you. First question, what connection do you have to Orochimaru? He is the cage of Ootogakure. We were sent on a mission to compete in the Chunin exams, and we were supposed to kill Sasuke and Sazumi Uchiha. Okay. Next, where is Ootogakure? The land of rice paddies. It is an underground village. Why are you giving us this information? Because I hate it in Oto, and I hate Orochimaru. Why? Because that man took me from my village after his goons raided it. Now to mention, women are treated like absolute dirt in Oto. It is a miracle that I haven't been raped yet, and that was only because of one friend I had there. The village's ranks are full of missing nin, and they are not the best people to hang around. What will you do if we let you go? Kin's head sunk and her chin met her chest. I don't know. Mabui stood up and another silent conversation began. Mabui led it. Ruto, I don't have the heart to kill this girl. We are not cold-blooded killers, and she got swept up in something that she couldn't take back. I agree with Mabui. It is not cool. But what could we do with her? Silence was all they got out of Ruto. He was lost deep in thought, thinking about the risks to letting her go and wondering why Orochimaru seemed to be fascinated with Sasuke and Sazumi. If he wanted the Sharingan, why would he send this team to kill them? So that Sasuke would kill them? A poke in the side from Samui snapped him back to attention. He walked in front of the girl and spoke. All right, sweetheart, here are your options. 1. I put you in a prisoner scroll and hand you over to our people after a nice long stay. 2. I put you in a stasis scroll and we have a long talk back at our hotel. 3. I kill you here and be done with it. Please choose. Kin shivered at her options, but there was really only one option. Number 2 please. If I check out, can I go back to Kumo W with you? Ruto put a hand to his mask in a thinking pose. Honestly, not my call. I would say that it is possible, but we cannot let you get in the way of our mission here. That being said, we are not murderers. At worst, you will have your memory modified after we find a place for you. At best, you join Kumo and get to enjoy the good life after some retraining and re-education. I see, I still choose option 2 please. Kin pleaded. Okay, sweetheart, I'm going to put you to sleep and then you will be in the stasis scroll until I find time to release you. If you wake up in there, the important thing to remember is not to panic. Kin's eyes widened as she processed what he said before a seal was placed on her forehead and the world went black. Ruto then sealed the unconscious Kunoichi in a stasis scroll and sealed said scroll into his arm. He stood back up and noticed that the girls were standing with their hands on their hips and looking at him. What? That was mean, Ruto. You scared the poor girl half to death. You know people won't wake up in stasis scrolls if they were put in them while unconscious. Mabui chided strictly. Ruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. It was all in good fun. Okay, we have wasted enough time here. Strip these guys of anything useful and burn the bodies. We will head to the rendezvous point. With Team 13 at the beginning of the second phase. Team 13 tore off through the gates and Amoe was using his limited sensing techniques to guide the team. She had instructed him on how to spread out his chakra, but his range was only 100 meters. Atsui was taking point with Tuya on the back left and Amoe on the back right. They made their way into the trees and thanked Shina-sensei for the training in wooded terrain. Team 13 had taken a cut-off route for the team entering through Gate 11. They had marked that team on the way to their own gate as the team from Taki. They each wanted to test themselves in combat situations and Taki was not on the list of protected people. It took them 5 minutes to cut the team off and the team was walking through the forest on ground level. Team 13 stopped on a tree branch 50 meters away from them and Amoe sensed for any deception. The one on the left is a bunshine of some sort. The actual shinobi is 40 meters back in a counter-ambush position. Chuya, genjutsu if you please. Atsui, take out the two once she has them trapped. I will handle the one to the rear. Kill or capture? Chuya asked. Capture and make sure they cannot proceed. I don't see a reason to kill these guys. If it were a Konoha team, it would be different. Before they moved, the Taki team was hit by a Konoha team that must have come from the gate to the other side of the team. Team 13 watched as a pitched battle ensued and the bunshine was dispelled. The ninja that was in the counter-ambush position hit the Konoha team from a flank and they were all locked in battle. Okay, change of plans. Chuya, false imprisonment jutsu, block and confuse their senses. Chuya immediately began weaving hand signs. Atsui, bring the heat when I bring the lightning. After impact, we move in close range. Amoe ordered quickly as he processed the situation. Chuya finished her hand signs on her area genjutsu, and the battle seemed to fall into a momentary lull. Then a massive fireball headed toward the two ninja teams that was flanked on both sides by streams of lightning. The fire and lightning jutsu impacted the ninjas that were relatively close together. 4 shinobi, 2 from each team, were killed by the jutsus and the 2 remaining shinobi were still trying to regain their bearings as Atsui fell from the tree. The Taki shinobi called a temporary truce with the Konoha Jinan and the 2 turned to face Amoe and Atsui that had just landed in front of them. The 2 remaining Jinan took battle-ready stances and were prepared to charge when twin wakizashis penetrated the base of their necks and exited through their vocal cords. The blades retracted quickly, and the bodies collapsed to the forest floor. Unlucky bastards. Chuya, I really wanted a chance for a blazing hot sword fight. Atsui complained. Okay, I will be sure to let Ruto know you are itching for a kenjutsu battle. I am sure he would oblige you. Chuya shot back, which shut Atsui up. Atsui may be hot-blooded, but he had yet to best Naruto in a kenjutsu spar. He at least stood a chance when it came to taijutsu. If you tell Ruto that, then Atsui will be so banged up for the next phase of the exams then we would fail our follow-on mission, which could lead. Atsui casually bonked Amoe on the head and ended his rant. That's enough, Amoe. Let's find their scrolls and head to the rendezvous point. Chuya was already picking through the bodies and throwing anything of value in a pile. Atsui joined her and picked up 1 heaven and 1 earth scroll to accompany their earth scroll. Amoe jumped back into the trees and remained on lookout. After 5 minutes, Tuya had her pile of loot sealed up and they were on the move again. Ruto Clone Squad 3 was flying through the forest and heading to their designated area. They had passed through the center of the forest, and they were around the point where they would expect to encounter enemy teams. The lead clone used a chakra ping and sensed a lone shinobi that was just over 100 meters away. With a hand signal, the clone group took off and came to rest on a tree branch that was overlooking an unusual scene. Karen hated her life in Kuza, and she hated her now dead teammates. They stumbled across a massive bear and were dumb enough to try and kill it with a fire jutsu. The surprisingly fast beast ripped her teammates apart and was closing in on her. She had hurt her ankle during her panic sprint away from the crazed bear and tripped over a large root. Karen had 2 blessings in life, her potent healing chakra and her chakra sensory ability. Thus, when she felt 3 chakra signatures, she screamed. She cried out and begged for help as the massive bear was closing in on her with fresh blood dripping from its claws and jaws. Clone Squad 3 looked at one another and sighed. Their boss always did have a soft spot for damsels in distress. They jumped down and intercepted the giant bear. All at once, they cast Futon, Air Cutter. 3 blades of condensed air chakra ripped into the charging bear's legs and torso. Its front legs were severed, and the bear fell in a heap. The clone that looked like his creator jumped up and landed on the bear with a downward thrust of its greatsword into the bear's heart. The massive creature let out one last, raspy breath before it went wherever animals go when they die. The Ruto clone hopped down off the bear and asked the kunoichi if she had any sealing supplies. A very confused Karen handed over a sealing scroll. The clone sighed because the scroll wasn't big enough to fit the bear. After scratching his head, the clone's finger glowed with blue chakra as it altered the seal on the scroll. With a triumphant hand gesture, the clone placed the scroll under the giant bear and sealed it away. All three clones then turned to Karen before the big one spoke. "Heya, I am Ruto Maki, what's your name?" The clone's voice would have been considered disarming if it weren't coming from such a big man. Karen was confused and slightly terrified. These shinobi just took down the creature that killed her teammates with ease and then treated it like some trophy. She sighed internally, resigning herself to whatever fate had in store. Karen Uzumaki. Karen watched as the clone stumbled back as if that were some sort of massive revelation. Then, all of a sudden, the three clones all became the big guy. The clone that was talking to her removed his mask and beautiful azure blue eyes looked at her with love. "Well then, maybe I should reintroduce myself. I am Naruto Uzumaki, or at least a shadow clone of him. Change of plans, boys, we are taking Karen here to meet the boss. That is, if you want to meet a long-lost family member?" Karen nodded, blown away by the revelation. How are you blonde? I thought all Uzumakas were redheaded. Blame the boss's dad for that one. Long story, there is time to catch up later. Do you have your team scroll, or do we need to search your teammates? The one on the left has it. Where are we going to meet your boss? Karen asked. In the forest about 2 clicks west, northwest of here. Oh, and Karen, do not, under any circumstances, call me by my real name in public. Please call me Ruto Maki for our time in these exams. No Uzumaki, especially not in Konoha territory. Clear? Karen nodded sheepishly. Crystal. Are you going to get up?
I sprained my ankle, she said, slightly embarrassed.
The clone's hand glowed with a green healing light and some of the pain went away before the clone scratched the back of its neck in a nervous fashion. Sorry, Karen-chan. I was never much of a healer. Climb on and I will get you to the boss. The clone readorned its chakra mask and allowed Karen to climb on its back as it set out for the rendezvous point. Clone Team 7 was heading to their designated sector when they sensed a massive surge of chakra. They jumped off to see what was going on and took positions high up in the tree branches. There, they watched as the snake Sanin bit into Sasuke Uchiha's neck while the pink-haired banshee wailed. The snake glanced at the clones before it skittered away after biting Sasuke and telling the boy to find him if he wanted true power. The clones noticed that Sazumi was knocked unconscious, and the clone squad jumped down to the pink-haired girl. Sakura panicked when the Kumo squad appeared in front of her. She knew she couldn't do anything against them, so instead she got on her knees and prostrated herself before them. With her massive forehead touching the ground, she implored them. Please help me. Please. That Kuzen ninja named Orochimaru hurt Sazumi and bit Sasuke. I don't know what to do. She began crying as she spoke. The clones sighed. If this team didn't have Sazumi on it, they could simply kill them and be done with it. Boss's mom will owe us one after this, was the thought shared by all the clones. Okay, relax. It was Sakura, right? The pink-haired kunoichi looked up and nodded. Alright, then calm down. We are going to take you to the boss, and he will get this sorted out. Boss? Yeah, we are just clones. Speaking of, one of you dispel to let the boss know what's going on. Somewhere in the forest, Ruto got hit by a surge of memories and he sighed, knowing he wasn't going to like this. He created a clone and dispelled it to give his confirmation that it was okay to bring the team and his team. Back with Team 7, the clone created another clone and each clone grabbed one member of Konoha Team 7. Sakura attempted to protest but was promptly silenced when the Ruto clone told her that she was way too slow. Thus, another group was making its way toward the rendezvous point near the center of the forest. Ruto and Team 12 were the first to arrive at the rendezvous point. They began setting up the perimeter seals, alarm seals and a basic barrier seal. They then set their tent up underneath the roots of a big tree. Ruto was grateful that Mabui was able to develop a secondary affinity to earth chakra. It was something that he found nearly impossible to do and Samui wasn't much better at it. 3 hours after the exam started, the campsite at the rendezvous point was completely set up and ready to receive the extra visitors. Team 13 arrived shortly after the campsite was completed. They pulsed their chakra to let their teammates know they were there. At the same time, a clone squad returned carrying a red-headed girl. Ruto dropped the barrier and allowed them entry. Team 13 got their tent set up and Karen went underground to get settled in. An hour after Team 13, Clone Squad 7 dropped off the Konoha team with 2 of its members still incapacitated. They were taken to a separate tree where Mabui healed Sazumi and provided what relief she could to Sasuke. Sakura buzzed around her like a worried mother hen until she was done before she focused all her attention on the feverish Sasuke. For his team's safety, Ruto locked Konoha Team 7 in a prison barrier for the night after telling Sakura that they were not allowed to leave the tree. Underneath the tree at the rendezvous point, the Kumo contingent was having a heated conversation. Ruto, I understand not targeting them, but this is too much. You brought them to our campsite for Kami's sake, Mabui said. She is right, shithead. I got nothing against Sazumi, but those other 2 are nothing but trouble. Tuya added. Look, girls, they couldn't help that they got attacked by the snake. We already took care of the follow-up surprise the snake team had prepared for them. Let them rest for tonight and we will be out of here before they even wake up. Fine, but I am not watching them, Tuya said with her arms crossed. She then looked at Karen. You know, for a supposedly nearly extinct clan, you sure find a lot of Uzumaki women, little brother. First me, then Rias and now this one. Karen looked at her with wide eyes. There are more of us? Why are you with Kumo though? Isn't that one of the villages that attacked Uzu? Ruto sighed, look, Karen, war is war. The current Raikage took us in and treats us like family. He is helping my mom rebuild Uzu and even signed a lifelong blood contract with my mom. If that isn't trustworthy enough for you, I don't know what is. Oh, okay then. So, can I go back to Kumo with you? Karen asked properly cowled. The group looked at each other and had some sort of silent conversation for a couple minutes. Eventually, Ruto sighed before speaking. Karen-chan, we would never leave family behind. That being said, you are a foreign kunoichi and we can't just walk you out of the village and tell Kuza to go fuck themselves. Oh, by the way, do you have that sealing scroll with the bear in it? That pelt will sell for some good money and that meat will be good jerky. Karen looked confused as she pulled out the scroll and handed it over. Sorry for getting distracted. The reason I am nervous is because you are not going to like my plan, but I need you to trust me. Before we leave this campsite, I need to put you in a stasis scroll so that nobody knows we have you. Then we will find a way to sneak you back to Kumo. You can dye your hair in the new hair color of the Maki family. Karen looked very nervous now. Will it hurt? No. You will be asleep the whole time until I remove the sleep seal from you. You won't feel a thing. Naruto answered with ample amounts of compassion. Fine then. If it gets me out of Kuza, I will do it. Do you have anything left in Kuza that you need? Ruto asked softly. Karen shook her head sadly and explained to the group how her mother wandered around before she sought refuge in Kuza after the fall of Uzushio. When they found out about her unique healing chakra, they abused it, which eventually led to her death by infection and sustained chakra exhaustion. She then showed them the bite marks on her arms, and she nearly passed out from the explosion of ki coming from Ruto. Ruto growled out. Everyone, on all future missions, Kuza is on the shit list. Kill on sight. Am I understood? If their Jonin sensei is still here, he is mine. Everyone nodded and the tension broke. Ruto apologized for scaring Karen and they proceeded to share an enjoyable dinner. They set guard rotations, mainly to make sure the barriers held for the night, and then the group rested. Ruto checked in on Sazumi and left an earth scroll next to her, which Sakura actually thanked him for in an inside voice. He waved it off and told her the barrier would dispel when they left in the morning. Ruto then went to the scroll collection point outside of the barrier and picked up a couple sealing scrolls along with 3 heaven and 4 earth scrolls. As the sun was rising, teams 12 and 13 were packed up and Karen was sleeping in a stasis scroll. Ruto pocketed the 2 scrolls his team needed, as did Team 13, and they left the extra scrolls piled up at the base of the tree. They didn't want all the extra attention, because 7 scrolls meant a lot of dead or incapacitated Junon. The Kumo contingent dropped the barriers and set out at max speed to get to the tower. At 7:45 am on the second day, they arrived at the tower and entered. Both teams opened their sets of scrolls and their Jonin senseis were summoned. Shina walked over to Ruto and bonked him on the head before hugging him. They escorted the Kumo teams to their rooms, performed another bug sweep and destroyed 4 listening devices before setting up their protective barriers. Somewhere underneath Konoha, Danzo screamed in frustration as 4 root ninjas fell over bleeding from the ears. Shina then began berating Ruto for drawing so much attention to himself. Flashback, Jonin lounge during first phase. Shina and Daru were watching the monitors and listening to what the cameras and microphones could pick up in the room. She watched the confrontation between Ruto and the Sand team. She wasn't able to hear anything, but seeing Gaara she could guess what that was about. She then watched as Ruto directly involved himself with the silver-haired ninja and painted a target on his back. It was at this point that the questions started flying. Asuma had just entered the Jonin lounge and watched the whole confrontation. "You know, Lady Shina, your boy really stands out in a crowd. Didn't you ever teach him that discretion was the better part of valor? Funny, smokestack, coming from you. Trouble tends to follow my boy around. Rather than run from it, he simply takes it head on. Tell me, Smokey, how many of your Jinan have freed 2 countries from oppression?" Kurenai tried to play peacemaker. "Asuma-san, let's not antagonize our guests. Lady Shina, it is clear that they are very well trained. How did Kumo turn its education program around so fast? Let's not talk about village secrets and let's watch our brats. Asuma, on behalf of my Sochi, do you have any advanced wind control techniques that you would be willing to trade for an A-rank jutsu? Mind you, they better be techniques that are not commonly used." Shina asked. Asuma's eyes bugged out. He prided himself on his wind affinity, but he needed more information. What control exercises has he done thus far? Rock splitting, rock pushing, air current manipulation, and he finally split the water in our pool. It was his naturally strongest affinity, but it fell behind the others due to not having a proper instructor other than his summons. Asuma's cigarette hit the floor as he stared at Shina along with all of the other Jonin sensei. When she didn't say anything else, Asuma snapped out of it and thought for a bit. If he had done all of that, he didn't have much to offer. Finally, Might Guy broke the silence. "Lady Shina, are you telling me that your 14-year-old son has done all of that with wind chakra and he has multiple affinities? That is so, youthful." Guy's mouth was hanging open and he was genuinely interested, not just fishing for information. Shina glanced at Kakashi who nodded, indicating that Guy was one of the ones that he had recruited. "Yes, Guy-san. I will not share any more." "Oh, come on Sochi." Shina groaned. On the monitors, Ibiki had just slapped Ruto's boot. The Jonin sensei made comments about poor kid, but Shina knew better. Sure enough, a massive number of clones were summoned a couple minutes later and the Jonin lounge went nuts. Daru chuckled and Shina sighed and rubbed her temples. "Lady Shina, do you know who did that?" Kakashi asked with an eye smile. "Can any of your Jinan make that many shadow clones?" Shina countered. "Good point, that is quite a few clones. 99% of Jonin couldn't make that many clones. So, who did it?" Kurenai asked. Shina sighed and Daru snickered. "I don't know." End of flashback. Sochi, do you know how stupid it was to antagonize the lead interrogator of an enemy village? The motherly fury in Shina's voice was potent and directly aimed at Ruto. Ruto pointed to himself and raised his voice. "Me? Antagonize? He came at me. All I did was complete his stupid test and kick my feet up. He started it, I finished it and quite frankly, I won it. Did you see how close I came to making him cry?" There were laughs around the room and Shina balled her fist before letting it go in favor of rubbing her temples. Each of the kids told their version of the time in the Forest of Death. Kushina's hair did her nine-tailed dance when Naruto told her about the encounter with Root and said she would handle it. Kushina was glad that Ruto decided to stop his rampage because it was already more than enough to draw attention. She thanked Ruto for going out of his way to save Sazumi, especially when it came to sparing her the curse mark. She was ecstatic about finding a new family member and looked concerned when Ruto told her about the Otto girl. She said she would interrogate her and see if she is worth all of the effort. Shina took the 2 stasis scrolls and told the team that she would see them in a couple of days before she disappeared in a swirl of water. That day at lunchtime, Ruto went to the cafeteria alone to see if the food in the tower was poisoned as well. To his delight, it was not. He let everyone know through the communication seals before he got a big pile of mashed potatoes, some broccoli and some beef. As he sat down, the Ame team walked in, and Amy waved to him. He pointed to the food and gave a thumbs up, which Amy understood as an all clear of sorts. After the Ame team grabbed their food, they sat next to Ruto to exchange stories. Ruto provided a tame and brief version, which still seemed to impress Amy. Evidently, she stole a scroll from Team 10 and left them upside down and tied up. Ruto laughed as Amy impersonated the loud blonde girl raging. Amy's teammates seemed to be cool enough as the lunch conversation went on. "So, Ruto-kun, have you thought about my offer?" At the tilt of Ruto's head, she clarified. "I show you mine if you show me yours." "Can I ask why you are so interested?" "I thought the old salamander was a xenophobe and didn't want anything to do with foreign ninja." Amy pouted. "Yeah, the old man is strict on the closed borders. The problem is I am 16, marriage age in the Hattori clan, but Hattori clan custom dictates that we can only marry those that best us in combat. I am a strong and proud kunoichi. Aside from my dad, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, I have never been beaten. That still doesn't answer why me though. I am sure a couple people in Kumo could give you a run for your money. Ruto decided to play it cautiously. Plus, I told you, I have 2, maybe 3, girlfriends already. You don't seem like the sharing type. Amy's pout deepened. Must you play so hard to get, Ruto-kun? I admit I like a good chase, but you are sucking the fun out of it. Ruto shrugged his shoulders. Amy, if I gave in to every girl who threw their panties at me, then I would be stuck sleeping with girls for most of the day rather than training. I respect that you have clan customs, but I am not actively looking for new girlfriends or fiancés. I am sure a beautiful woman is hidden underneath that mask and rain cloak, but I already have a couple angels in my life that are willing to share me. Answer me this, why should I ruin that? Ruto knew he fucked up. He knew it as soon as he saw the embers in her eyes turn into a raging fire. He gave himself a mental smack to his own head, which earned snickers from Hikari. I am starting to like this one, Naruto-kun. If she is as strong as she says she is, then she would make a good mate. She is the daughter of the old salamander after all. Oh, come on Hikari-chan. If you are pushing this, then I am bringing Samui and Mabui into the seal so you can broach the subject. Fine by me. Let's go do it now. Ruto groaned and ate the rest of his meal. He said goodbye to Amy and went up to his room. He pulled Samui and Mabui into the seal and went to rest by the lakeside view in his mindscape. The girls seemed to talk for hours before they joined Naruto at the lake's edge. They sat down on either side of him while Hikari turned into a cat-sized kitsune and rested in Naruto's lap. This is so much better than that dingy old room in the tower, Mabui said in a low and sensual tone. It is very cool. You know what would make it cooler? Samui began removing Naruto's shirt when she pulled her hand back with a bite mark on it. Hikari growled in her miniature kitsune form. I have not yet claimed my mate. I permitted you to have him outside my seal. It will be a cold day in hell that I let you have him in here before I do. Sorry Hikari-chan. I wasn't thinking and that was not cool of me, Samui said while sucking on the bite mark. Can't we just relax and enjoy the moment, girls? I have my 3 girls cuddled up on me and I want to savor this. Naruto's eyes were closed, and he appeared completely relaxed. I agree with Stud Muffin. Mabui purred out as she nearly fell asleep on Naruto's shoulder. So, what did you girls talk about? Naruto asked with genuine curiosity. It is a secret. Purred out Hikari as Naruto pet her tails and she put extra emphasis on secret. Meanies. I don't hide anything from you. Naruto pouted, which earned sleepy, contented giggles from the girls. Chapter 11, Preliminary Fights, Tower in the Forest of Death. The waiting period dragged on for teams 12 and 13 as teams continued to trickle in. Ruto made contact with the Sand team and had another discussion with Gaara, during which he confirmed that he would work on Gaara's seal during the break. This earned the Sand team's cooperation and tentative trust due in large part to Gaara wanting to finally sleep. The Ame team was the only team from Ame to make it through, much to the consternation of Amy, which she vented to Ruto about. Ruto still didn't know why the kunoichi was so locked in on him. Konoha Team 9 entered the tower at the end of the 3rd day and Ruto finally got to meet Hanabi. Turns out that the elders already marked her with the caged bird seal and locked Hinata in as the clan heir. Ruto thought that the girl was nice, and it was clear that she was scarred by the seal. Ruto whispered that if she listened to her mom then she wouldn't have to deal with the seal for much longer, which earned him a tearful hug from the attractive kunoichi. Hanabi told Ruto about her struggles with fitting into Team 9 after their previous kunoichi died on a C-ranked mission gone wrong. Overall, the petite kunoichi poured her heart out to a shadow clone of Ruto that was just waiting for Gaara in the cafeteria. Konoha Teams 7, 8 and 10 all entered the tower on the morning of the 5th day looking like the forest had chewed them up and spit them out. Ino and Sakura looked completely disheveled with sticks and leaves in their hair. Turns out that the 2 Ame teams worked together to fight Teams 7 and 10. After the intervention of Team 8, they discovered the stack of scrolls next to Team 7's campsite and made their way to the tower. Ruto couldn't stop Hikari's incessant laughter when he heard the story. At noon on the 5th day, all teams were summoned to the arena that was located on the 1st floor of the tower. The Konoha teams were on one side of the balcony while the visiting teams were on a balcony on the opposite side of the arena. On the Hokage's balcony, Ruto noticed a big camera and he asked his mother what that was about. Turns out, after Ruto told her about his encounter with Root in the forest, Shina told the Raikage, who threatened to take it to the daimyo. When Shina found out that there would be prelims, I instructed her to demand it be televised. Fugaku was forced to concede, thus, a TV crew on the Hokage balcony. Ruto also noticed Danzo, 2 more old farts and a couple of the clan heads watching the prelims in person. There were also 20 Anbu hiding in the shadows around the arena, which the Kumo contingent wrote off as a normal protection detail with this many foreign shinobi. The Jonin sensei were able to join their teams for the event, which Shina was more than happy about. She asked Ruto why Amy was hovering around him, which prompted Samui and Mabui to pull her into a private channel. A giggling Shina returned to the squad channel and started to give Ruto a headache. Fugaku stood up to address the Jinan and began rambling on about the purpose of the Chunin exams and the importance of representing your village well. He told the Jinan about the supposedly random selection of matches and introduced the proctor, Shisui Uchiha. Shisui jumped down into the center of the arena and laid out the ground rules for the fights. It boiled down to killing being allowed but frowned upon. The matches would be over when the proctor calls it or when the enemy is no longer able to fight. Pretty generic duel setup. The board spun and introduced the first match as a fight between the great Sasuke Uchiha and Hinji of Ame. The 2 contestants made their way to the arena while Ino and Sakura screamed their little fangirl heads off. This really annoyed the real Kunoichi, who promised pain or death to all fangirls. Shisui started the match, and the first thing Sasuke did was activate his Sharingan and smirk. You should forfeit, you no-name peasant. There is nothing you can do against the might of the Uchiha. Consider it a great honor to lose to me. Chuya's whole rant over the team comms needs to be censored for the sanctity of my readers. It left both Kumo teams bent over the railing, laughing their asses off. Ruto added to the hilarity. Oh no, watch out everybody. If you don't bow down before me then I will look at you really hard with my monkey marbles. If that doesn't work, I will squint and look at you even harder. Atsui couldn't help himself, so he added. If that doesn't work, I will sick my fangirls on you. If that doesn't work, the pink-haired on will pee on you. The whole Kumo contingent didn't pay attention to the fight, thus, they didn't notice when Sasuke used a move he stole from an allied shinobi to end the fight. They didn't really care though. They just wanted a piece of him in the finals. The next match was decided and Mabui and Kankuro were called down. Ruto pulled his mask up enough to give her a passionate kiss before he told her that Kankuro was riding his puppet. By the time she jumped down into the arena, she understood what he meant. Ruto looked up when he felt eyes on him and noticed that Amy was looking right at him with lust in her eyes. He shrugged at her and turned to watch the fight. As soon as the match started, Mabui channeled lightning chakra to her feet and blade and blurred forward. The audience gasped as Kankuro was split into 10 pieces. Ino and Sakura shrieked while the others paled a bit. Then the genjutsu broke and the body turned into splintered parts of wood. Kankuro could be heard crying from inside the bandages about how his favorite puppet was dead. Mabui just held her sword to the heaving pile of bandages and Shisui sweat dropped before calling the match. Ruto smacked her on the ass when she returned to the balcony, which earned him a really cute eep. She leaned onto his free shoulder and sighed contentedly. Samui said she better get the same treatment when it is her turn to fight, which Ruto readily agreed to. The next fight was determined by the spinning board of destiny and Tuya cheered. She jumped down into the arena and waited for Sakura to join her. It was decided that she shouldn't kill the pink banshee, she did more damage than good to the leaf. The match began and Tuya just sat there completely relaxed, waiting to see what the so-called kunoichi would do. Turns out she threw some weak-ass kunai, created 2 bunshine, tried a straight-up taijutsu attack and got a hard smack on her ass for her efforts, which sent her tumbling. The banshee got back up and screamed how she would fight for her Sasuke-kun before charging in again. Chuya drew her blades this time and blurred forward to meet the girl, she refused to acknowledge her as a kunoichi. The result of this trade was Sakura's top being shredded, including her bra. There were only minor cuts where Tuya's strikes landed, but the real damage was spiritual and mental. The poor girl's shirt and bra fell to the floor and gelatin pads rolled onto the arena floor, which Tuya stuck with her wakizashis and held up for all to see. Sakura was a crying mess on the arena floor and Shisui called the match. Fugaku rubbed his temples on the balcony and cursed that he gave in to the pressure of clan politics. The comms and the masks of the Kumo contingent were indecipherable over the laughter. At this point, Konoha knew that they must have radios or something in their masks because they were repeatedly bending over in bouts of laughter with zero external communication. The next match was called and the Kumo contingent got serious for the first time. Their heads turned to look at Samui, who was busy snogging Ruto. After a pinch on her butt, Samui lowered her face mask and walked down into the arena. Ruto and company watched this match very closely. They acknowledged that if there were any shinobi in these exams that was strong enough to give each of them a challenge, it would be Amy Hattori. It seemed like it was a common sentiment because the whole room grew quiet, everyone leaned just a bit further over the railing and all distractions ceased to matter. The two girls approached each other in the center of the arena, both putting a bit more sway than usual into their hips. Before Shisui could begin the match, an interesting conversation ensued. "Well, Samui-chan, it seems like fate favors me. Before I get to fight Ruto in the finals, I get to prove to him that I can best one of his chosen women." The overflowing confidence in her voice carried a weight that stated she could back up those words. Samui, for her team's sake, performed a rat seal and her ankles, wrists and chest glowed with a vibrant blue before fading out. "There you go, Amy, I just showed you that I respect you as an adversary. Now, demonstrate your resolve and see if you are cool enough to win." Samui's ice blue eyes seemed to glow under her mask. "Demonstrate my resolve, you say? Okay then, Samui-chan, let me show you my resolve." Amy then shed her raincoat, which made a sizable dent in the floor when it fell. She removed her rebreather mask and shook out her long black hair. Underneath the raincoat, Amy wore a skin-tight black bodysuit that hugged every inch of a very athletic and femininely shaped body. The upper C, bordering D, cup breasts looked like you could bounce a nickel off of them. Her toned posterior even caused Ruto to gulp. On top of the bodysuit, light armor pieces were attached to the forearms, outer bicep, shoulders, chest plate, thighs and shins. The armor was a glossy black that seemed to pull light into it. The free-flowing, midnight black hair was tucked into a ponytail that tickled her nearly perfect posterior. The hair fell over two crossed, mid-length kodachis with midnight black handles and sheaths. Two black bangs framed an angelic face with a little button nose, but her eyes gave her the aura of a fierce warrior as the violet irises contrasted sharply against the black pupils. Samui, for her part, cocked her hips and started giving Amy a golf clap, which diffused some of the tension in the room. "Most impressive, Amy-chan. Now, let's see if you can stand up to the might of Kumo." Both girls glanced at Ruto before turning their gazes to Shisui and giving him meaningful nods. The match that followed set the new standard for what a kunoichi fight should be. Amy took the initiative and launched herself at Samui. The Kumo group estimated that she moved at Samui's unsealed speed, around mid-jonin. Samui sank into her cat's claw taijutsu stance and countered Amy's opening. The girls proceeded to blur around the arena, trading punches and kicks, flowing freely between offense and defense. The sound of metallic knuckle dusters hitting hardened armor resounded for a full 5 to 10 minutes without slowing down. Nobody was paying attention to the time because the match was all anyone could focus on. Amy threw a mule kick, which Samui avoided by hopping back, and there was a temporary lull in the battle. Amy panted a little bit and a small blush appeared on her cheeks. "You are truly a woman worthy of such a man, Samui-chan. How about we take this fight to the next level?" Samui nodded at the request and both busty teenagers drew their respective swords. All males in the audience watched with rapt attention at the tightening of the fabric the movements made, showing just a bit more cleavage and compressing the heavenly mounds in a tantalizing way. A collective gulp was heard around the arena and then an old man wearing a red hapori with long, white, spiky hair fell down from the ceiling and crashed into the center of the arena. The man was holding a small, hand-sized notebook in one hand and a pencil in the other. He was giggling perversely and had a nosebleed to match. Shisui sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Lord Jiraiya, please clear the arena." This seemed to snap the man out of it. He jumped to his feet, wiped the blood from his nose and disappeared in a blur. Lady Sheena growled audibly at the man's presence and Ruto went over to put a calming hand on her shoulder. He watched the rest of the amazing fight while holding his mother's hand in an attempt to keep her calm. After the old perv cleared the arena, Samui and Amy returned to their kenjutsu opening postures. Amy with dual kodachis and Samui wielding a katana/wakizashi pairing. Once again, they engaged at high jonin speeds and an elite jonin level kenjutsu match began. The girls moved with a deadly grace as they lunged, dodged, spun and bent around each other's blows. A massive smile could be seen on Amy's face as she escalated the fight further by coating her kodachis with wind chakra. Samui instantly infused her blades with her lightning element in response, but she was at an elemental disadvantage. Once the blades were coated in their respective chakras, Samui was forced to disengage and try another tactic after her wakizashi was cleaved in half by the slicing power of a dual, downward swing of Amy's kodachis. Samui began dodging Amy's strikes while weaving through hand signs. She used a Raiten, beast tracking to disrupt Amy's offensive advantage. Amy made short work of the two lightning beasts that flanked her, but this created an opening. Samui appeared behind Amy and locked her in a half Nelson before Samui was stabbed through the stomach. Everyone gasped as they thought the beautiful, blonde kunoichi may have just been killed. However, Samui burst in a cloud of lightning that sent 500,000 volts of electricity into the Ame kunoichi. Amy's body convulsed and jolted, but she was able to barely dodge a lightning-covered kunai that the re-emerged Samui slashed her with. A big gash in Amy's bodysuit appeared from her left hip to right breast along with a trickle of blood. This caused most of the men watching the fight to spout copious amounts of blood from their noses. Returning to the fight, the near-death experience allowed Amy to regain control of her body and she began forming her own hand seals while dodging slashes from Samui's electrified kunai. Amy waited until Samui closed the distance again before she unleashed a massive cloud of purple gas directly into Samui's face. Tsunade, who was watching the fight at a bar in Tanzaku-gai, gasped when she recognized the poison jutsu of Hanzo the Salamander. Samui was caught by surprise and inhaled a sizable amount of the gas and instantly regretted it. The gas burned her lungs and caused her to break into a fit of coughs. She dropped her kunai and fell to her knees when she felt a sword held execution style to the back of her neck. Ruto saw this and was stopped from launching himself into the fight by Shina, who called for extra help from Atsui and Amoe. The massive frame of Ruto struggled to break free as Amy looked directly into his eyes. The smug black orbs with purple irises pierced through Ruto's mask and locked with the electric azure blues. Time seemed to freeze as a mental threat with the whole weight of Ruto's soul was given. Do that and I will destroy everything you love and hold dear. Amy shivered and broke eye contact with Ruto before looking to Shisui, who could no longer stay in the poison-covered arena. Winner, Amy Hattori of Amiga Corps. Shisui called and Amy immediately pulled a vial out of one of her pouches that she gave to the coughing Samui. Samui downed the antidote and her coughing eased. Ruto slouched into his mother's embrace and received brotherly pats from Amoe and Atsui. The sight that greeted the viewers once the poison mist cleared knocked out more male shinobis than the remainder of the fights. Both girls' uniforms were in tatters, and they were showing more skin than either of them intended to. Samui's uniform was torn in the back from her right shoulder to left ass cheek, which was the image of goddess-like perfection. Amy had multiple tears in her bodysuit that resulted in a clear view of some underboob and provided a glimpse of very toned and sensual thighs. The results came in and Sasuke, Shika, Kiba, Kankuro, Amoe, Atsui, Kuji and Neji all gained nosebleeds powerful enough to make them pass out. Most of the named males received subsequent blows to the head to further their unconscious conditions from nearby kunoichi. After clearing the arena, Shisui wiped a trickle of blood from his nose, scooped the white-haired pervert off the floor and threw him back into the cage balcony. Once that was handled, he called for the next two contestants. Sazumi scoffed as she used a fire sunshine to appear in the arena and waited with her arms crossed for her competition. Ino sauntered down the stairs and prepared herself for the fight. After Shisui's signal, the blonde felt like she needed to say something. As one of Sasuke-kun's fiancés, I'm going to win this match and prove that I am worthy of him. The prissy tone incensed Sazumi but she remained professional. Sazumi scoffed and remained with her arms crossed under her chest. Ino lost her patience and formed a loose diamond with her thumbs and pointer fingers before calling out Shintenshin no Jutsu. Sazumi blurred a meter to the left of her initial position, arms still crossed, and watched as the kunoichi fell to the floor. She took advantage of the backlash of Ino's missed jutsu to walk over and place a kunai at her throat. She was promptly declared the winner before she glanced at Ruto and went back to her spot on the balcony. Ino came to a minute later and hung her head in disgrace as she took the walk of shame. Fugaku pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed again. If he didn't rely on the support of the Yamanaka clan, then he would cancel this weakling's engagement to his son. I hate doing this to my girl Ino, but when I thought about an Uchiha-ruled Konoha, I couldn't convince myself that her development would be any better. In fact, the only outcome I saw was Ino becoming more of a fangirl at this point in the story. Apologies to Ino fans, but I also didn't feel like writing a super long fight. The Kumo team's shoulders were shaking again as a barrage of insults about the so-called kunoichi of the leaf flew freely once more. That was until the next match was called, a match they were actually interested in watching. Hinata and Hanabi Hyuga walked into the center of the arena. Both girls demonstrated the grace and posture befitting their noble upbringing. Little sister, I recommend you forfeit. I was already chosen as the heir, and you should respect your new, lower station in life. Hinata's cold words betrayed the normally kind mask she wore. What is wrong, big sister Sama, scared to fight me in a fair fight? Hanabi retorted in a cold tone tinged with rage. Shina shook her head in sadness for what her old friend and teammates must be feeling. She couldn't imagine being forced into Hitomi's position. She would have murdered every single clan elder before she let them put such a disgusting seal on one of her own. She couldn't believe Hyashi had pitted his twin daughters against one another, but this gave her the resolve she needed to get those two out of Konoha. She would remove that cursed seal and provide a new home for one of her best friends. Sheena gasped audibly when after a short Juken fight that Hinata was losing, Hinata was holding her hands in a strange seal while Hanabi writhed in agony on the ground. Lee was holding an enraged Neji back while Guy had knocked out the Hyuga heiress with a single chop to the back of her neck. Kurenai shook her head in disappointment as she collected her team member while Guy tended to a panting and crying Hanabi. Hinata was announced as the winner due to outside interference, but that victory cost her the chance of escaping this village with the others. Ruto held his mother's hand and squeezed it in a comforting manner. He could tell she was shaking with rage because of the caged bird seal and the fact that one twin sister used it against another. He asked Mabui to take over for him as his name was called to enter the arena. He jumped down off the railing and landed lightly on his feet. He watched the boy and his puppy jump down from the opposite balcony with a cocky grin on Kiba's face. "Well, Ruto, this is my chance to prove that I am the alpha around here." The dog yipped in agreement as it stood next to the boy's heels. "Oh, okay then, Kiba-san, good luck with that," Ruto said with a deadpan tone. Kiba growled before spouting off at the mouth. "What's so good about a guy that won't even show his face in public? Those bitches that chase you around should be with a true alpha like me." A dark aura began to appear around Ruto. "Excuse me, I don't think I heard you right. What did you call my girls?" His tone became dark and menacing and sounded like a growl. Amikaru whimpered at his master's heels. Kiba smirked, "I think you heard me. Those bitches that chase you around should be mine. I am the true alpha of Konoha. Sochi, don't kill him. Sume used to be a friend of mine. Maybe a slight maiming and fierce beating, but don't kill him." His mother's voice came in through his receiving seal. Ruto let out a slow, deep breath. "Kiba-san, you get one free shot. I recommend you make it count because after that I am going to shatter you and that false confidence you're filled with." Kiba scoffed, "Whatever, moot. Moot is the Inuzuka equivalent of bastard. You couldn't take a hit from a true alpha." Ruto sat on the ground in the lotus position. He looked at Shisui. "Would you start the match already? I am struggling to contain my anger and I don't think you want me to blow up this whole tower." Shisui's sweat dropped before calling out, "Hajime." Kiba took a battle-ready stance and waited for Ruto to do the same. "What? Too scared to fight, moot? Take your free shot, Inuzuka-san. If you keep talking, the price will be your life." Ruto replied coldly. Kiba tossed a pill to Akamaru before putting another pill in his mouth. The duo began to look more feral, and a small chakra aura could be seen around them. Kiba got down on all fours and jumped in the air, spinning like a drill along with his Ninken partner. He cried out, "Gatsuga, fang over fang," as he spun toward Ruto. Ruto didn't move, he remained in a lotus posture as the duo slammed into his position before rebounding to a spot across the arena. A small cloud of smoke dissipated and showed Ruto sitting there with minor scuffing on his slick vest and mask. He had reinforced his body with chakra to the point that the Gatsuga didn't hurt all that badly. Ruto brushed off the scuff marks and stood up. "That was it? One free shot and that's what you do with it?" Kiba snarled and launched into another Gatsuga, but this time he ran smack dab into an explosion of electric chakra. Ruto used a move he developed, Raiten, Stun Grenade, where he condenses lightning chakra in his body before expelling it from every tenketsu. The result was an expanding sphere of electric blue chakra that originated from his body. The chakra ripped apart the hardened floor and slammed into the approaching Inuzuka duo, which halted their advance and sent them flying. Before Kiba could slam into the wall, he felt an electrifying and fiery pain shoot up his right arm just before his back collided with the wall. Ruto could be seen tossing something in the air before he destroyed it with a beam of lightning. Ruto looked casually at the crater in the wall that the Inuzuka boy was trying to climb out of. Sparks of residual lightning chakra would periodically shoot off the boy. Kiba eventually pulled himself out of the wall while clutching his right hand. "I recommend you stay down, pup. I showed mercy by not taking your whole hand, but I am afraid you will need to learn how to use your left hand for those perverted activities I assume you're so fond of." Kiba looked to be on the verge of shock as he continued to cluck his right hand to his chest. It wasn't even bleeding because the lightning chakra cauterized the wound. "Fuck, you, bastard. I bet your father and whore of a moth." Everyone in Kumo knew that insulting Ruto's father meant you were in for a world of pain, simultaneously, insulting his mother meant death. As the words left Kiba's mouth, a wind-covered claw ripped his fur jacket open and left 4 deep gashes across his chest. The Ninken partner, Akamaru, lunged at Ruto, was caught by the masked shinobi's right hand before a burst of electricity knocked the puppy out. He put the puppy down by his wounded master and walked away. Shisui called the match and medics ran out to collect the bleeding Inuzuka boy. Ruto used a lightning sunshine to appear back on his balcony. His girls hugged him, and his mother put a comforting hand on his shoulder. They all understood how enraged he was, and how much he was struggling to contain that rage and anger. His Hanyu blood demanded blood from the petty human that insulted his mates, mother and father. Hikari pulled him into the mindscape, threw him on the couch and initiated an aggressive make-out session. She was turned on by his casual display of dominance and she didn't want his anger to overtake him. Now wasn't the right time to reveal himself to the world. Hikari kept him there, lip-locked for nearly half an hour before she felt his anger subside. He finished the session with a peck and nibble on her bottom lip before he thanked her and went to rejoin the others outside of the seal. Hikari collapsed on the couch in a panting mess. She wanted nothing more than to ravage him for 7 days and 7 nights, but the promise to do so in the real world restrained her demonic urges. Ruto snapped back to awareness as Omoi forced Shikamaru to surrender after using a lightning jutsu to disrupt the shadow user. The light broke the shadow tendril that nearly immobilized him and Omoi landed a lightning palm over Shikamaru's heart. The boy was immediately knocked unconscious and suffered a minor heart attack. The medical team would be able to heal him, but the fight was over. "What did I miss?" he asked the team through the communication seal. Gaara crushed the guy from Ame in sand and the fangirl blew away the fat boy. Tuya summarized. "That means it is my turn to fight, this is going to be hot." Atsui practically shouted through the seal. "Damn it Atsui, must you be so loud?" Mabui chastised the hot-blooded male. "Good luck, brother. Lee is a fierce taijutsu opponent, do not hold back," Ruto added while using his pinky to clear out his ears. Atsui mimicked the excitable Rock Lee as he jumped over the edge of the balcony. Both boys took up fighting stances, but Atsui held up a hand. "Lee-san, I wish for a truly hot-blooded fight. Please remove your weights and I will do the same." Lee punched a fist into the air. "That is most youthful of you, Atsui-san. It is clear as a sunny day that your flames of youth burn brightly." Lee then proceeded to remove the weights from his ankles and wrists and he casually tossed them to the side of the arena, where they proceeded to shake the arena and leave a small crater. Atsui's body glowed blue in the 5 normal spots before he took a taijutsu stance. Guy cried loudly from the balcony and Ruto heard the word youth mentioned 20 times in the same sentence. Shisui sliced his hand down through the air and started the match. What ensued could only be described as a master class of the taijutsu arts. Lee used the Goken, strong fist style and Atsui answered with his own taijutsu style he calls flame fist. Normally, Atsui would encase his arms and legs in fire chakra when using this style, but it seemed like he didn't want to destroy his youthful opponent. For a full 15 minutes Atsui and Lee blurred and clashed around the arena. Small shockwaves, grunts and the sound of flesh blocking flesh filled the arena. The Kumo and Ame teams wore looks of respect while the Konoha teams were completely shocked by the display. The Jonin level taijutsu battle came to a brief halt when Lee jumped up onto the head of the Hashirama statue. "Yosh! Astu-san, my eternal rival. Your flames of youth burn with the most youthful brightness. I am going to pour fuel on my flames of youth, you should do the same." Atsui simply nodded as he watched the green-clad boy cross his arms. He gulped as he watched Lee open 4 of the 8 inner gates. He made a few hand signs before his arms and lower legs were encompassed in flames. The taijutsu battle continued at an escalated level, sizable shockwaves shook the arena and caused my bits of the ceiling to break off and rain down on the arena. The fight left craters everywhere, fire and raw chakra clashed in explosions of dominance and the fight raged on at a ferocious pace for 7 or 8 minutes. The fight came to a head when Lee kicked Atsui in the chin, blurred behind him, wrapped him in bandages that were on his wrists and slammed him into the ground headfirst. As the dust cleared, Atsui was crumpled into the ground headfirst, and his flame armor was flickering weakly. Lee lay next to him, heavily burned on the wrists, hands, forearms and shins that he used to block Atsui's attacks. Internally, Lee's muscles were shredded from the intense match that overtaxed Lee's system. Both boys laid on the ground unconscious as Shisui declared the match a draw. Shino ended up forfeiting his match to Neji Hyuga after a talk with his sensei. He claimed that the loss of his Kikaiku colony was not worth this attempt at promotion when such fierce opponents would be waiting for him in the finals. Kurenai accepted his reasoning and lamented that the one good shinobi she had in her squad would not be joining her when she left for Kumo. Since all of the matches were over, the winners were called down to draw numbers out of a box. After everyone drew a number, Shisui addressed the group. The matchups for the finals will be as follows. Match 1, Ruto Maki vs Amy Hattori. Match 2, Mabui vs Neji Hyuga. Match 3, Hinata Hyuga vs Tuya Maki. Match 4, Amoe vs Subaku no Tamari. Match 5, Sasuke Uchiha vs Subaku no Gaara. Sazumi Uchiha will advance to the second round. You will have 1 month to prepare yourselves for your fights. The more opponents you defeat, the more likely you are to earn your promotion. The tournament will start at 10 a.m. on the 4th Saturday of October. Foreign teams, you are allowed to use your designated training fields and are expected to follow the same rules as before. Now, you are dismissed. The Genin cleared out of the arena, grabbed their things from their rooms and left the tower. The Kumo contingent grabbed Atsui from the infirmary and Shina slapped a healing seal on him. Ruto provided the chakra to heal Atsui before the group left the Forest of Death and returned to the hotel. They all met up in Ruto's room, performed another bug sweep, and then sat down to discuss the exams thus far. Shina led the discussion. Okay guys, good job thus far. Samui and Atsui, hold your heads up high. Those were 2 magnificent battles. Samui, there was no way to know that she knew her father's poison mist jutsu. That also tells me that she inherited the salamander contract. There is no shame in losing to such an opponent. Atsui, Rock Lee was on our list of prospects and is a master class taijutsu user. To hold your own against 4 inner gates is no small feat, great fight. Naruto pulled Samui closer to him on the bed and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Atsui received many good job slaps to his shoulder and back. So, what's the plan now, Kachan? Naruto, you will use your kitsune illusions in 1 week's time to infiltrate the Uzumaki and Namikaze compounds. You will secure everything of value into Master Scrolls and set the Master Security Seals to absolute lockdown. During the invasion, we will detonate the seals and erase the memory of the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans from Konoha's territory. Why not just leave the security seals up? Won't it give it away if we blow the compounds up? Daru asked. Maybe, but I don't want my ancestors' legacy to continue to be tainted by this village. There will be no proof and it could easily be blamed on Orochimaru's goons. Kushina responded. What did the Raikage say about the exam so far? I bet he was pissed about that root team. Samui asked. Indeed, he was. That is why the prelims were televised. You guys put on a really good show. Naruto, be careful going out into the village. Inuzuka will likely target you now that you maimed one of the clan leader's children. I also told us to keep our guards up. He is sending Yugito and Shi for extra support and training, since Amoe and Tuya won their matches. Kachan, what happened to Karen and that kin girl? Naruto asked with excitement. I used the break-in between the Forest of Death and the preliminary round to extract them. A team collected them, and they should be getting back to Kumo soon. I will send a message when they arrive. Karen is family and that poor kin girl had it extremely rough. I offered her a room in our home after I vetted her. Kushina responded, softening her tone when talking about kin. Thanks for doing that, Kachan. Uzumakas don't leave family behind. Do you know if Kuza bought the story about her death? Naruto asked hesitantly. Well, Ruto, I wanted to talk to you about that. This year was marked as the bloodiest Chunin exam in history thanks to your extracurricular activities. You did a good job not leaving traceable evidence, but you will be the prime suspect. During the second phase, 9 Konoha teams, 2 San teams, 1 Auto team, 1 Taki team, 1 Kuza team, and 1 Ame team were killed with no bodies left behind for the 7 teams you took out. I wouldn't be surprised if we are forced to answer to the Konoha Council. It's alright, Kachan. I will tell them the truth. We killed 1 Auto team and 1 Konoha team en route to the tower. They don't have to know what my clones did. Well, aside from Team 7, nobody survived to tell them about my clones except Kin and Karen. Naruto responded nonchalantly while shrugging his shoulders. Alright, get a good night's rest. Training will begin in 2 days. We will train in the morning and then do mission prep in the afternoons. Good job you guys, we are proud of you. Kushina ended the meeting, put her mask back on and walked out the door accompanied by Daru. Team 13 went back to their room to rinse off in the shower before bed. Naruto, Samui and Mabui took a group shower that got a little rowdy. Naruto finally let go of his control and let out his pent-up lust on the 2 beautiful, busty kunoichi. It started in the shower for 30 minutes before moving to the bed for another 2 hours. It ended with Samui and Mabui smiling contentedly as they snuggled into either side of Naruto. Chunin exams, 1 month break, the night of the preliminary rounds, Fugaku called an emergency meeting of the Konoha Council. Everyone knew it was about the results of the Chunin exams, they had all been watching the televised fights. The fact that only 4 of their Genin made it to the finals made Konoha look weak. Once everyone was present, Fugaku led the meeting briefing. Okay, to start, the results for the Chunin exams were even worse than we projected. We only have 4 Jinan that made it to the finals. This is a public humiliation that I expect to be addressed. Each Jinan will be expected to train this month in order to win the tournament and repair our broken honor. I called you here today to discuss some unnatural occurrences in the Forest of Death. Orochimaru, the snake Sannin, showed up and attacked my son and daughter. He placed the cursed seal of heaven on my son. I believe that some of the excessive fatalities could be explained by the snake getting rid of witnesses. In total 9 Konoha teams, 2 Sand teams, 1 Oto team, 1 Taki team, 1 Kuza team, and 1 Ame team were killed. There were no reported survivors from any of these teams. An uproar followed this statement. Once order was restored, Shikaku Nara addressed the council. Deaths are not unusual during the combat phase of the exams, however, for this year to have a 420% increase in fatalities is concerning. Anbu teams combed the forest and were only able to recover the bodies of 5 teams. I believe the snake explains some of the fatalities, but I think the more likely culprits are the Ame, Sand and Kumo teams. They displayed a brutal proficiency in their fights that point to elite training. They also seem to harbor no love for the leaf, so I do not believe they would spare any teams they came across. Sume was growling at the thought. What did forensic evidence pull up? Danzo spoke. Well, due to an early encounter between my root and one Ruto Maki, we were forced to pull the Anbu teams out until the 5-day period ended. By the time we found the battle sites, there was no evidence left on most of them. A couple of the sites indicate a Kaden jutsu was used to burn the bodies. Once again, there is no distinct pattern to this. The battle sites were too numerous and spread out to blame it on a single team. Fugaku looked pensive. My daughter reported that Ruto Maki saved her team from the snake Sannin and took them to their campsite. Ruto provided medical treatment and safety to Team 7 while Sasuke was recovering from the cursed seal. Testimony from Sakura Haruno says that she was saved by a clone team made by Ruto Maki. Ruto said that he felt a massive surge of chakra and sent clones to investigate. Shibi Aburame spoke. It is interesting that he would save that team. Didn't they encounter Kumo Team 12 during the wave mission? Yes, they did. Sazumi seemed to hold a high opinion of Ruto Maki. What does everyone think about this? Fugaku asked. Mai Bui Haruno spoke up. Well, it is obvious that he is infatuated with either my daughter or yours, Hokage-sama. The way he treats the 2 kunoichi on his team tells me that he is open to polygamy. Perhaps a marriage contract could work to our benefit? Fugaku mulled that over for a bit before Shikaku spoke. Hokage-sama, his behavior is an anomaly. The Kumo team caught on to our attempts to spy on them, poison them, and they haven't given us much to go on. The confrontation between Ruto and Root indicates that the boy is highly skilled. Witnesses say that his aura and ki are of almost Kage, if not elite Jonin, level. I believe that Ruto Maki treats us as hostiles. Of course, securing a marriage contract would be the best thing for Konoha, but I have my doubts if he would accept it. Shikaku sat down and promptly fell asleep after saying his piece. One civilian counselor spoke up. Why would they possibly refuse a marriage contract from the greatest shinobi village? Hyashi spoke up here. The question you should be asking is why would they accept a marriage contract from us? In recent years, Kumo's influence has grown exponentially in Kaminari no Kuni. I believe the Maki family brought in new ideas that completely flipped the status quo on its head. We know that they made significant changes to the academy. Reports say they are using ninjas to help with agriculture, and the most obvious example is their Fuinjutsu. Danzo spoke up in a frustrated voice. For the past 9 years, my spies and Jiraiya's spies have been picked off one by one every time they enter the Lightning Capital or Kumo. I declared it a black zone nearly 5 years ago. We couldn't keep sustaining losses at the rate we were. Fugaku finally lifted his chin off of his hands. So, you believe it was the Maki family that made all the difference? I have no doubt of that. Shikaku pitched in once again. That damned brat. He ruined my son. He took his right thumb and incinerated it. Sume growled. Sume, we were all watching the match. He could have done far worse, and he would have done far less if Kiba didn't run off at the mouth. Inoiki Yamanaka finally spoke up. Inoiki, what kind of psyche profile have you been able to build on this Ruto Maki? Elder Homura asked. Well, he is the definition of an alpha male. His posture suggests that those 2 girls are his girlfriends. He is very protective of them and his whole team. This indicates that he is family and friend-oriented. His exhibition in the first stage of the exams indicates a high level of confidence and mental strength. I have never seen Ibiki defeated in a battle of wits before. We believe the shadow clones that disrupted the exam were his, but even after reviewing the footage, we couldn't prove it. This indicates that he enjoys mental warfare, and he likes a challenge. His choice of females indicates that he wants an A-type female who will call him on his bullshit. Forgive me for saying this, Counselor Haruno, but your daughter is completely incompatible with him. We haven't been able to observe much more than that, but the way he approached the fight with Kiba was unique. In the beginning, he was going to simply win and get it over with. He seemed to respond to two things: the threatening of his women and the demeaning of his parents. I believe that last one is why your son lost his thumb, Sume-san. That is all I have for now, Hokage-sama. Thank you, Inoiki. One more question: of our females, which one would have the greatest odds of securing a marriage proposal? Fugaku asked. Your daughter Itachi would be my first choice. Next would be Sazumi. Inoiki kept his reply simple and professional. The earned outrage from the civilian council. We could never let the Sharingan get into enemy hands. Fugaku flared his ki and restored order. I tend to agree with the civilian council on this. The Sharingan cannot be allowed outside of the village. Hyashi spoke up. I could offer my daughter Hanabi. She is a somewhat competent kunoichi and the caged bird seal will prevent the Byakugan from leaving Konoha. Shikaku deadpanned. So, you want to offer the Byakugan to a family of seal masters while thinking that your family's seal would protect the Dujutsu? Hyashi looked visibly flustered from his mistake before a random civilian asked a stupid question. If this family is such a threat, why don't we just kill them? Danzo responded with a growl. Due to our previous attempts to hinder them, the Raikage laid out a direct threat to us. Kumo and Kaminari no Kuno will go to war with Hai no Kuni and Konoha. If one more act of aggression is uncovered, the Fire Daimyo has given explicit orders to incite them no further. Kumo's forces are equal to our own, if not greater. If war came at this time, we would be hard-pressed to win. Kumo possesses the 8 tails and 2 tails, both of which can fully transform into their biju. They match our numbers, and if their new education reforms have been applied to their shinobi ranks, then it is likely that they would beat us. Even if we won the war, we would lose because Iwo would finally take its revenge on us. Not to mention Kiri would back Kumo as well. The odds are stacked against us, and it would be folly to provoke a war. Shikaku broke it down and shut the civilians up. Fugaku sighed. We really must avoid conflict at this time. When we can properly handle the Jinchuriki, we will be able to exert our will on them once more. For now, we must play nice. I want each of you to write out formal proposals, explain your reasoning and have them on my desk by the end of the day tomorrow. We will request an audience with Lady Shina and Ruto after we decide on the best course of action. Sume left the meeting with a massive scowl on her face. She snarled at everyone she crossed while thinking about Ruto. The damned kid maimed her son. Admittedly the pup deserved it, but he still maimed her son. Now, she is being denied her hunt because of politics. Weak-willed men and their fancy words complicate things that should be very simple. Life for a life, eye for an eye. She would avenge her son, she just had to bide her time. 1 week into the training break, Ruto was having a full-speed kenjutsu fight with his mother. Unfortunately, his mother refused to let him use his greatsword and forced him into using his katana. The reason for this was simple: when Ruto used his greatsword he broke too many of his mother's precious swords. After the morning warm-up, the kenjutsu spars began. Shina, being the crafty woman she is, would make Ruto do intense physical exercises in between each battle. She could still best her son, but it was getting tougher and tougher to do so. She had lost count of how many training swords they went through during their spars, but it was at least a couple hundred this year. She watched Ruto finish his weighted run around Konoha. For these runs, Shina cranked Ruto's weights up 1.5 times what he normally walked around with. That meant each arm weighed 450 pounds, his vest weighed 600 pounds, his legs weighed 600 pounds apiece. It required significant chakra reinforcement to handle the added weight to his body. Then the resistance seal being raised from 4.5 to 6 was the equivalent of making Ruto's whole body feel like moving through a muddy swamp for even the simplest of movements. Each run around Konoha took nearly 1/10 of his chakra reserves, and he had already lost 6 kenjutsu spars that morning alone. Ruto adjusted his seals back down and collapsed onto his back, panting heavily. You are, pant, evil, Kachan. Shina laughed merrily as she poked Ruto with one of her scabbards. He, I am doing this for you, Ruto-kun. She looked up suddenly and saw an Onbu as a weasel mask standing outside of the barrier. She made a hand sign and let the Onbu enter, but locked the two behind her outside the barrier. Itachi-chan, it is good to see you again. Lady Shina. Itachi bowed politely. My father and the council seek an audience with the two of you. Any idea what it is about? Shina asked with her hands on her hips. Itachi shook her head negatively. Okay then. Itachi-chan, I don't want to rush you, but are you, your mother and Sazumi ready? Yes, Lady Shina, Shisui is as well. Preparations have been made. The blood clones are sealed away in scrolls, and we have packed up what we could afford to without raising suspicion. I do not wish to raise suspicions, so I will take my leave. The council meeting is scheduled for 2 p.m. They watched Itachi leave the barrier and saw her rejoin the two Anbu. They finished up their training before returning to the hotel and grabbing a shower. They shared lunch together, updated the team and then set out for the council chamber. They walked in to see the full council assembled and they walked into the center of the room. Fugaku rose and addressed them. Lady Shina and Ruto Maki, thank you for joining us today. We have called you here to clear up a few things that happened in the Forest of Death, and the other thing is more personal in nature. For starters, I will let Counselor Danzo take the floor. Ruto Maki, after confronting my Anbu in the forest, could you please explain what happened for the rest of your stay in the forest? Am I under any obligation to answer your questions? No, my boy. We simply wish to get a better understanding of what happened. You see, there were an unusually high number of fatalities this year and we are conducting an investigation into it. We believe that the snake Sanin is the cause, but we need more proof. Ruto cringed when Danzo called him his boy. Ruto smirked deviously underneath his mask. It was time to divert their attention. Well, I guess I should thank you for positioning my team at Gate 42. Those giant, jumping spiders were a good warm-up. Then, we came across a Konoha team meeting with the Oto team. They were talking about attacking the Uchiha siblings, so I ordered my team to kill them. Kabuto Yakashi is a spy and he worked for Orochimaru. I sent him to the snake with a message to leave Sazumi Uchiha alone. It seems the snake received my message in time. After killing those two teams and getting their scrolls, my team set out for our rendezvous point. I was setting up security around our campsite when I felt larger than normal chakra spike. I sent a clone team to investigate. My clones arrived right after the snake bit Sasuke, and he scurried off. My clones secured Team 7 and brought them to the rendezvous point. My team. And I provided security so that they could recover in peace. I left them the scroll they needed before we set out for the tower. That was the end of my time in the forest. The eyes of the council continued to widen at each revelation. Fugaku called down the Anbu. Sweep the village for Kabuto Yakashi. He is to be captured and brought in for interrogation. The Anbu bowed and left. Thank you for the information, Ruto-san. Why didn't you bring this up with an exam proctor? Quite frankly, Hokage Dono, I do not trust you or the proctors. I am sure this council is aware of why. I figured that it wasn't my business, so I didn't stick my nose where it didn't belong. Ruto's tone was flat and deadpanned. Some civilian spoke out of turn. You know, boy, you should address your elders with respect, and it is common courtesy to remove your mask when in the presence of your betters. Shina flared her aura and knocked the civilian unconscious. Let me be clear, we are here out of courtesy. You are not our betters, you are not our leaders, you are nothing to us. One more outburst like that and we will walk right out of here. Fugaku stood up and glared at the civilian council. My apologies, Lady Shina. That counselor will be reprimanded for his actions. Anbu, take him away so he disturbs this meeting no further. Shikaku stood up to ask a question. At Shina's nod, he spoke. Ruto, you are a mystery to me. I would like to know why you went out of your way to save Sazumi Uchiha and her teammates by proxy. That is easy, Shikaku-san. Sazumi was the only one that made a good impression on me and Wave. She is strong, humble and eager to learn. The exact opposite of her brother. I saved the other two because I wished to see Sazumi advance to further evaluate her strength and character. Do have fun putting your puzzle together, Shikaku-san. Ruto replied casually and his voice gained a bit of mirth for his last jibe. The Shinobi Council snickered. It was common knowledge how obsessive Naras were when they were trying to understand something. Fugaku decided to take it from there. Do you have a romantic interest in my daughter? You have been seen acting intimately with your two teammates, so that makes me want to ask why you would be so interested. You misunderstand, Hokage Dono. I have a bloodline that Kumo wishes to propagate. It is not my intention to court kunoichi from foreign villages. As hard as it is to believe, I want to understand how a person, an Uchiha at that, can live in a proud village and clan and still come out humble. Much like the Nara, I simply wish to understand. Nothing more, nothing less. The whole council perked up at the word bloodline. Of course it was Danzo that forced the issue. Oh, and what bloodline would be so important to Kumo that they would allow you multiple partners? Wouldn't you like to know? Ruto shot back calmly and casually, completely ready for the question. Ruto-san, you are our guest, but I would advise you to address us with the same courtesy we are giving you. Ruto bowed politely. Forgive me, Hokage Dono. That old warhawk and his band of emotionless mercenaries has rubbed me the wrong way on more than one occasion. Inoiki picked up on that. Care to explain, Ruto-san? Ruto looked to Shina, who nodded, and then he turned to address the council. Hikari smirked as she watched the show play out. Certainly, Inoiki-san. Let us start in Kiri. Now, I do not blame a nation for getting involved in foreign affairs, but when said involvement supports genocide, I tend to frown upon it. When the express purpose of said involvement is kidnapping innocents from their native countries to turn into emotionless drones, then it begins to incite my rage. Finally, when said emotionless drones raise weapons against the people I love, then they become enemies. Make no mistake, Danzo-san, you are marked as the last category. My second encounter with Ni or Root or whatever they are unofficially/officially called was in Wave. Once again, Danzo supports a tyrant that was unlawfully enslaving a nation and oppressing its people. I have physical proof of this, but it is my speculation that he also assisted Gato in the assassination of Wave's previous daimyo. The newly elected daimyo of Wave agrees with me on this. Finally, we get to recent events where my team has destroyed a total of 14 listening devices. I hope the Root can handle some simple hearing problems. Naruto paused here to snigger. I digress. Then my team is almost poisoned at a public restaurant on one of our first nights in Konoha. I took samples to confirm that it was a chakra dampening poison. Then, my little run-in with Root in the second phase of the exams that was in direct violation of international law. So, Council of Konoha, should I be happy to be in the same room as that decrepit bag of evil bones? Ruto finished by pointing a finger directly at Danzo. The whole Konoha council was stunned while Fugaku and Danzo were infuriated. This boy basically said that he single-handedly foiled 2 of their foreign operations, and Fugaku must publicly condemn his partner or risk losing face with the Konoha council. The first to speak was Hiruzen Sarutobi. It doesn't surprise me. Minato and I always curb Danzo's worst actions, but it seems he has gotten out of hand. My apologies to you and your teammates, Ruto-san. Your actions reflect well upon yourselves and Kumo. Thank you, Sarutobi-sama. I have taught them well and I am most pleased with the results. Tell me, would you like to try a prototype prosthetic that would let you regain use of your right arm? The Maki clan always held you in high regards and it would bring joy to my heart to help one of the good guys remaining in this shinobi world. Hiruzen looked genuinely shocked. It would be a great honor, Lady Shina. I would be in your debt, a debt I would be sure to pay. Hiruzen ended with a bow. Fugaku let it happen because he would want to analyze it for his own purposes. Very well, I will send you an invite to Kumo where we will construct it for you once these exams are finished. Back to the issue at hand, Hokage Dono, Kumo condemns Danzo's actions, but we have abstained from publishing our proof in order to honor our non-aggression pact. Should that pact be violated by the cosigner, then we may change our views on such a thing. The subliminal threat was not hidden, it was blatantly obvious, and Fugaku would have to sit there and take it. We thank you for your discretion, Lady Shina. We intended on promoting our partnership with Kumo, which brings us to the next point of discussion. Konoha is proposing a marriage contract between Ruto Maki and Hinata Hyuga. Due to the nature of the Byakugan, they would reside in Konoha with dual citizenship. This is still in negotiations, but what are your opening thoughts? I unequivocally decline. Ruto responded forcefully. Hiyashi took offense to this, he is offering his clan heir. So, he gritted his teeth and hid his malice when he asked, might I inquire as to why? My daughter is the heir to one of the most prestigious clans in Konoha. Hiyashi-san, may I ask if you were watching the Chunin exam preliminary fights? Hiyashi nodded briefly. I have no desire to marry a woman that would use such a seal on her own twin. I find the practice of the caged bird seal disgraceful. I am adept enough at sealing that I could protect your precious dujutsu without enslaving my own family members. I declined for 3 reasons. The woman herself, the clan she is attached to, and I would never leave Kumo. I am honored by your request though. He conceded at the end to save face. Everyone on the council knew that they had just stepped in a giant pile of cow dung by making this offer, Fugaku included. Fugaku tried to salvage this mess. If you were given your pick, would that interest you? Hokage Dono, I am currently loved by 2 gorgeous and strong women. I do not go out of my way to court people. If it is the result of a diplomatic effort, I would do so for the betterment of Kumo. Damn, I wish we had this kid or someone else like him among our ranks. Huza Akimichi said. You honor me, Akimichi-san. Naruto replied with a bow of his head. Hiyashi decided to re-enter the conversation. You said you could replace the caged bird seal, where did you get such knowledge? Ruto looked to Shina, who took over. That is an easy solution. My clan's sealing knowledge far exceeds modern-day Fuinjutsu. We have been the best in the Fuinjutsu art since the fall of Uzushiaga Corps. Then forgive me for asking, but why have we never heard of the Maki clan before 10 years ago? Koharu cut in. My clan chose to sit out of the clan wars, they chose to abstain from the village system, and they were nearly wiped out due to Western wars before I escaped and decided to join Kumo. I has been most gracious, and he took some of my proposals to heart. I will not tell you where my clan resided because it is none of your business, forgive my rudeness for saying so. Koharu was put in a tough situation and decided to just apologize. My apologies, Lady Shina. I did not mean to bring up bad memories. That is quite alright, Koharu-san. People of the elemental nations do not know much about the outlying nations. Fugaku coughed. Back to the proposal of deepening relations between Kumo and Konoha, if Ruto is unavailable, would Kumo be open to another marriage proposal? As I said before, Hokage Dono, I do not presume to make such decisions for the Reikage. We spoke pertaining to my son, but outside of that we have little to no say. Very well, I will discuss it with him when he arrives. That is all for today, you may go. Thank you for your time. Shina and Ruto bowed before leaving the room. Once they were gone, chaos descended upon the council room. Shouts rang out back and forth until order was finally restored. Fugaku asked Inoiki for his assessment. Hokage-sama, they have many reasons not to like us and very few reasons to negotiate with us. Both of them were telling the truth, maybe not the whole truth, but the truth, nonetheless. They saw the truth seals and stood right on them. That was deliberate on their part. Ruto is far stronger than he has shown us thus far. The way he handled this meeting tells me that he has been trained in the diplomatic arts. He was very proficient at giving just enough information to satisfy our requests. He also guided the flow of the conversation and intentionally dropped information bombs. I would assume that he is being groomed to be the next Reikage. Lady Shina is a terrifying unknown. For one woman to be able to affect a whole nation is incredible. This Maki clan seems to have ancestral knowledge that far exceeds our own. It is both awe-inspiring and terrifying. My final assessment for the council is that we must get on the good side of the Maki clan, or we will continue to fall further and further behind. And if you submit another marriage proposal, do not make it a Hyuga for the love of Kami. Hyashi scowled at this. Peasants cannot understand the inner workings of a great clan such as the Hyuga. Peasants? Did you not see how they comported themselves in front of a hostile council? Your pride blinds you, Hyashi-san. Hiruzen retorted. Danzo then asked a question that stumped the council. Why was Hiruzen the only one they treated with respect? The will of fire, Danzo, a concept that you never understood. Your actions have sullied the great tree. I did everything I could, in the best way I knew how, to honor the will of fire. They seemed to understand that. Fugaku spoke up. That is enough, you two. Hiruzen, you are to accept their offer after the exams, scout what information you can from Kumo and then we will analyze the prosthetic and attempt to replicate it. Fugaku, if you think they do not see 10 steps ahead of you, then you continue to underestimate them. They made that offer in front of this council instead of approaching me personally. Basically, they told me they could fix me up and they told Hyashi that his outdated clan custom is barbaric, and they have a better solution in hand already. It was a power flex. The rest of the council meeting was unintelligible dribble that gave every councillor headache and sent them home in foul moods. 2 weeks into exam break, the Kumo teams were gathered in Team 12's room again. Naruto complained about it always being his room, but Kushina and Daru simply waved his protests off. They were discussing the plans for tonight and completing their preparations. Kushina took out the blood she had taken from Naruto, set it on a scroll in the middle of a seal and instructed Naruto to channel chakra into the seal. Naruto complied and watched with interest as another Naruto began to emerge out of the blood. It was truly a fascinating process, and it took quite a bit of chakra. When the process was complete, the clone looked around cluelessly before it locked eyes on its creator. One of the properties of chakra was chakra memory. It was the key component in learning jutsu to such proficiency that one could reduce the number of hand seals required to activate it. It was also the component of the shadow clone jutsu that allowed for the clone's memory to be returned to the creator. The blood clone used this process to create a copy of the individual that was in essence a near-perfect copy. The weakness of the blood clone was that it could not generate its own chakra. It would require regular chakra infusions from the original or else it would dissipate back into a bloody mist. If the original absorbed the blood clone, then he or she would absorb the memories of the clone. If the clone were to disperse away from the original, the memories would be lost. If the clone were to be killed, the body would remain until the chakra ran out and it dissipated. Kushina could supply a seal to prevent this, but it would not be needed for this mission. Naruto gave the blood clone basic instructions to act like him and enjoy the night out with his team. Team 12 was to go around town, establish a firm alibi for Naruto in case something went wrong, and then return to the hotel. Naruto would sneak in later in the night using his kitsune illusion, false invisibility technique, and reseal the blood clone until it was needed in the exam finals. If Ruto couldn't make it back to the room safely, he would meet the team at the training ground the following morning. The clone said he understood, and he took all of Naruto's gear and put it on. Naruto himself changed into a full-body black outfit with light refractive seals. Naruto then threw on the hood that completely obscured his sun-kissed blonde hair and hid his face. Naruto took 2 master sealing scrolls, which were much larger than standard scrolls, and sealed them into a pouch in his pants. He checked his Fuinjutsu kit and ensured that he had plenty of extra ink, brushes and scrolls before he attached it to his belt. He secured 2 nondescript kodachis in parallel over his back belt and practiced drawing them a couple of times. He finished the outfit by reducing his chakra signature as much as possible before his mother put chakra masking seals on the front and back of each arm, leg and torso. Once Naruto's preparations were complete, it was nearly 8 p.m. The group donned their masks and left through the door in their hotel room, which was under constant surveillance by 2 Anbu. Naruto followed the group out after activating the kitsune illusion, false invisibility technique. Kushina followed behind the group and closed the door before activating the security seal. Naruto continued to stick with the group until they made it out of the hotel. It was useful to use them as barriers to ensure somebody didn't randomly bump into him. Once outside, the group headed toward the commercial district and Naruto noticed the 2 Anbu following his group. He waited in an alley next to the hotel, completely invisible and still for 5 minutes. Once he was sure nobody saw him, he began a slow and careful trek toward the clan district. His mother cautioned him that the chakra masking seals would prevent the Byakugan from detecting him, but if a Hyuga were to look at him directly, they would be able to make out a human figure. Thus, Naruto took his time and walked cautiously toward the clan district, always steering clear of any Hyuga. The Uzumaki compound was next to the abandoned Senju compound. The Hyuga compound was on the other side of the Senju compound and up a small hill, so it wasn't rare for the Hyuga to walk by the Uzumaki compound. Naruto waited outside the gate to the Uzumaki compound until he was 100% sure that nobody else was around. At 9:30 p.m., he put some blood on the seal array of the Uzumaki gates and pulsed his chakra in a specific pattern. The seal clicked and Naruto slid the gate open just far enough for his body to fit through before closing the gate softly. He made his way into his old home and dropped his kitsune illusion to preserve chakra and rest his coils. He channeled some of his yokai to his eyes, which made them glow a blood red and gave him near perfect night vision. Naruto went through each room, securing photos, mementos, scrolls, weapons, kunai and anything else his mother left behind when she made her hasty escape. Naruto saw the rotting corpse of the rotten civilian woman and used a small fire jutsu followed by a wind jutsu to get rid of the body. He dealt with the rotten smell that pervaded throughout the house as he completed his tasks. Naruto sealed his mother's old rocking chair, thinking that she would enjoy having it again back in Kumo. He sealed up a picture of his father that hung over the fireplace. As a kid he just thought that his mom was honoring the 4th Hokage. After he sealed his old man's picture, he kicked himself for being stupid and summoned 20 shadow clones to help him get the house packed up. He let the clones take the main floor and the bedroom so that he could focus his efforts on the basement. He disarmed a blood seal that protected the basement door before he opened it and went down. His mother had packed up the master scroll for the Uzumaki clan's Konoha branch. She left a number of scrolls and books in the basement library, which Naruto focused on sealing away. A small armory was also in his mother's study, so he sealed away the weapons and weapon maintenance supplies that were there. As Naruto looked at the mostly empty basement, he said goodbye to his old home. He rejoined his clones on the main floor, took the sealing scrolls from them and then sealed the scrolls into the Uzumaki Master Scroll. Naruto then dismissed the shadow clones, processed their memories before locking up the old house. He changed the Master Seal array to remote detonate when he pulsed the series of chakra frequencies before turning and heading back toward the gate. He took a deep breath, engaged his kitsune illusion and got ready for the hard part of this mission. Naruto successfully avoided detection during his exfil from the Uzumaki compound and he proceeded on his route toward the Namikaze compound. It was already 11 p.m., so Anbu patrols were his main concern at this time of night. He stuck to the shadows and moved slowly through the clan district. The Namikaze compound was tucked away in between the clan district and the Hokage mountain. Naruto took the long way around to avoid the Nara deer, the Aburame bugs and the Inuzuka kennels. It added 20 minutes to his trip, but it was worth avoiding detection. Eventually, at 12:30 am, Naruto got near the front gates of the Namikaze compound. He checked with tiny chakra pulses to make sure that he was alone before he proceeded. After sensing nobody, Naruto activated his kitsune eyes and saw that there were a couple seals laid out in front of the gate. Looking closer, Naruto noticed an alarm seal, a couple paralysis seals, and the remnants of a barrier seal. Naruto could also tell there had been many attempts to tamper with the security seal at the front gate. Naruto created a counter seal to the alarm seal and slapped it on. He stepped in between the paralysis seals, figuring that disengaging them may give him away. He finally made it to the security seal on the front gate at 12:45 am. Naruto pulsed his chakra again to ensure he was alone before he cut his thumb, smeared blood on the seal and poured some chakra in. The gate clicked open and allowed Naruto entry. Before he resealed the gate, he created a shadow clone that transformed into a bird that rested on a light pole across the street from the Namikaze compound. The Namikaze compound was much larger than the Uzumaki compound. The Namikaze clan was a wealthy merchant clan that should still carry great weight in Fire Country. Unfortunately, Naruto was denied his birthright, which led him to needing to infiltrate his father's old home. Learning from his previous mistake, Naruto created 200 shadow clones to sweep the various houses within the compound. He didn't have enough sealing scrolls to give one to each clone, so he divided the clones into squads and gave scrolls to the squad captains. The clones split off to go to the 20 or so houses that resided on the Namikaze grounds. Naruto himself took the main house that belonged to his father. He entered and saw pictures of his father and his mother hung up in the walkway. He created 20 more clones and asked them to help seal up everything inside. His mother told him the most important stuff would be in his father's study and training ground, which was underground. To get to the study, Naruto had to disarm 3 separate security seal arrays. It was quite extensive, but he finally made it into his father's study around 1:30 am. His father's study was a mess compared to his mother's study in the Uzumaki compound. There were papers laid out everywhere, shelves lined every wall of the study and random papers covered the floor. Naruto knew he was already running late, so he started heaping things into the storage seals. He used 1 regular storage seal per shelf and soon realized he would run out. He pulled out his kit, created another 20 clones and had each clone make 1 enhanced storage seal. The clones were finished in 5 minutes, and they began helping Naruto seal up every bit of work his father ever did. Naruto went to the training room as his clones were finishing up in the study. There were racks of assorted weapons, a very detailed seal array covered the room and Naruto could identify a couple of the seals used: gravity augmentation seal, self-repair seal, projectile speed settings, target training variation, an elaborate genjutsu seal. Naruto really wanted to copy the seal down, but he didn't have enough time for that. Instead, he sealed away the weapons and the numerous 3-pronged kunais. He even decided to seal away the training dummies. He really didn't want to leave anything in Konoha. Before Naruto left his father's study, he realized that he hadn't found the Master Scroll of the Namikaze clan yet. He activated his kitsune eyes and scanned his father's study. Looking closely for any residual chakra, any hidden seal, anything that would provide a clue to finding his father's scroll. He got incredibly frustrated before he tore apart his father's desk, looking for some seal. When he found nothing, he sealed the whole desk away for review at a later time. This was not good. The knowledge of the Namikaze in enemy hands could spell bad, no horrendous, news for Kumo and the Uzumaki family. Naruto met a collection of clones outside of the door to his father's house and dispelled them one by one, checking through the information to see if any of them had found the Master Scroll. His mother had told him that the scroll was almost 5 feet tall, nearly 2 feet in diameter, and it was embossed in a beautiful black and gold. Searching through the memories, Naruto was frustrated yet again. He would have to talk to his mother about this, but he couldn't remain here any longer. It was 3:30 am and the sun would begin its climb soon. Thinking on his feet, Naruto created 100 clones and left some basic sealing supplies. Okay guys, my time is up. I need you all to look for the Master Scroll, any hidden seals and anything else of potential use. The security barrier is active, so you don't need to worry about people seeing you. Be extremely thorough. I put quite a bit of chakra into each of you. When you are about to dispel, make sure anything you found is handed off properly. Store your scrolls in a safe location and make sure you transmit that memory to me clearly. Yes, boss, was the reply he received before the clones scattered. Naruto engaged the kitsune illusion in front of the gates and dispelled his clone that was outside. Reviewing the most recent memories, he had 20 minutes before the Anbu patrol passed again and nobody was outside. He opened the gate and resealed it, stepped around the paralysis seals and placed an identical alarm seal where he disarmed the previous one. Then he snuck away from the clan compounds and made his way to his team's designated training ground. He walked through the barrier and found a nice branch to get some shut-eye in. Ruto was awoken by the soft voices of his teammates as they entered the barrier. He looked down on them fondly before hopping down from the tree. "Hey guys, sorry that I had to call an audible," he said while scratching the back of his head nervously. "Ruto." Mabui and Samui said in tandem as they rushed over to give him a hug. The clone scratched the back of its head nervously now. "Well, what am I? Chopped liver?" Everyone gave the blood clone wry looks, and he began pouting. It was truly interesting how the increased longevity of a blood clone tended to let it have a personality of its own. Before diving into anything else, Naruto sealed up the blood clone in a stasis scroll and promised that he would be let out soon. The blood clone nodded reluctantly, stripped its gear and accepted its admittedly sad role in life. Chuya, Samui, Mabui and even Kushina blushed as the clone, which possessed the same body as Naruto, shamelessly stripped. After that business was handled, Naruto told the group about his mission. "Sochi, if your father's master scroll was not in the Namikaze compound, then it must be somewhere in the Hokage office. The secondary mission just became that much more important." "Well, shit," was the collective thought of everyone in the training ground. "Is it possible that it is already in Konoha's possession?" Amoe asked, ever the paranoid member of the group. "That would be absolutely worst case scenario. If Fugaku didn't change the lock sequence on the Hokage vault, I will be able to crack that open. If he did, that would create a whole new list of problems. Even with our expertise, seals of that caliber take time to break down and find ways through. Especially since that seal was originally designed by the Uzumaki. Well, if it is our original design, then it is unlikely they tampered with it, Kachan. They think that you are dead, and you would have been the only one capable of breaking such a seal," Naruto said. "Yeah, Kachan, these fuckers have been overconfident assholes the whole way through. I have seen no indication that they know about the invasion. We will have to fight in the Hokage Tower, but we should be able to handle these motherfucking chumps." Chuya chipped in. "Okay, Sochi, what you did get is still important. Let's send those scrolls to the Eagles for safekeeping for the time being. We can take our time searching through them when we are back in Kumo." Without needing to be told twice, Naruto flipped through hand seals and summoned a dog-sized eagle that was wearing glasses and an orange scarf that wrapped around its neck a couple of times. "Hey Penny, how are you doing?" "Very well, Naruto-sama. Thank you for asking. What can I do for you today?" Penny responded. "Well, I would like you to safeguard these two master scrolls until we are able to return to Kumo. Think you could do that for me?" "Of course, Naruto-sama. It will be done." Naruto unsealed some beef jerky and tossed it up in the air. Penny eagerly snapped it out of the air and gobbled it up. "I must say, Naruto-sama, it is wonderful to have a summoner again. You are far better than our previous summoner though. That George Washington was a good enough man, but he never offered us snacks the way you do." Naruto laid the two scrolls down in front of Penny and rubbed the side of her neck, just below her beak. "Thanks for that, Penny. I will talk to you again in a month or so when we are back in Kumo." The eagle stepped forward and secured the scrolls in her talons before disappearing back to her summon realm. Naruto returned to the group and joined the conversation. That sand team was truly unique. Who knew Gaara could have a sense of humor? Atsui said while laughing at the memory. "You got the mentally unstable Jinchuriki drunk?" Naruto asked incredulously. "Yeah, it was hilarious. You should have seen it, Naruto." "Oh wait, I guess you kinda did, but you don't have those memories. Gets really confusing keeping track with those blood clones." Atsui answered with a confused look on his face. "Yeah, shithead, I think I like your clone better than you." He slammed 4 bottles of sake on his own, drank that freaky puppet guy under the table. Samui and Mabui nearly beat the shit out of him when he kissed the sand kunoichi too. Chuya was enjoying the increasing look of sheer horror on Naruto's face. Why didn't you guys stop him?" Naruto asked, still dumbfounded by the revelations. He now had serious reservations about letting him out during the invasion. "Relax Sochi, no real damage was done. Don't worry about it Ruto-kun. We know it was the clone and not you," Mabui reassured him. "Yeah, it was not cool, but it wasn't your fault," Samui added before pulling Naruto into a kiss. Naruto pulled out of the kiss and looked at his mother. "Did he accept the offer?" "Yes, Sochi. He will be coming here later today for additions to his seal. I have given him a biju suppression seal. The Tanuki was really unhappy about trusting us and letting us work on his seal. That reminds me, we will need a clear space to work and set extra barriers up so the Anbu outside will not feel the biju chakra. Do you have any sealing supplies left?" "Yup, I resupplied out of Dad's study. Which one do you want me to handle?" Naruto replied cheerfully. "Take the barriers, you are more proficient at them than I am now. Chakra masking, biju suppression and a double-layered vacuum seal should work. What the actual fuck is a vacuum seal? Tuya asked. Are you sure you are an Uzumaki sis? Stuck on level 5 for a full year is kinda embarrassing. Naruto ribbed her. Tuya rolled up her sleeve and balled her fist in her best impression of Tsunade. She attempted to slug Naruto in the shoulder, but a massive hand on her forehead stopped her from getting in range. She swung her short arms but came up almost a full foot short. Everyone laughed at the sibling scenario playing out in front of them. Little sister, a vacuum seal is a barrier combo that sucks the air out in between two barriers and eliminates the possibility of electronic or heat transference in between the two barriers. In short, even if Shukaku gets a little bit out of control, they won't be able to feel it outside of the barrier. Naruto explained for the group. Get a move on Sochi, the sand team will be here any minute now. Kushina's motherly chiding spurred Naruto to let go of Tuya's head and walk off. Kami damn tall motherfucking shithead treating my ass like some scrawny child. Tuya's ranting faded off as the group's laughter intensified. Daru shook his head. I still don't know how we got wrapped up with you troublesome Uzumakis. I mean, I have never loved someone I wanted to punch in the face so much before. Yeah, they are simultaneously cool and infuriating, but that is why we love them. Samui added with a beautiful, genuine smile on her face. 30 minutes later, the Sand Sibs and their Jonin sensei arrived at the edge of the barrier. Ruto sensed 4 Anbu watching them like a hawk. He looked at the spot each Anbu was hiding and waved to them, which was a slap in the face to any professional ninja with an ounce of pride. Hey Agara, sorry about last night. Did you get some sleep with that suppression seal? Ruto asked with a merry tone. Gaara simply nodded and replied in monotone. The alcohol helped me fall asleep and I haven't heard mother since I used the seal. Is this what it will be like with my new seal? Ruto chuckled. Yeah buddy, except you will be able to talk to Shukaku and realize he is not your mother. I will take you in to meet him before we adjust the seal. Not to mention, you will be able to use your biju chakra and sand manipulation with this new seal instead of locking all your chakra away. That would be nice, Gaara said with a flitter of a smile. Yeah, little brother, except I won't be there every morning to drag you out of bed. Kankuro tried to poke fun, but it fell flat. Kankuro, my chakra may be momentarily sealed away, but insult me again and I will kill you. Mother always did want your blood. Gaara's monotone somehow carried more menace even though it was almost identical to his previous tones. Kankuro hid behind Tamari. Gaara, our brother was not insulting you. It is called making a joke, a rather light-hearted on at that. We care about you and are glad you could sleep, but we had to get here for the sealing, Tamari said cautiously before looking at Ruto and blushing furiously. Very well, Kankuro, your joke was very funny. Ha, ha, ha. Ruto decided to take a step away from the Jinchuriki bordering on the slimmest edge of insanity. He cast an apologetic look at the Sand Kunoichi under his mask, but he would need to talk to them about that later. Ruto let the group walk toward Lady Shina and he went to the seal he had prepared. He infused chakra into the seal and a black dome covered the field and they were enshrouded in total darkness before the sunlight returned. Sorry about that, just setting up a barrier. One more time, and we are done. Baki looked nervously at Shina. Lady Shina, why are you helping us with the seal for free? I am grateful for your services, and I know Gaara wants to sleep, but I must ask why. Shina put a finger to her bottom lip, or over her mask where her bottom lip would be. Well, I guess it would be because my Sochi asked me to. That a good enough reason? Gaara turned and looked at Ruto. Ruto-san, why do you wish to help me? Ruto shrugged, let's just say I understand your situation. I couldn't imagine what it is like to have a crazy being with direct access to your thoughts, who can push thoughts into your head and who has convinced you that it is your mother. On top of that, the thing is bloodthirsty and won't let you catch a wink of sleep. Call it a favor or whatever you will, but maybe I am doing it to help a future friend. Friend? The word seemed so foreign to Gaara. He had never had a friend, never had a mother, wished he never had a father, and his siblings were kept apart from him until they were too terrified to interact with him. He was having a hard time wrapping his mind around the concept of friendship. Yeah, you know, somebody that takes the time to get to know you, shoots the shit with you, helps you out from time to time, you see each other every now and then and it just feels natural when you slide right back into how things used to be. That kind of thing. The simple nonchalance of Ruto's attitude set the Suna team at ease. Baki decided to try again. I have not been able to reach the Kazekage. I believe it would be best to wait to do this until a more suitable party is here to complete negotiations. Shina stood up from her crouch after inspecting the sealing circle. Afraid not, Baki. This is a one-time offer. I simply do not wish to have a partially insane Jinchuriki handing over to control to a totally insane biju when you guys put on your little sideshow. Every Suna ninjas I widened before they took defensive postures. Shina and Ruto remained calm and kept working while the Kumo teams took defensive stances. Calm down, now. Ruto finally used a forceful tone and exerted some ki. The snake approached Kumo and asked us to join in. We refused, but we are no friends of the leaf. I still wish to help Gaara, and these barrier seals I have set up take a lot of chakra. Please either leave or let us help him. Make the choice now. Ruto's playful tone was gone and replaced with a deadly serious one. The sand team now looked hesitant, except for Gaara. Baki, if you speak again, I will kill you. Mother wanted your blood most of all. In fact, go sit over there and leave me alone. My siblings will watch after my safety. Go. Baki scurried away to go sit by a tree while Kankuro and Tamari were shocked that Gaara called them siblings. Okay, Gaara-kun. Gourd and shirt off please, we will need to paint the new seal directly onto your body. Shina's voice was calm and reassuring. Gaara followed her instructions and found himself lying supine in the center of a complex sealing matrix. Ruto and Shina hovered over Gaara before Ruto told him what he was about to do. Okay, Gaara, I am going to go into your mindscape with you. Due to the nature of your seal, there will be no separation between us and Shukaku. If I have to rough him up a bit, I will. Before we go in, I need you to promise me that anything you see in there will remain between the two of us. I am going out on a limb and choosing to trust you. Gaara nodded, you have my word Ruto-san. I wish to understand this friend concept better. Gaara then closed his eyes as he felt a warm hand placed on his head. When Gaara opened his eyes, he was in an expansive desert with winds blowing forcefully along the desertscape. Ruto appeared to his right next to a beautiful woman dressed in red with fox ears and 9 tails. The kitsune woman looked at Gaara and put a slim finger up to her lips. Gaara nodded dumbly before the ground of the mindscape started shaking. A great tanuki made of sand with dull brown coloring and purplish black seal markings on its body came to a clumsy halt in front of the trio. Diamond-shaped, beady golden eyes bore down on the much smaller trio before a shrill voice filled the domain. Leave. You are not welcome here. Shukaku's shriek made Ruto debate if it was more annoying than Sakura's. He shelved that thought for later debate. Shukaku, I recommend you sit there and calm down. I do not wish to get rough with you, but I will if necessary. Ruto's tone was calm yet threatening. A puny human can do nothing to us biju. Shukaku screeched. Oh really, little brother? Care to make a wager on that? The red-haired vixen's taunting tone reached the great tanuki and gained the fully attention of the beady golden eyes. Kyuubi, so that is how this child entered my domain. Regardless, you will leave. The tanuki tried forcing them out of the mindscape and failed miserably. It was forced to concede, so it asked. What wager? If you can best my vessel, we will leave and let you finish your tormenting of this poor soul. If my vessel bests you, you cooperate with the sealing. The new seal will allow for some much needed separation and allow both of you to get some much needed sleep. You think your brat can stand against me? Very well, Fox, I accept your wager. The sand tanuki turned its full attention toward Ruto. I am the great Shukaku, Ichibi and protector of the desert. Come and offer your blood to me. Ruto encased himself in stage 2 lightning armor and blurred forward before the lumbering tanuki could react. Ruto unsheathed heaven's blessing and encased it in copious amounts of lightning chakra. Before the tanuki knew what hit it, it collapsed forward because both of its front legs were severed. As the sand rushed to the severed appendages to reform them, Shukaku let out a mighty roar accompanied with a blunt blast of wind. The wind forced Ruto back nearly 20 feet before he skidded to a halt. When the legs were nearly reformed, Ruto hunched over, and 10 thick chakra chains sheathed in lightning and tipped with arrowheads pierced the sand tanuki. One chain wrapped around Shukaku's neck and pulled the massive head down to the sand. 2 chains pierced and wrapped around each of the tanuki's legs while the last chain pierced through the tail before wrapping it up. Once the tanuki was completely immobilized, Ruto focused on upping the lightning chakra. The tanuki screeched in pain and horror as pain racked its whole body. The electricity caused the sand to crumble and made the giant beast unable to repair its wounds with the desert sands. Shukaku lay face down on the desert floor with his legs splayed open and tail completely immobilized. Along with the lightning chakra, it felt like his own yokai was being drained at a considerable rate. Okay, you win. I will let you redo the seal, and I will spare Gaara. The shocking sensation ceased as Ruto walked up to the tanuki's immobilized head and removed his mask. Powerful azure blue eyes shined an electric blue as they looked into the beady golden orbs of the tanuki. Shukaku, If you agree to work with Gaara for the rest of his life, I will make you a promise. I am working on restoring portals to Makai. When I succeed, I will ensure your safe return to the demonic realm upon Gaara's natural death if you work alongside him. Shukaku was stunned. It was unbelievable. Not only was he beaten by a human boy, but the same human offered him the thing he wanted most in this world. After centuries of subjugation and being trapped in a cursed teapot, his salvation was so close. The tanuki swallowed the sand equivalent to a lump in its throat before responding. I accept if you answer me why you are doing this. Ruto looked back at Hikari, who was standing there with an enchanting smirk on her face as her 9 regal tails swished behind her. Well, I made a promise to my future mate, and you are a sibling, of sorts, to her. Humans will never coexist peacefully with the biju, so I want to end this cycle. That a good enough answer for you? The sand tanuki nodded and it was released from the chains that bound it. You have a deal, Ruto Maki. On the honor of the tanuki tribe, I will work alongside this petty mortal for as long as he shall live. I expect you to hold up your end of the bargain. A beautiful voice cut across the sands. My mate is an honorable Hanyu. He will live up to his word or die trying. Shukaku, it was good to see you again, but we must be leaving. Gaara, my mate has trusted you with quite a bit of revealing information about himself. I expect you to protect that information. The price for failing to do so will be your soul. Gaara nodded before the 3 phased out of the mindscape, leaving an exhausted tanuki. Outside of the mindscape, things weren't so calm. Ruto's transformation failed as an explosion of power ripped through the barrier. Everyone inside watched on in shock as a third blonde tail forced its way out of Ruto's pants and blonde ears with white interiors appeared on his head. The sand team's jaws hit the grass and Baki was gawking while pointing a finger at the blonde. Well, Ruto-kun, congratulations are in order. It seems like the yokai you absorbed from Shukaku was enough to finish growing your third tail. That increase in yokai also seems to have shattered the kitsune transformation, so you will have to deal with the sand kiddos now. Oh. I can't wait to get back to Kumo. Hikari's gleeful voice sounded through the mental link. Ruto scratched the back of his neck sheepishly as he turned to look at Tamari, Kankuro, and Baki. So, can we keep this our little secret? If not, I am afraid we will need to modify your memories a bit. Kankuro and Tamari nodded. She looked like she wanted to run over and pet him but managed to restrain herself. Baki continued gawking and pointing his finger, so Shina appeared behind him and knocked him out. I am not leaving that to chance with him. I will remove the memories of this whole day and let the Sand Sibs provide a cover story. Gaara, Kankuro and Tamari simply nodded. Shina stood up and clapped her hands together to get everyone's attention. Okay, first things first, we get Gaara's seal tidied up. Second, we send you kids back to your hotel room to get some sleep. Last, we work on a seal to soak up this residual yokai, so Konoha doesn't figure out our secret. She walked back over to Gaara and put him to sleep with some medical chakra. The Uzumaki duo then worked in tandem to surround Gaara's seal with the Uzumaki-style, 4-trigam seal. The kanji that made up the seal array glowed blue and swirled around Gaara until it condensed down into kanji that spread across Gaara's skin. The kanji continued to tighten around the old seal until 4 distinct points were seen around a circular interior filled with waves. Gaara remained unconscious for 2 hours as Ruto worked to absorb the excess yokai that was contained within the barrier. Ruto then had to focus to reapply the kitsune transformation and hide his tails and ears, much to the consternation of the women in the barrier. Once they were ready to move out, they dropped the vacuum barriers and bid farewell to the sand team. When questioned by the Anbu, they were told that team spars were a great form of preparation. The Anbu made note of this but couldn't push any further. They did notice that Ruto's chakra was beginning to break through the chakra masking seals on his uniform and they shivered when they felt its potency. Upon making it back to the hotel, Ruto slept for 32 hours straight. His mother and girlfriends doted on him, but he remained in a peaceful sleep. Internally, Hikari had woken him up after his first 18 or so hours of sleep. After ravaging him for an hour or two, she began instructing him. Ruto, when it comes to tails, each tail is not equal. For instance, if we say your first tail made you a 10 on the power scale, then your second made you around a 35 or so. Your third tail puts you around 90 if I were to guess and continue that power scale. It represents a massive difference, and it will require similarly massive control. Got it, Hikari-chan, more clones to get my control back to normal. That's not it, Ruto-kun. You will also have to focus on suppressing your passive aura more. Those seals your mom uses can only hide so much yokai. Use the remainder of this downtime to really suck it in and get it under control. I am proud of you, Ruto. Every day you do something to prove to me once again that I made the right choice. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck in his typical fashion. Aw, shucks, Hikari-chan, that's nice of you to say. I am simply devoted to impressing one of the most beautiful beings in this universe. I love you, Richan. The red-headed beauty cocked an eyebrow. Richan? What? You don't like it? I thought it was cute and it could be what I call you when you are out of the seal, since you are so protective of your real name. The kitsune beauty seemed to think for a bit before a smile graced her lips. Actually, I kinda like it. It is casual and flirty. Okay, I will permit you to call me Richan, Ruto-kun. Naruto's gigawatt smile put all the warm and fuzzies in Hikari's chest. Great, so, what can I do with the third tail? Aside from let me out? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, you should theoretically be able to use kitsune fire techniques. I know you don't have a natural fire affinity, but I think teaching you some basic kitsune katen techniques should be possible. I would recommend shelving that until we return home though. Aw, yeah, I guess that would be best. Any tips on suppressing my aura further? Meditation, Ruto-kun. A whole lot of meditation to slow your flow. Hikari answered with a divine smirk on her face as her mate groaned. For now, why don't you enjoy my company and worry about that later? Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.